from interstate to play in this league. It is well, let's be biased for the moment, Austin, and we'll say it's the best league in Australia. We can say that, can't we?
I think
if people are coming from interstate to play here.
Yeah, it must be pretty good. It's great to hear that. People making such a trip over.
That's an extraordinary commitment.
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
To be able to play footy in this league that facilitates their needs, it's fantastic. Gee, we probably should stop complaining about teams coming on 5-day breaks or going from Melbourne to Geelong or the other way. Fair dinkum.
Yeah, going down the Humes not as bad anymore. It just shows how much it means to everyone who competes in this league, and what a great initiative. As the St Kilda team gets their pre-game huddle going. As Hawthorn's going to have a little chat before the game gets going. Some tactics about how to get that first win on the board against the top of the table, St Kilda.
Yeah, come close against the Bulldogs like we mentioned a couple of weeks ago. The Bulldogs 10-39-99 defeated the Hawks 12-23-95. So just a 4-point loss for the Hawks. That was their closest result all season. Just about set to go. Of course, it'll be the Hawks in their predominantly yellow, gold strips. The Saints in their white jumpers. I still think a lot of St Kilda supporters have flashbacks when they see that jumper because of that grand final
in
2010 that they should have won. They had 2 cracks in the space of 7 days and couldn't win it.
Well, I mean, only St Kilda could lose 3 grand finals in 2 years, but
But that's okay. Maybe some success coming with their blind team, who are on top of the ladder and doing very well. 6-1, like we said, and we're just about set to go. And they're going to look to try and make it 7-1, and then potentially 8-1 when they play again later today against the Bulldogs. And we do have a guest from the Bulldogs who will join us in just a moment. I might hand it over to Austin. Do you want to call the opening bounce for us? Or we'll call it a ball up. I don't think we're going to get a bounce. We'll call it a ball up to set proceedings underway.
Absolutely.
The Hawks and the Saints, round 8. Here's Austin Kruger.
Yep, welcome to the indoor sports stadium down here in Tullamarine. We've got St Kilda versus Hawthorn coming up just in a tick. For the Saints, we've got Lachlan Kosick in the ruck, and we've got Ned Brewer, the captain, in the ruck for the Hawks. As both teams show a little bit of respect before the bounce. As we're about to get going here, it's going to be a great day. So sorry, Austin. He's certainly got the height advantage, Ned, hasn't he? He's a big guy. We spoke to him before we came on air. Yeah, he's a big boy. I think it's going to be tough for Lachlan to get the tap out here, but you never know. As the umpire gets ready to ball it up here this morning. We've got 4 10-minute quarters here for the games. It's the umpire. There goes the siren. And away we go here today. And Lachlan Kosick gets the tap out. And Rum grabs his own tap as he kicks it into the forward line. And a great mark there by St Kilda, as he's going to line up for goal. Pretty much straight in front. We shouldn't have doubted Lockie in the middle. Yeah, Shannon Jones. There we go. Big mark over the top. Yep. Probably slide angle, pretty much straight in front here for the Saints as he kicks it. Bang. And geez, that was dead eye. Absolutely split the middle there, and St Kilda gets off to a great start here as Shannon Jones kicks the first goal of the morning. The other voice you might have heard in there, everybody that's watching from home, the Bulldogs guest up here, we've got Brad Bryder. Great to have you up here, Brad, getting ready to have a chat to us and then warm up and ready to go in a little while. Do you want to tell us how you came to find yourself playing in this league and for the Doggies? Yeah, so obviously I'm from Perth, WA, but Steve Obeid, who's my Bulldogs captain, he sort of invited us over and we all play cricket together. So we had to go about 4 years ago and loved it ever since. So always loved coming down. Ball's in the hands again here of Jones, who's kicked the early goal for the Sainers. And he'll direct kick going forward, and he's the captain for the Hawks, Ned Brewer, Maig. Well, what do you think of these two teams, Brad? Obviously, we mentioned that your Doggies beat the Hawks in the last game. Saints are coming forward again. Are two good units, these sides? Yeah, two big teams as Lockie goes forward and kicks a goal. Yes. They're two big heavyweights, and Ned in particular for the Hawks has got a big load to carry today. But hopefully we see a good couple of games today, not just this one. Yep, as St Kilda's kicked another goal here. Lachlan Kosick kicking that one. He's been very good early. He's been a gun. He's been very good. Up in the ruck again against Ned. as he gets the tap out and he rucks his own ball again as he kicks it into the forward line. Another beautiful mark there for St Kilda. It looks like Shannon Jones is going to be lining up for another one. Bit of a tougher angle though on this kick.
He's usually a lovely kick though, so I'd back him to kick it from here.
Yep.
There we go.
We've already seen that, haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately we've got a... Oh. And he's kicked a behind there.
We've molested him a little bit.
Yeah, we lost him behind the...
Sorry about
sure
that,
what
Sharon.
that is, but...
Sorry, Jonesy.
Yeah. As Hawthorn's going to be kicking out of their defensive end. Hopefully can get a few strings of play going here as Ned gets the... Ned, the captain, he's got the mark here for Hawthorn. Oh no, the umpire's going to throw it up, I think. Yep, the umpire's going to throw it up. So another rock contest between Lachlan and Ned here.
Yeah,
Is a lovely
I think what
tap
happened
out
there was
the
the
back.
ball turned off, which means they have to ball it up.
Of course.
Yes. Thank you for that, Brad, as the Saints go forward again.
And the big mark from Shannon, and he plays on and kicks a goal.
Yep. Oh, they've got some problems with Shannon Jones early on. He's got a couple of snags.
Yeah, good chemistry between Shannon and Lachlan. They're working very well together. You can see why St Kilda's up there at the top of the ladder.
Yes, yep. They're flying early on, the Saints. I think we actually, like you're mentioning, Brad, I think we need a new football. We've got a dud early on.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us about the footy and how it acts so that you boys are able to play?
It's quite different to a lot of the other blind sports. Most of the other blind sports have like a bell or ball bearings inside.
Yep.
But it doesn't actually quite work because the ball's always in the air. You don't hear the bell. The bells would just go to the back of the ball and you don't hear anything.
Yeah.
So they've really had to manufacture something that makes a constant noise like this. So it's an electronic thing. The unfortunate thing is we've had to go through a few iterations of it to stop the ball popping constantly.
Oh.
But yeah, I think Sharon have done, they do amazing work and it looks like they've got it sorted now.
Well, we've got a few of the folks on the sideline here who are desperately going through the box to try and find a football that is right to go and pumped up. I think we've got a few that are
charged as well.
Yeah, and charged.
Luckily, it looks like we've got a few backups here, so I should be continuing play soon.
Well, the Hawks are out to an early lead while we have this short stoppage in play. 3-1-19 they are.
Very, very stiff for Hawthorn. They took a mark out there on the wing, but the ball up meant that it complete change in momentum.
Yeah, yep, that's a good call. As Austin mentioned earlier on, just flat 10-minute quarters. We only get time off for instances like this where we need to go and source a new footy. You want to tell us a bit more, Brad, about how people in our community are able to get involved in this league here in Victoria and around the state as well? The country, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, so I think their Facebook page is Victoria Blind Football Association or something like that. It's where you're watching now, I guess. But it's fantastic. Everyone is willing to help you and get involved, no matter what skill level, even if you're a bit nervous. It's all about, getting involved and having fun and getting active, which can be a problem for impaired people. So, yeah, it's really exciting to have this, as you were saying before, this is the Premier League within Australia, and we've got a whole allies team that have come all the way around from Australia to come play. So,
yep.
Obviously, we love it.
I've seen there's junior programs as well to get involved with, so it doesn't matter what age or what's going on, you can get involved, come down, have a look, and they're always looking for more players to expand the league, so it's a great initiative. So if anyone's thinking about it, just come on down, have a look, see if it's for you.
Well, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? I mean, we talk about what an important part this sport plays, in our community, and it's important to have leagues like this so that it facilitates everybody can play. And obviously, I'd almost argue that we've got some of our most committed footballers in the country. If they're coming from WA, Brad, the other side of the continent. God.
Yeah, it's good fun. We, it's been good. We've had the Eagles and Fremantle get on board in WA, so we've run our own little thing, and we're starting in October. But obviously, it's not on quite the scale this is. So but hopefully every state can grow a little bit and bigger, and then we can maybe get a state of origin kind of thing going on in the future.
Yep.
I think if I were Hawthorn, I'd probably look to change it up here. I would probably get Matt McCarthy in the ruck rather than as the midfielder, or Stephen Palmer as the midfielder, and freeing that up a bit because they're losing the ruck tap anyway. And I think that might help them get the ball because they're not getting that first possession.
It's a good exercise, Austin, in the... it doesn't matter about the size of the person, but the fight in the heart of the person. We were talking about the height mismatch. And Kosic has really dominated in the middle, like Brad was saying, winning that tip out and then getting on the footy, on that loose footy around the ground.
Yeah, Hawthorn struggling to get
Ned back, and they put Ollie in the ruck.
They've made an early change. Ollie Oglethorpe.
They've had a little intermission to have a little team meeting, have a think about how they can change things up and try switch the momentum back over Hawthorn way. Maybe the stop in play could work for the Hawks here. St Kilda seem to have all the momentum as the umpire balls it up. And Kosic once again gets the tap and his own ruck, and he takes a shot on goal. Oh, and it bounces out just at the last second. That looked like a sure goal from here, but that's the thing with the AFL ball. It does strange things when it hits the ground.
Brad, how do you go with the coaches and tactics and sorts of things? It is a high game from a tactical standpoint?
Yeah, I think the game's a bit too early to do a whole lot of that. I think you've sort of got to work based on people's sight and what you know about them, because obviously you can have things like RP where it's a tunnel and the guys aren't going to sit on the ground, but they're going to take a good mark in the air. Or you're going to have guys like Sean Brown who are really quick on the ground, but they're probably not going to get that high ball.
Kosic again, who's absolutely dominated the early stanza of this one. Couldn't find a teammate there. Picked up by the Hawks skipper.
Oh, Marcus sidestep.
It's good work. Handballed out into space. Hawthorn coming forward really for the first time. Sean Brown doing some good work at halfback. Another chance here for the Saints, and Kosic. Al Kosic, the Saints, 3 votes, I reckon, early on. Nice mark taken in the middle of the ground by Jones.
Yeah, it'll be tough between either him and Jones, as
quick.
Jones takes another mark here, sort of on centre field. Thought Hawthorn maybe could have slipped one through there, but the Saints have managed to peg it back. And Kosic, once again, he's been all over the ground as Jones, nice kick over there for St Kilda, as Sean Brown's got the ball and kicks it into the St Kilda forward line. And it dribbles in, and good defence there by Hawthorn as the captain brings it out of the defensive line there for the Hawks.
A couple of the Saints players just colliding there, picking themselves up. Thankfully, no harm done. Brown starting to get involved.
Good intercept mark by Ned in the centre of defence. He goes forward straight to Matt McCarthy, who runs through.
Yeah, fast break potentially here for the Hawks.
Serbi's in the goal square. Brownie cleans up.
Good defending again by Brown. Great kick as well. It's bounced all the way back to the forward zone. Look at that dash and run, though, off half-back.
Yeah, you can see why Ned Brewer's the captain there for the Hawks. He's been instrumental today, keeping them in the game.
Has he been penalised there, Brad, I think, for travelling too far?
No, holding the ball. So it's not a tackle here. It's a two-handed touch. And he was two-handed touch by Lachlan just before he got rid of the ball. So Lachlan will have a set shot just inside the arc, I think.
It's a good forward pressure by the Saints.
Absolutely. Yes, Lachlan's going to line up for a goal here to add to his impressive resume for today. Put the Saints up by over 20 points here with
Ned was just
score.
trying to get that little bit too much space to get out, but Lockie was too quick.
As he lines up for his shot. That's a lovely shot on goal for the Saints. So that's another one here for the Saints as they move to 25 here in the early stages of the game. 4 goals, 125 to 0-0 for Hawthorn. 2 minutes 40 to go here in the first quarter.
Brad, do you want to tell us about the Doggies? You've got the Bombers coming up in the next game, and you're playing again later on against the Hawks. You're looking good and feeling good ahead of the finals?
Yeah. We I've only been able to play one round so far, but the team have been able to get it done really nicely as we see a mark for Ingrid coming up to have a shot at goal. I'm hoping that we can have a good day out, and then obviously the Allies this afternoon, which is the really exciting one.
This is Ingrid McKenna from right in front. Not a bad kick. Not a bad kick at all. Straight through the high diddle-diddle. They've got their 5th, the Saints. Top of the table, Saints. Running amok. And for those that are going to stick around and watch all the action today, you'll be able to see Brad running around in the blue jumpers for the Doggies with the number 2 on the back. Is that your number, Brad?
Yeah, it is.
I'm glad to hear that it is, because that's what I've got you down on my sheet.
Can't always trust those sheets, unfortunately.
No.
This is Palmer's first involvement with Stefan out on the wing there, and Ollie just misses the ball. Ingrid chasing, taps it to Brown, gives it out to Stefan. No. Seven goes through, takes a bounce, hand passes it back to Brown, and it's a mark because he's a B category player.
With the fluoro yellow wristbands. It was good work there by Brown.
Intercept mark by Stephen Palmer. I think it might be his first touch.
It's going to be a long left foot kick. He's looking for Ned. Oh, great grab
mark.
over the top.
How's that?
That's a mark of the day contender. Right in the middle of the court.
Follows it up with a
kick
great
as well.
kick.
Lovely work rate, Stephen.
Stephen Palmer, yeah, he did that initial intercept mark, gave it off to Ned, and
That was
comes
wonderful
down the
play
other
by the
end.
Hawks, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see them get a bit of link up and forward from the ground. Having their first shot on goal here is Stephen Palmer as he lines up just outside of the arc, and that's a goal.
Sneaks it home.
Yeah,
Wasn't the best looking kick, but they all count.
it just says one goal on the scoreboard. It doesn't say how it looks, so it's good for Stephen as the Hawks finally get their first goal here in the dying stages of the first quarter.
Stephen Palmer, not Palmy. Palmer.
I agree, absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Brad.
Ned Brewer-Mager is also a big fan of the Palmer, not the Palmy.
Yes, lovely. Looks like he's a big guy. We've said that a couple of times. I reckon he might have eaten a few Palmers in his day.
Big collision out there on the wing. Stephen Palmer's getting quite involved as it move it into the Saints forward line. Looks like that one might. Here we go. Ingrid hands it off and Ned intercepts, and that's the end of the first quarter here. St
That was
Kilda.
an important intercept because Kate was right behind, and that handball would have been classed as a mark and a kick after the siren.
Here you go. So at the end of the first quarter, we've got St Kilda 5-4-34 to Hawthorn 1-0-6.
Started to look better late in that opening term, didn't they, the Hawks, Brad? But still got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, it's. I think sight's a big key. I think St Kilda have a little bit more than Hawthorn today, and it makes it a bit hard. But Ned and Palmer towards the end there, and Macker at the start were working hard to get a better finish to the quarter, and hopefully they can take that momentum through to the next.
Yeah, they certainly looked a lot better there in those last sort of 3 to 4 minutes. You could see a bit of momentum shifting towards their end.
Just a 2.5 minute break here in between quarters as we can see the two sets of players coming in and getting some sets of instructions. Wonder what the Saints will be thinking at that break. Obviously a nice 28-point lead at quarter time.
They'll be thinking just keep doing what you're doing. They're obviously playing very well, and I think maybe watch out for Stephen Palmer coming out of the back line for the Hawks and Ned, because they're proving to be very good players here today. So I think you've got to watch out for them if you're St Kilda. Try to put a hold on them.
Left foot kick.
And if you're the Hawks, just try use those last few minutes as to show the rest of the team this is how we need to play for the rest of the game to try get that first win of the year.
They probably want to keep the game quite slow. If their speed on the game, I think the sight and the numbers will probably get St Kilda over. But if Ned and Palmer and Ollie and they can slow it and mark it, kick and chip it around, I think that'll help them a bit more and frustrate the Saints.
That little delay we had in the first quarter really did help them, didn't it, the Hawks? They looked a lot better after that little break.
Sometimes it's all you need, just a little
momentum
reset.
breaker. Yeah,
we talk about that in footy about when there's some teams kicked a few goals is. Just close your eyes, reset, redo it, and just go at it with a fresh start. Instead of getting weighed down on what's happened, just reset and go again.
The Saints, as we mentioned, looking for their 7th win of the season. 6-1 they are coming into today.
As with the Bulldogs, so we'll be looking forward to the St Kilda Bulldogs matchup a bit later this afternoon.
Yes.
I know you'll be looking forward to that, Brad.
Well, the Saints, we mentioned they've only got one loss. The only loss that they suffered was to the Bulldogs in round 6. Both of those teams have handed each other a loss, so that'll be for the, we'll call it the minor premiership as we turn and look for the finals. And that is assuming, of course, that the Saints get up here over the Hawks and Brad's Doggies can do a number on the Bombers.
Yeah, we could set up a big game this afternoon before the Allied game as well.
Just about set to go for the second quarter. The Hawks have...
Interesting, the Saints have sent Sean Brown, who's 5'6", into the ruck.
Ollie Olgathorpe in there for the Hawks.
He won't like that I've called that out on radio.
Well, we might have a talking to, Brad, after this game. Look out. The Hawks have Ned Brewer-Mag on the bench here, so he's not going to start this second term.
Yeah, directing traffic from the sidelines is Ned.
Showing great leadership, the Parmigiana lover. We learnt that about him in the first quarter. Underway for the second. 5'7". Sean Brown going after it. If you mentioned it, Brad, I'm going to mention it too. Oh, Lockie's just had a bounce away from him a couple of times. Good pressure though from Palmer. Lockie not able to score on that occasion.
Nearly a nice little check side there from Lockie, but he's just
Probably
missed.
could have looked at it, hitting up Kadek in the goal square there maybe. He went the outside of the boot check side.
Hawks to bring it back in. Kepi Johnson. We saw him down below earlier on, Austin, with the number 33 on the back. We'll call him Cyril.
Yeah,
Cyril
absolutely.
Rioli, the magic man.
That.
It's a nice number to have on the back.
In the Hawks jumper, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know Nettie goes number 9 for Shawnee Burgoyne as well.
Silk. They're in attack early on. Again here, the Saints. And they're going to get a look here.
That's a mark there for Kadak. He's got low vision, so a handball does count as a mark as he lines up. It's a bit of a tight angle here. It'll be a tough kick.
This is a good opportunity for them.
Great calling out by Sean Brown. Good communication, which is very important.
And if you can hear the sound coming from behind the goals, that's just to help the players realise where the middle of the sticks is as he takes a kick, and I reckon he's just missed that to the left. Looked good off the boot, but just hanged on the side there as St Kilda gets another point here in the early stages of the second quarter. As we've got Sebi Johnson here kicking out for the Hawks, number 33, Cyril Rioli.
Cyril Johnson.
Cyril Johnson. Nice kick out to Palmer. Hands it off there to Matthew McCarthy as St Kilda runs back into the forward line.
Play.
It was a great pick up there, and he's going to follow up his own. He's followed up his own kick. And
marked by Palmer.
Yep, he's been everywhere today, hasn't he? Maybe he's wearing the 23 and he's back for Lance
that long
Franklin.
left foot kick.
Maka is chasing after it. Is he going to get there? We blocked a bit. He might.
Just got our vision obscured a little bit here at the Action Indoors Footy Arena. The Saints should be able to bounce off half back here. Lockie will go for a run. Only allowed to have one bounce, of course, in the
Brownie at the back of
blind
the
footy.
square. Is he going to get
Yeah,
it?
beautiful.
Yeah,
Just through the
not giving
arms.
it.
Still a chance.
Yeah,
Bang.
he's got it.
Good work by the Saints.
It's a goal for Sean Brown there, set up by Lachlan Kosick. Once again, Lachlan's just everywhere today.
He just waited nicely, didn't he?
He did.
He had a bit of time and he used it.
Yeah, he didn't rush things. He had his bounce, knew he had to get rid of it, held up for a second, lovely kick in. St Kilda moves to 7 goals, 950.
That's something that's quite important with this game as well. You know, you see in regular AFL, you know, you guys get bulleted on the chest, but, you know, it's not really going to work because, you know, eyes aren't going to adjust to it quick enough. So a ball like that that's floated over the top is really good.
Yep. Coming forward again here, the Saints. Brownie. Ned. He's back out here.
He's back on the field.
Fighting for it across half back. Oh,
Snap
what a
off
goal.
the ground. How was that?
Great stuff there by Lachlan Kosick. Great footy. What a finish.
Yeah, great pick up the ground. Straight on the boot. Snaps it in.
He just knew where the goals were, didn't he?
He did. He seems
Instinct.
to...
Is that his third for the day?
Yes, I got him down for 3. There's going to be a few more to come. The form he's on. The captain for the Hawks.
So now the mercy rule's in place, so they start. Hawks get to start straight out from the centre. And the ball's hit the roof, so we'll have a ball up.
We also have something to look out for involved in the mercy rule. Brad, I think when the score is beyond, is it 10 goals, the scores become double?
50 points.
Beyond 50. So that's in play now. Every goal that the Hawks kick from here on in, and they've got one as well through Ned. So they'll get double points for that. So that should be 12. The big captain, Ned Brewer-Maig, pulls one back.
Yeah, that's a captain's goal if I've ever seen one. Hawks definitely needed that one. Good to have him back on the ground.
Coming back on the ground and having an immediate impact.
Big tap out there from Ned, but looks like Lachlan Kosik is going to wrap that one up as he moves the ball into the St Kilda forward line. But there is Ned once again. Gets a nice handball out there under pressure. As St Kilda is going to run into another goal here, but he's just missed that one to the right. He's going to be kicking himself for that one.
With that.
Yeah.
Done all the hard work. And
yeah, Stefan Nero just missed that one. He's still going to be thinking about that one tomorrow, I think.
Right, just getting it out of the way now, not in the Allies game later on.
Yes. We'll see him in the Allies jumper later on. Can you tell us a bit, Brad, about the community off the court and how you guys rally around one another? Obviously, you go to battle on the court, but off the court?
No, we're all very close. I think you have to be, because a lot of what you learn as a vision impaired person is from your peers.
Yep.
So, you know, all those little tips and tricks and you know, little bits of technology to buy, you learn from each other. And a lot of us have played other blind sports like cricket together. About 5 or 6 of us were recently playing for Australia against New Zealand in Brisbane. So, you know, we're all very well connected and, you know, have a lot of fun together.
Ned Brewer-Maig again. His kicks just floated away into on the chest of Lachlan Kosik. The Saints defending here.
Yeah, weathering a bit of a storm here, the Saints. Hawks have, as
Palmer's trying to go after that mark. He's a little bit injured behind the play. The Saints are going to kick a goal off the boot of Kate Aarons.
Very unselfish there by Sean.
Yep, sharing the cake.
Spotted up Kate and she slotted it nicely.
Great kick. She didn't think about it. Straight on the boot. Knew where the goals was. And St Kilda get one back on the Hawks there. It seems as though Hawthorn had a little bit going there the last few minutes, so Saints will be happy with that.
40.
Yeah, just snuck past Palmer there. Didn't quite get the two hands to it, and they made them pay.
He's come off the court as well, Steve, but he looks okay. Hawks will be hoping they can get him back out there.
Great kick.
Yeah, beautiful link-up play there. Brewer-Maig. I think it's Matty McCarthy who's with ball in hand.
McCarthy, the Aussie cricket captain. He hits the roof. You wouldn't be too happy with that. He was online, so it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. It looked like it was going to be a goal. Got a bit too much on the kick there.
Can't quite take a trick at the moment, the Hawks.
No.
They've got it deep in their attack. Brewer-Maig. Maybe another go here for McCarthy. Around the body, it's across the face. Saints called into defence again. Going across the goal mouth. Saints will take over.
Look at Brown, work hard straight away. He's right way out the back. Not spotted though.
Yeah, it'll take a nice kick here from Lachlan, as that's exactly what he does.
It's a beauty.
Lands nearly on his chest as he moves it into the Saints forward line. As Big Ned, the captain's fighting for the ball here. But a lovely pickup. Sells a bit of candy, gives the hand off.
Lovely work by Stefan Nero there.
Kate Aarons is going to be lining up again for St Kilda here. And that's a fantastic looking kick. Split the middle. That's 2 in a row there for the Kate and for St Kilda. Great football there. How was the pickup? Sold a bit of candy. Got the ball in there, and
I think that was one of the cases where vision impairment came into it a bit of it, because Ned is one of those ones with a tunnel, and he didn't quite see Stefan coming, and he sort of went at it thinking he had a bit of time, and Stefan ran around in front and got the ball.
Yep.
10-goal opening half for the Saints. That was a great kick from Kate. If that net wasn't there, that footy would have dropped right on top of the bell that they were ringing behind the goals. That's how accurate it was.
Great mark, Ned.
Yeah, fantastic. Yep. Starting to get into the game. He should be able to go back and kick his second goal here.
Nice kick in there from Andrew Close as he takes the snap, and another captain's goal. He's been good this quarter. Hawthorn's managed to pip a few back here, which is good to see, as we've only got 30 seconds left here in the second quarter.
2 big 12-pointers from Ned this quarter. Kept them in it.
I was going to say a moment ago, the Saints number 2 in the league for points scored coming into this round. 694 total, averaging 99 a game, so knocking on the door of averaging 100 points a game as they come forward again. Mark paid here, Brown, Kosic, unselfish. Have a mark right in front. That was good play there, wasn't it, Brad?
Yeah, lovely. That was a lot better. You learned from the one before, where he didn't give it to him, and he gave that one to him, and now they've got a chance to end the quarter with a nice 12-pointer.
After the halftime siren, Kadak Atayanak had an earlier look in this quarter. There's a much straighter angle, and he's got it.
It's a 12-pointer.
That's a big one for the Saints, right on halftime.
Yeah, big 12-pointer for the Saints there.
So they're going to take a comfortable lead into the halftime break. Halftime of our first game here today. The margin 56 points. The Saints 12, 15, 87. Leading Hawthorn 5-1, 31. Who have been good value, but just not quite looking as potent going forward. The Saints have shown why they're on top of the table, and maybe the team to beat, although maybe we shouldn't say that with Brad here. His Bulldogs will have something to say about that.
No, we're just trying to rev him up to make sure we get a good game out of those two. Yeah, well, the Doggies are the only team who's scored more points this season than the Saints, so it's going to be a very enticing matchup. We're all very excited to see. And it's good to see Hawthorn. I think that sort of second half of that last quarter, that really turned things around a bit. Looked a lot better than they did in the first quarter.
Might take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of our opening game here. The Saints and the Hawks at halftime. It's the Saints leading the Hawks by 57 points. Welcome back, everybody, to the Action Indoor Footy Arena out here in Tullamarine, the Victorian Blind Football League. Round 8 action, the first of 4 games for you today. We have 4 games left in the regular season, and then at the end of today we'll have our All-Stars against Victoria. We're looking very much forward to that. This is the Pride round in the Victorian Blind Footy League. Brent Sternberg, Austin Kruger here with you, and special guest Bradley Bryder, who's going to leave us at the end of this quarter. His doggies are coming up in the second game today against the Bombers. Half-time here of our first game, and it's the top of the table Saints, who are in a good position at half-time. 12-15, 87 they are. Hawthorn 56 points in arrears, 5-1, 31. What did you make overall of that opening half, Brad?
Yeah, I think Hawthorn were fighting hard, but St Kilda just showed a lot of class. I don't think Stefan Ure really came into it until late, halfway through the second, and he's one of their better players. So they've really done it well. I think Shannon spent a large majority of the second quarter on the bench as well. So they're right in front and got the pressure on, but and that last goal didn't help in the Hawthorn's case. Yep. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Hawthorn can turn it around. I think they're running with Ollie in the ruck and Macca in the middle.
Yeah, as the umpire gets ready to ball it up here, we're going to have Lachlan Kosick in the ruck.
And Ingrid in the middle.
Ingrid's in the middle, and Ollie Oglethorpe for the Hawks also going up against the ruck. As the siren sounds here for the third quarter as we get underway, and Lachlan gets the tap and picks up his own ruck again as he moves it into the forward line. Unselfish play. Passes it off to Shannon Jones, and that's an early goal there for the Saints. So
second half starts as the first did.
To
Shannon.
Yeah, not the ideal start there for the Hawks, but St Kilda showing us why they're one of the best teams in the comp.
Dare we say normal programming resumes. Quick footy out of the middle. That's the third for Jonesy, the captain, of course, for the Saints.
Yeah, nice to have him back on the ground for the Saints by the looks of it. As Ollie Oglethorpe's going to be taking the ball out of the middle here as the mercy rules in play at the moment for the Hawks. As he brings it into the forward line, and
that was well done.
Lovely done there by McCarthy.
Well judged.
Nice little soccer off the ground there, and 2 quick goals to start off this third quarter. It's been an entertaining matchup nonetheless. Been some great goals we've seen here this afternoon, or this morning actually.
That's another little example as well of it doesn't matter what type of footy you're talking about, getting it out of the middle is crucial, Brad.
Oh, absolutely.
This is Oglethorpe's going to be taking it out of the middle once again. He's a good ball user, so I can see why they've put him up there as it moves into the Hawthorn goals.
Oh, big hit shoulder.
Big hit there by McCarthy as he puts Sean Brown down. And Ingrid's going to wrap this up. Kick it out to Lachlan Rusick, and McCarthy had him on his tail there, and a lovely kick into Jones once again.
Good was that.
As good a delivery as you'll ever want to get.
Yeah, absolutely perfect kick. Yeah, like I said before, the chemistry between these two is just between Rusick and Jones. I mean Kosick and Jones. And he's missed that one just to the right. So a rare miss there for old Jonesy, the captain. 3 goals, 1 today.
How important would that be, Brad, for players to have played a lot of football, this type of football, together?
Yeah, I think it's as well as just playing football, because it's not... so an example of it is Stephen Palmer. He's played a lot of outdoor disability football.
Yep.
And it doesn't quite translate because it's smaller and you need to hit a closer target, so it doesn't work as well for his tunnel.
Great defending there.
As you see, a great chase down from Lachlan Kosick in the middle on Matt McCarthy. But yeah, it's definitely that connection between players has to grow over time. It doesn't just happen.
Yep.
And you need to know each other's sights, and that's the big one. You need to know who can see what, and how far, what kind of delivery they need. So yeah, it's really important. That's a good example there. Ingrid was never probably going to get that one, although with a good targeted kick, it's just one that was always going to be difficult for them to get over there in that side.
Yep.
Because especially looking into those lights.
Come away off half back, McCarthy. Handball was just a little bit too close for close. We might have another opportunity here. Maybe McCarthy can give it back. He's gone with a clever handball over the head to find a running Palmer.
Oh, great chase there again by Lachlan. Two great chases already this quarter.
We saved them a couple of times in this quarter, like you mentioned, Brad. A couple of fast breaks.
Yeah, not just an offensive player. He kicks it into Jones again. A great kick. couldn't ask her any better as a forward line.
Look, and the
And
Saints.
you can't really blame Stephen for trying to take the game on there. That was sort of his only option. But yeah, just a really good chase by Lachlan and an even better kick to follow.
How does Jonesy go here for his fourth? Pretty good. Pump of the fist from Jonesy, and he comes for a spell. Saints keep the scoreboard ticking over. The captain for the Saints has got goal number 4.
I'll tell you what I think the Saints could do with Jonesy and Lachlan Kosic playing for us against the Cats tonight, the way they're going.
I was going to say about Lockie Kosic, put him in the middle.
Yeah.
Alongside Brad Crouch in the board.
I think Max King could do with a few better kicks into the forward line. So I reckon get him down to Continue Park this evening. Straight in the V line.
That's a pretty good kick as
Great
well,
kick
that
him
one. Yeah.
There by Ned, just outside the 50 though, so he's got to pass it off.
Yeah, so you can only have a shot on goal inside the forward 50, forward arc, is it, Brad?
Yes, yeah, just outside the arc. Palmer's got it now, right in the middle. He's got to look to find someone close. He's there. Can he hit him? Oh, not quite, but Ned chases it up, gets around, has a snap, just misses.
That would have been a magic goal.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that worked, how we put it on the boot, but it looked good.
Great pressure there by Nero as well to make it as difficult as possible.
Kosic running off half back. Another nice kick.
Brown's chasing after it. Can he get a good pick up? He has. He's handballed it back into the middle without really looking. And now Neddy's had a fumble, and Lachlan tries to pick it up one-handed, had the fumble as well. Taps it forward to himself. Now he's in the arc. Had a look, and kicks it just over Brown's head. He's going to find it in the pocket in our obscure area.
Wasn't far away, that check side from Lockie.
Yeah, he's had a
Rolled
few.
into the goal square and through for a behind, I think.
He's had a couple of tries at the check side today, but hasn't been able to manage a goal from it.
Well, they've knocked up the ton, the Saints. We said that they've averaged 99 points a game, 14, 16, 100, with just over 4 minutes to play in the third quarter.
Well, first to 100 wins, is it? That's normally the method.
It's a pretty good metric, isn't it? Hawthorn 7-3,
Because of
45.
the mercy rule, they kick from the arc for the behind. So Mel has the ball on the arc for Hawthorn, and she's going to kick it forward.
Right at centre half back. Ingrid McKenna might be a chance to collect this one. Good pick up. Brown just lost his footing. Good recovery though, the desperate Sean Brown.
Ooh, nearly a big collision there.
It was brave going back with the flight there by Stefan
Great
Nero.
collect by Stefan Nero, but then tries to do a little bit too much and gets tackled by Stephen Palmer.
Just asking our umpire, Shiv, what that was for.
I think Stephen got a little bit surprised by the mark call.
Yep.
And it just threw him off a little bit, but he's been playing very well so far. So we won't hold it against him.
As the captain here for the Hawks, Ned Brewer's got the ball just on centre wing here as he thinks about having a kick in and a handball as he passes that one off. And he gets the kick in and it might come back here to Brewer, but he's nice pick up there as he runs across the boundary. Oh, nearly dribbles in a ripper, but I think the umpire's going to call them back here.
Tried to take on Brown, but he got the two hands on him just before he kicked it.
Yep, so that's going to be holding the ball as we've got Sean Brown here for the Saints.
So it's got to be the space if he wants it.
He's nice little kick in there, good competition there between McCarthy and Kosic. And great smother.
And doing some good 1%ers today, Lachlan.
Yeah, some of his defensive acts have been amazing here today as we can't quite see what's going on down here in the left pocket here for the Saints. And someone's dribbled that one in from nowhere. What a goal that was for the Saints.
Who kicked that?
Yeah,
I think it might have been Stefan.
Unfortunately, there's a big building in the way of that pocket, so we couldn't quite see.
A nice little dribbler that came out of the obscured area.
We just saw the footy come out of absolutely nowhere and dribble in.
Straight through the
middle.
It's a shame because we can't attribute it.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful goal nonetheless.
As Brewer's going to bring it into their forward arc here for the Hawks. Nice kick in there to Ollie Oglethorpe. As he's bit too far out to have a shot, so he's going to look to set this one up to one of his teammates. McCarthy's looking dangerous this quarter. He's trying to get a bit of space here as Ollie kicks the ball in, and they're going to pay that a mark there to Lachlan Kosic.
Put himself right in the hole.
Yep. Yeah, he kicks goals, he does smothers, he takes marks into the defence. What doesn't he do? He just looks like he's going to take a little breather here and just try. Well, he's called play on, so he has to put it on the boot there, but that's not a bad kick into the St Kilda forward line. Nice pick up, and Ingrid McKenna's going to take a snap there. Great goal.
Collect by Ingrid and snap as well.
How was the little tap there from Kate Aarons?
Yeah.
So Ingrid McKenna can run into
Beautiful
it.
play.
Yeah. Once again, started with Lachlan Kosick. Nice mark.
Another little example there of a couple of players that have played a bit together and just know where they're going to run, you know, just on the same page. Know their own abilities as well, which is important, Brad, like you spoke about.
Oh, great intercept.
And good work there from Nero.
Great intercept by Stefan Nero.
Who can he pick out here for the Saints? He's
Joyce.
put that one almost out of the stadium. A little bit upset with himself, but that's okay. We'll get a stoppage here in the attacking half of the Hawks.
Yeah, as you can see on the roof, there's been a few footies lodged up into...
We almost had another one there.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get those ones down.
Maybe that's what he was trying to do, Stefan. Get one of those footies down.
Yeah, they want a new pill in there. This one's not quite working for him. As McCarthy looks to wrap this one up. There's a nice little tap out the back, but unfortunately it's going to go back to St Kilda.
He's got to find the target, and he's gone.
Good kick.
Straight to Shannon, who plays on, and goals.
Goal. That's his 5th, the skipper for the Saints, as he comes back onto the ground and has an immediate impact here.
He had a little think about that play on. I think that right on the siren, but it nearly cost him. Macca nearly got to him, but it was a lovely pass from Stefan and great finish.
And the second quarter in a row that the Saints get one right on the buzzer. 17-19, 121 they are, and the Hawks 7-3-45. We mentioned coming into this one that they were very close to Brad's Dogs in the last game, but looks like they're going to go down here a little bit more comfortably as we bid farewell to Bradley Bryder. And we're going to see him play for the Bulldogs in the next game, but he'll also be, Austin, a part of the Allies squad as well a little bit later today. So hopefully he won't be able to hear us barracking for the Vicks in that final game. No, I'm only kidding.
No, none of that happening. But yeah, we're very excited for the Allies versus the Mix matchup. That's just going to be a fantastic game between some of the best players in this league. So once we finish off the Bombers and Hawthorn game, we'll move on to that, and we're all very excited. At 3/4 time here down at Indoor Action Arena at Tullamarine. And St Kilda, big lead here coming into the last quarter.
Well, this is good for the Saints. They will get their 7th win of the season. And they'll be watching the next game, the Bulldogs and the Bombers, and hoping that the Bombers can spring an upset. If they do, that'll almost be their top spot on the ladder sewn up. They'll then have to obviously beat the Bulldogs themselves.
Well, yeah, the Bombers have definitely been a bit chippy this year. They've been in a lot of the games they've played. Their for and against actually isn't too far away. So based off that, you could think they should have a few more wins on the board. So who knows? The Bombers could have a little upset, which I'm sure St Kilda will be hoping for.
The Bombers not playing too far from the part of the city that is red and black out here in Tullamarine, where the Bombers train, of course. It's a big time for Essendon, isn't it? They've got their women's team entering the AFLW. They've just come off the VFLW Premiership. And they'll have their AFL blind side up next, taking on the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's all happening down at Windy Hill. As the teams have their last little meeting here before the 4th quarter starts.
I think they'll be just keen, the Hawk coaches, to see how their men and women run out this final quarter.
That's it. Yep, as the players get into positions now, getting ready for our last quarter.
Who are they put into this ruck contest here to start the quarter? It looks like it's going to be Sean Brown for the Saints.
Maybe Stephen Palmer, by the looks of it, for the Hawks, who's been very good today. He's been everywhere along with McCarthy. So, yeah, it's not a bad decision, I think, setting those two in the middle. They've both been around the ball a lot. So, try and get that red-hot start here for the Hawks, as the Saints have got Ingrid McKenna starting in the middle as well. And looks like Sean and Stefan Nero. Oh no, Ingrid's going back into the forward line as the umpire gets ready to ball it up here. Players getting a bit chippy there in the ruck by the looks of it, as as he balls it up. Great tap there, and fantastic spoil by Stefan Nero. And he follows it up with a fantastic pickup, handballs it in, couldn't quite get, the umpire's going to bring it back here, I think. No. We've got Stephen Palmer bringing out to McCarthy, back to, he's just missed that one too. That would have been good, as Jones is putting his head over the ball here, but McCarthy proving too strong with a big handball. And geez, once again, Stefan Nero.
Hasn't he put in the shift defensively today? A great kick
follows it up with a great kick. And Jones plays on, looking for his sixth here. And he goes for the unselfish play, and he's going to have a snap around, and that is Shannon Jones' sixth goal. Yep, tried sharing the cake, which we love to see, and thought, no, I'm going to have to do this by myself. As St Kilda gets the first goal here of the final quarter.
Yeah, trying to bring Kadek Atayanak into the game. Not able to quite link up with the handball. Of course, Kadek kicked that big goal right on half-time that really sent the Saints on their way in this one. In the end, the captain just helps himself to his sixth goal.
Stephen Palmer's going to bring the ball in for the Hawks as the mercy rule's in play. Couldn't quite get a mark there. And once again, it's moved into this part of the ground where we are struggling to get much of a view. I think St Kilda's kicked the ball out here. Yep, as Sean Brown moves it into the forward line and nearly gets the mark there for... and lovely pick up, and that's going to be a mark for Kadak for the Saints. He's going to line up for his second here, another 12-pointer. Possibly on the cards here for the Saints, which will really not help Hawthorn's case. As you can hear the sounds coming from behind the goals to help the A-class players.
This is about where he kicked that one, right on the half-time siren.
Yep. And that's his second goal here for for Kadak. And a lovely kick there. He's got a very, very good run-up. I like that. Kept the ball nice and low, just like Tony Lockett did. As another 12-pointer here for the Saints.
It was much better play as well there from, who was it? Sean Brown in the build-up with that handball that was initially an errant one, but went back onto it, and much better, much easier for Kadak to mark at the top of the goal square. And so still with the mercy rule in effect, Hawthorn coming out of the middle. McCarthy, good hit up. He's got Palmer. Just thought about giving it back. Now goes by hand.
Nearly gets it Andrew Close there.
Yeah. Not able to quite find his teammate. And the Saints through. Lockie, Kosic.
Another little problem with the ball there. They've just had to switch it back on.
Yep, I think we're coming back. I think Hawthorn have a free kick here.
Yep.
It's going Palmer's way. Won't be able to score from here. Can't score from beyond the... We'll call it the 50-metre line. Not 50 metres, of course, but we'll call it that because that's that's our reference point normally. So this is going to be our third footy that we need to use. We had Brad Bryder earlier on telling us about all the issues that they've had with designing a football that can suit all of the players out there and their certain abilities.
Yeah,
if we're going through a footy every quarter and a half, I hope we've got plenty down there.
We're going to need a few footies, I think. Well, I see a few boxes on the ground and plenty of footies lying about. I'm not sure why the siren's just gone off there, but...
I think that might have been letting them know
time back on, was it?
Restarting, yeah. Maybe the Saints on a fast break down the middle. Nero went down low, Nero. Good smother there on the Jones kick from Palmer, and now it's with McCarthy. Bounces one down towards the half-forward line. Kosic should be able to have this one covered. Yeah, it was a clever handball just to get the tackler close to hang on and linger a little too long. It's a clever play from Kosic. He is a clever player. We've seen that plenty today.
And just a lovely kick he's got, but I think that one's not going to work out as McCarthy takes the mark here for Hawthorn, and he moves it on quickly over to Palmer. And he's going to run into the forward line here, looks for a mark, and once again Nero's defensive acts this quarter have been fantastic as it's dribbling down all the way to the St Kilda end. And nice pick up there by Hawks as they get the kick out, but here he is once again. And he's taken a shot on goal and just Missed that one, has Stefan Nero. What a purple patch he's having this quarter. He's been everywhere.
Was good defending there by Alicia Whiteley. The young lady in the bucket hat. Playing well. Good work in the back line. Hawthorn to take over.
And Sebi Johnson's going to take the mark, or take the kick, sorry, from just at the top of the arc here for Hawks. There's a big kick in. That's going to bounce over the top. That might just go all the way there. Oh, it's going to dribble in.
Oi.
And they're going to...
Cyril.
Surely they're going to call that a goal. What a fantastic goal there from Sebi Johnson.
Cyril would be happy with that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, dribbled in, couple lucky bounces, and... Have they called that a point, have they, Brent?
Yeah, I think they might have.
I think it had been just touched. Unfortunate there for Sebi Johnson. That would have been one of the goals of the day, I think. As Lachlan Koshik hits the roof here, so it's going to go back to Hawthorn. And I think Captain Ned Brewer is going to take it here, about 10 metres out from the arc. So he's going to look up to set this one up. And it's moved into that tough spot, hasn't it, Brent, where we can't see too much.
It's a bit of a black spot, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, here comes Kosic running down the wing. Kicks it into the St Kilda forward line as Stefan Nero once again just misses.
It's not missed by much.
Yeah, well, he hasn't kicked one today. He's kicked a few behind, so I think that might be his third behind for the day, Nero. So he's looking to get on the scoreboard. Something
that I don't think should be underestimated as well is the fact that we don't have the ball go out of play, obviously, because we've got the court surrounded by the net. There's a lot of running for the players that play in the midfield positions, up and back with no respite. They're quick quarters, of course, but
absolutely.
Like this guy, Lockie Kosic, he'll be absolutely knackered at the end of this game.
Yeah, with a couple more games to play, it'll be a tiring day.
Picked up by Ingrid McKenna. It's knocked the glasses off Maddie McCarthy.
He's caught the mid-air, and he's taken the mark, so that's quite an impressive play there by McCarthy.
Marked the footy Andy's glasses. Well done, Macca.
That's hard to do. That's a nice ball in, and Koshik's going to take this one out of the defensive 50. It takes a bounce. He's got to look to get rid of it now, which he does to Nero. And Brewer's on his back there, and that's a lovely handball. Nearly got the mark there for Kate Aarons. As she's got the ball here just outside of the arc and passes it off to Nero. Comes through a tackle. I think that was touched off the boot as it hits the outside post. I think that's going to be the captain's ball here for Hawthorn. Oh, they're going to bring it back into the goal square.
Again, good
for a throw up.
Good pressure there by the Hawks. McCarthy lost his glasses again. He'll have to go once more for the Hawks.
Well, he's certainly playing like he hasn't lost his glasses.
No.
He's been everywhere today.
Towards half forward. Ollie's after. Good pickup. Ollie right on the net. Taken down by Kosic.
Although Hawthorn haven't kicked as many goals this quarter, there definitely seems to be more even play, which has been good to see. And it's Kosic, lovely handball there to Kate Aarons, and she's going to line up for her second here, straight in front of goal for St Kilda. She starts just outside of the arc. Runs in with the ball and couldn't quite get the connection on that one that she was after, as the captain nearly gets cleaned up there but keeps his feet and follows it up with a fantastic kick there to Stephen Palmer. Can the Hawks try to get a couple back here before the end of the game? There's number 23 here for the Hawks. Beautiful kick.
Good defending again.
Yeah, Stefan Nero once again. Great defending. Oh, he's put it on the side of the boot and he's just missed that one. That would have been a ripper there for the captain.
He's got a bit of a mercurial streak, doesn't he, Ned? He's tried a couple of times to kick those miracle goals.
Yeah, just a bit of something out of nothing. That's what he was after. Koshik's going to start with the ball here for the Saints. Big kick in, and he's done a bit of a dribbler there as the Hawks, as Stephen Palmer's... Oh, here comes Nero again. We've called his name a few times this quarter. And gets the handball away there. Ingrid McKenna's looking to grab it, and then it might just a little bit too much on that handball. It's going to come through for a point for St Kilda.
I think you can tell that Lockie Kosic is getting a little bit tired. His last couple of disposals have not been his best.
Yep.
He must have run a mile out there today. Here's Johnson for the Hawks. Going to have another kick from centre half back. Just about kicked a goal here last time.
Yeah, I say go for it, Sebi. Why not? Chuck it on the boot. There's no one in the goal square, so go for it. Or that might just fall over to close, but Kosick once again for St Kilda puts the burners on there, and another little dribbler there. So you're right, his last few possessions just gone a little wayward, but
good attack.
Yeah, putting his head under the ball is there, Sean Brown. Ingrid McGenna plays on, and that's another goal there for the Saints just at the end of this, just before the final siren there for the Saints, as Ingrid McKenna gets her second one this morning for the Saints. As the time clock moves down. And that is the end of the first game of this morning. St Kilda 21-25, 151 to Hawthorn 7-5-47. So a big win there for the Saints. That's going to help out their percentage in keeping them at the top of the ladder. But I thought Hawthorn really did well in that last quarter to bring it back a bit.
Yeah, they stemmed the tide a little bit, didn't they? They played a lot better football in the second half, but particularly in the final quarter as well. But a good win by the Saints, so they'll have a little rest and then they'll play the Doggies that game, our third game of today. And we're expecting that one to kick off at 1:10, although of course everything might be a little bit delayed now because we had a couple of issues with our footballs. But a good game to get us off and running, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of some fantastic goals in that game. There were some really good plays by both sides. So a great start to the morning as we as the players all shake hands at the end of the game, and as we get ready for our next matchup between the Bombers and the Bulldogs, second and third on the ladder. So that'll be a good matchup. Bulldogs trying to get the win to maybe get them that minor premiership, which they might be fighting for later this afternoon. So it's a big matchup here coming up at the Indoor Action Arena in Tullamarine.
104-point winners, the Saints. Let's go down to Nick Holloway and the folks down on the court side.
then lastly from me, before I hand over to Beck and Cass, to our clubs and to our players, to Oscar from Hawthorn, Bridie from St Kilda, without your guys' support, obviously these things wouldn't happen. And so thanks for really wrapping your arms around this round and attending education and all the work you do to get this legal thing around. So thank you too. There is a very important award, Best Press, and there are some fantastic press ups around. I'm going to hand over to Beck, have a bit of talk around the why of the round, and then we'll announce that before we wrap up.
Beautiful, thanks Nick. And hello everyone, as Nick said, my name is Beck. My pronouns are she, her. Firstly, thank you so much for everyone that is here today, for getting dressed up in all their rainbow gear, whether it's socks, wristbands, shoelaces, or whether it was attending the education session Wednesday. It's been incredible to have all of you here a part of this round. Myself, I'm a bisexual woman. I'm very much happy to be a queer person, and I'm always happy to share my story and share that, especially in sport. So thank you for making sport such a special environment for people like myself and for other queer people a part of the rainbow community as well. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you. AFL Victoria have been on their LGBTQI+ journey since around August last year, where we hosted our first event on Wear It Purple Day. We're going to be doing our second Wear It Purple Day event August this year as well, and we're looking to continuously grow and develop within this space. We've been very lucky to have people on board within the schools and inclusion role as well, and we're able to lead our AFL Victoria Pride group with so much pride, so much growth, and so much enthusiasm across the whole business. So again, we're looking at really focusing on the education aspect, as much as visibility is really important, and we can see that through the lovely pride banner behind me. We know that education is the #1 thing. So please, if you have any questions, please reach out to me. We're always here to support. It's very, very educated in the space now as well. So whatever you need, please feel free to ask. No question is a silly question. We just want to support you all. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Cass. My pronoun is she, her, and I work for Pride Club. Pride Club works with mostly communities, sporting leagues and clubs to help them be more inclusive and safer spaces for LGBTI youth, anyone who's LGBTI. So it's really great to be here today and see the intersection of making AFL inclusive for everyone. I think you would all agree that it's a great sport and everyone should feel safe and welcome participating. And we know that there are only 6% of young LGBTI people who feel safe and welcome enough to participate. So across the board, if we can make people feel like sport is for them and footy is for them, it helps people feel more connected to their communities, to feel less isolated. It has massive benefits just beyond being there and playing.
Sadie Johnson and Tanya Fry. He said he's also making he's made the Victorian team for the All-Star match, so he's got a big day of footy ahead of him. So well done, Stevie and Tanya, and let's get into our big match.
Just a quick one as well. So Coles are the ones that have sponsored the award today. Coles have a fantastic LGBTQI plus vision. So if you ever want to look at a fantastic strategic plan that looks at inclusive spaces for all, Coles do such a great job. So very much thank you, Coles, for the Best Dress Award as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to Action Indoor Sports Stadium here in Tullamarine. Round 8 and 9 of the Victorian Blind Football League. Final 2 rounds of the home and away season. We have 5 games in total for you today. We've just wrapped up game number 1, where it was the Saints big winners over the Hawks by 104 points. And we're set to go here now for game number 2, the Bombers and the Bulldogs. Brent Sternberg here with you, Austin Kruger as well.
Yes, thank you, Brent. Should be a good matchup now between the Doggies and the Dons, sitting 2nd and 3rd respectively on the ladder, with the Bulldogs coming in at 2nd. And we just enjoyed the best dressed announcement, and Sebi Johnson from the Hawks, along with Tanya, got the best dressed award provided by Coles for who has been the sponsor today for the LGBTQI round here for the Blind AFL Victoria. And Coles have also got a great LGBTQI program that's helping support all of this, so we thank Coles for that. And Sebi Johnson and Tanya, I think, well deserved with the best dressed.
Still trying to work out what that is that Sebi's wearing on his head. He's got an animal costume that he's popped on. I think you said it was a goat. I'm thinking it might be a kangaroo.
My initial reaction was a kangaroo, but a goat, I feel like it could be a goat, actually.
Maybe he's wearing, it is a goat, and it's an homage to Cyril Rioli as the goat, potentially.
Well, nearly pulled off a Cyril-like goal, did Sebi Johnson in their game, as the umpire blows his whistle, and we get underway here, and Essendon gets the first tap out the back there, and the Doggies kick it into the forward line here, but the Dons, great defence as he takes a nice running mark out of their defensive 50 and puts it on his boot into the attacking end, as 2 players fighting for the ball here, and nice little handball, great pick-up, puts it onto the boot, and once again Essendon will be looking for some good defensive play to get it out, as that's what he does with a good handball. The camera lady nearly getting in the way of that one, nearly got taken out, so good to see that she didn't get taken out.
Well, it is the Action Indoor Footy Arena for a reason. She almost got involved in the action there. Our paparazzi here today. With a couple of players to watch out for the Bulldogs. We've got Brad Brighter out there, who we spoke with in the first game. He's in the number 2, just hovering around centre-half forward at the moment. Number 7 is Penelope Bunn, so she's one that Brad said watch out for her. She's going to kick plenty of goals, and she might be a chance here, Penelope. Well, the captain, Steve Obeid's nicked it. He's going to play later on today for the Victorian side. The captain, I think he said, Steve, of the Vic side, so there's a great honour for him. As we are going to see the ball dribble through here. It goes through for a behind for the Bulldogs on the first score of the game. Earlier matchups against these sides this season, the Bulldogs have had the Bombers measure on both occasions. Beat them by 34 points in round 2 and 28 points in round 5. The Bombers will have a kick in here.
They'll be looking to try and get one back on the Bombers here, and there's a couple of players fall over there, and here comes Penelope putting her head over the ball here for the Doggies, and nice little handball there, but once again good defence there by the Bombers. They've been it's been living down that end, but they've been good at getting the ball out of there, as the Doggies looking to try and get something on the scoreboard here that's not just a minor. And we've got nice big kick out there, nearly gets the roof, but it's going to land in the hands of the captain, Steve Obeid here.
Yeah, you judged that well, Steve. It's a good mark.
It's a great mark, and fantastic kick in there, I reckon. Yep, pay that one.
Our man's going to have a free kick, Brad.
Good old Bradley Brighter. We had him up in the booth there in the first game between the Saints and the Hawks. You might remember his voice, as he's going to line up here to try to kick the first goal of the afternoon here for the Doggies.
From WA, travelled a long way to play this game.
That's a goal.
Bang.
There we go. Great start here by the Doggies.
I reckon he might have given us some other names to watch. No, he was just being humble. He knew that, no, I'm the main man. I kick the goals.
I think you're right there. Yeah, he didn't want to toot his own horn too much, but I think he might have to next time. Coming all the way down from WA, I mean, you got to respect that, don't you, Brent?
Oh, man, I've done that journey a few times. That is a long trip, and that mucks with your body clock, let me tell you, let alone coming over to play a game of footy.
Need to be
a beat out of the middle, touches it on the deck, looking to bring in his teammate. We don't have a number for this young lady, I'm afraid. Well, we probably have her on her sheet, but she doesn't have a number on her back, so we can't locate
Geez, I thought that might have just dribbled in for a goal, but I think the footy at the last second just went back the other way. As we mentioned before, our football can do strange things in this game, and that's a great example of that, as that dribbles behind for a point. And here's Penelope for the Dogs, taking a lovely mark here just outside of the arc.
Penny looks like she's got some sort of tribal paint or something on her face, Penny.
Oh, fantastic kick in there to the captain, Steve O'Bede. And he's going to line up pretty much straight out in front.
Shouldn't have any issues here, you wouldn't think.
No, you wouldn't think. And that is a goal. So that one will be worth 6 points, as he's wearing the fluoro red wristbands, which means he's the C class. So still got limited vision, so 6 points on the board there for the Doggies. So they move to 2 goals, 2-14 to 0-0 for the Bombers.
Well, they are the side, the Doggies, second on the ladder, but they're the team that has been averaging the most points per game. They've kicked the most, 739, averaging 106 a game as they come forward again. And I think this might be Courtney Lewis, who we don't have a number for. She's brought her captain back into the game. They only have 2 females on their list. So we know Penny, of course. She's been in amongst it early on. I think this might be Courtney with the no number on her back.
You would think so.
Bombers with the kick in Gleeson.
Here comes our man Brad. Nice pick up there just outside of the arc. Puts it onto his boot. It's going to come back to him, actually. And he takes a nice big run there.
Oh, he knew he was gone.
Yeah, he knew he was gone before the umpire did, I think. So good sportsmanship there by Brad. He doesn't look too happy with himself, but I'm sure he'll repay that, as a wayward's ball knocked off someone's glasses here.
We saw that in the earlier game, didn't we? I think it was McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy had a couple of glass drops,
Spectacular problems.
Caught him in mid-air, so
caught the footy with one hand and the glasses with the other. That's hard to do.
Very hard to do. It's a nice big kick there for the Bombers, and Penelope looks to get it, but it bounces just past her as the Doggies bring it straight back in. And it's going to come back here for the Bombers. He's looking around for some options. Nice handball there. He split him perfectly, but couldn't quite get clean hands on the footy as Bombers finally get a good look, and I reckon that's a mark there.
Yeah, Zimmer.
How good was that mark? Just off the ground. Didn't give up on the play. Great to see there as we've got Trav Zimmer
Bright
lining
green
up.
helmet. Hard to miss.
Lines up for the Bombers first here, and that's a great looking kick to get the first goal on the board here for the Bombers. They needed that.
Yeah,
they didn't want to concede another one.
It's a good call, Austin. Zimmer goes back, the left footer. Bit of pressure on that kick, only early on. But they've just been outplayed, haven't they, the Bombers early on?
They have.
The Doggies 2-2-14. Essendon 1-3-9. I'm sorry, the Bulldogs are 2-5-17 and the Bombers are 1-3-9.
I think they've just updated the scoreboard as you were reading that out, Brent. So,
of course.
yeah.
That always seems to happen. The Bombers have it here through Bridget Jolly. In the middle of the ground. Penelope Bunn applying the pressure. Good work there from Moxley to knock it back to his teammate. He's been caught holding the ball.
It was a lovely little tap there, wasn't it?
Our girl Penelope Bunn's going to have a free kick.
Yeah, we can see why Braddles is pumped up on Penelope. She's been everywhere, hasn't she?
Well, he said she was going to kick a bag of goals. She hasn't got one yet. Won't kick one here.
Definitely set up a couple, though.
Yeah. You can hear them, I'm sure, through the effects mic yelling out, "Bunny, Bunny!"
He's the captain again, Steve. Great defence there by the Bombers. And fantastic smother. Didn't give up. 1%ers as he's trying to pick up the ball here around centre wing and manages to do so. And just a little dribble kick, but that's going to fall in Essendon's favour here. Can they get something going? Maybe get 2 in a row against the stem. Fantastic handball, wasn't it? And that's going to be a mark there for the Bombers. I think that's Bridget Jolly's got the ball there, yes, for the Bombers. And they're just getting a bit of momentum back their way here in the early stages of the game.
I love Bridget's got her hair colour-coded.
Yeah, she does too. As the captain's got it once again here for the Bombers, looking for some options inside forward 50, and there's Braddles with a great mark and kick into their forward line, and she's got a bit of space here. Does Courtney Lewis, puts it on the boot, and it's gone just over Penelope's head, but she's picked that one up nicely, and handballs it into Kingsley Williams, and he's going to line up here for the Doggies third with about a minute and a half to go in the first quarter.
Good work there by the captain, Steve O.B., just telling him, calm down, take your time. Obviously he knows the capabilities of Kingsley. You turn that into a bit of a torpedo right at the end there, Kingsley.
Yep, so that'll be 3 points as he's a B-class player, which means he's got little vision, so that's behind's worth 3 points there.
Fluoro yellow. I just remind everybody the fluoro yellow on the wrist, that's B class. A class are the pink bands on the wrist. B bright yellow and C red on the wrist. So that's how we identify our players, and the teams cannot have any more than 2 from the one class out there at one time. 6 players apiece out on the field. Well done there by Brad to win it back and give it to the captain, Obeid, who's off and running. He's had his bounce, so now he has to get rid of it. He's looking for Penelope Bunn, and why not? Been everywhere. Oh, and a great win. And Penelope Bunn handballs into the attacking zone. Kingsley Williams plays on and goes bang. Great play from the Doggies, and all their stars were involved.
Yeah, beautiful goal there by Kingsley Williams, and set up well by Penelope out on the just outside the arc there, and that's going to be another 9-pointer there for the Dogs as we push towards the end of the first quarter here, but there's still maybe just enough time for something to happen with a big punch there by the captain. And here comes Courtney. Can she produce something out of nothing here in the dying stages of this first quarter? And that is the siren. So it's the end of the first quarter here today at Latrobe Indoor Sports Stadium. The Bulldogs 3-11-29 to the Bombers 1-3-9.
Well, looks like a lot more even contest this one, doesn't it? Only one quarter down. But, yeah, I just wonder, the Doggies look a bit more potent going forward, don't they? And the Bombers, we haven't seen all their players. It took us until about half-time of the first game to get a real sense of the depth of the two squads. So we'll see some new names out there in the second quarter. But the Doggies 20 points up on the Bombers at quarter time.
Yeah, entertaining first quarter there.
And you might see, we mentioned earlier on, the Doggies are actually playing in 2 games back-to-back. They're playing the Bombers here, of course, and then the Saints, who had that big win over the Hawks earlier on today. So there might be the onus on the coaches to keep the rotations going, given the fact that they are playing 2 games in a row. Of course, playing 2 rounds of football, somebody had to play 2 games in a row, so they got the rough end of the stick, the Doggies, but I'm sure they won't mind.
Yeah, short end of the straw, but I'm sure, you know what? They get to go into the next game ready to go, already warm, so try look at it as an advantage over the Saints, who have had to sit down for a little bit, get cooled down, so who knows, they might just roll in ready to go after this. And who knows, maybe even pip St Kilda up on the top of the ladder if all goes well for the Dogs. But the Bombers are still fighting, so should be an entertaining day here as we get ready for our Allies versus Vics game at the end of proceedings, up to the end of the Bombers Hawthorn game, which we're all very excited for. It's going to be the best of the blind league going up against each other. As we mentioned, we certainly won't be going too hard for the Victorian team over the mic, but nonetheless, it's going to be a great day.
It's always tough, isn't it, when you just see that big V jumper.
Yeah,
if you're from this part of the world, your eyes light up. You get a bit patriotic. It'd be a great opportunity as well for the players to wear the jumper as well. Up against the Allies, best of the rest. Bombers just receiving their final quarter time messages, and Doggies were down there in the pocket that we can't get a good view of, I'm afraid, but I'm sure their coaches will be happy with how they started this one. 3-11-29 they are, leading the Dons 1-3-9, just about set to go for quarter number 2. It looks like our man Brad Bright is going to put himself on ball alongside the captain.
Dangerous duo there up in the middle for the Doggies.
Kicked a goal already, Brad, and he thought, rightio, let me get in the middle and start to dominate and tear this one apart.
Yep. Yeah, but 2 number 10s going out of the ruck. Bit of a height mismatch, but as we've learnt, it didn't prove too difficult for Lachlan Kosic in the last game. As the umpire gets ready to ball it up, and we begin things here in the second quarter as Brad passes back to the captain as he moves it into the forward line, and that's a good mark there by Essendon. Didn't want to let up a goal straight away there, so just try control play here for a bit and get a feel for the footy. As Brad's getting involved once again here for the Dogs as ball's moved into that pocket that we can't quite see. Kicks it into the top of the goal square, but no Doggies player could get their hands on it. And here comes Brad again, slips through the hands as Penelope takes a lovely kick, and she's kicked that outside of the arc. So
it's not going to count, but it's a lovely kick there from Penny.
So I think that's just going to count as a point.
Yep.
Because you need to kick inside the arc, or what looks like the 50-metre line.
I don't think she was intending to kick the goal. I think she was trying to set it up to the goal square and just had a bit too much on the kick. So a let off there for the Bombers, really.
Absolutely.
And we should say the Bombers, they've got a couple of number 10s out there. We're not entirely sure which one's which. They also have a young fella in the number 13 who we don't have on our sheet, I'm afraid. But we do have this man. It's David Gauci, who's got it at half back. He goes for the long sweeping handball. Penny going back but couldn't get a hand on it. And so here is one of the number 10s. And I believe that's Matt Cameron. I could hear them calling out Matt, so I think we've got our answer there.
David Gauci and Brad fighting for the ball there in the Essendon forward line. It was well moved up the ground there by the Bombers. A couple of short kicks, controlled possession for a while. As we're going to have a ruck contest here.
I haven't seen too many of those today, have we? The ruck contests around the ground.
No, we haven't. As Penelope couldn't quite get a kick on there.
Great work,
fantastic handball as the captain. Oh, what a play here by the Doggies, just linking up with everyone on the ground. And it's going to get called back here to Courtney Lewis by the looks of it.
Well, that was one of the slickest passages of play we've seen so far today.
Yeah, just went 1, 2, 3, 4 very quickly up the ground as the Doggies going to be lining up. Courtney Lewis here, straight in front of goals. And that's going to be touched on the line. Goes to show you always need to put someone on the line. That's a coach killer, that one, if no one was back there. It's a great defence there by the Bombers.
Scott Puker on the last line of defence, literally, for Essendon. Long kick down the line.
Yep, that was always my favourite role when I played. Was don't worry, boys, I'll stand on the goal line and take a bit of a breather and look like a legend if I manage to stop a goal.
Maddie Cameron looking to play some possession footy here, the Bombers. The mark paid to David Gauci, right in the middle of the court, looking for Jolly.
Can't miss that hair anywhere, can you?
Moving the ball by hand here, the Bombers. Scotty Puker looking for his mate in the number 13. Or ricochet.
And
yeah, well done by David Gauci. And Gleeson wasn't sure the ball was coming his way. And good work there, and Gauci's onto it. And the Bombers, they kicked the... I think, is that our first goal of the second quarter?
That is. There's been a couple of close calls for the Bombers, but... for the Dogs, but the Bombers have defended quite well and managed to get one back here, so that's an important goal.
He kicks the goal, David, and has a spell.
As Moxley comes back onto the ground here. There's a nice rock contest, and looks like Penelope's going to grab this one for the Dogs.
She's a bit lucky there, Penny.
Yeah, I think so. As the captain kicks the ball in, a fantastic mark there by one of the number 10s that we've got here, so... It's either Scott Puker or Matt Cameron. We're not quite sure which one. And here comes Penelope again with a nice mark, looking to bring it back into their forward arc. But has a bit of a dribbler there. That's all right. Steve Obeid's there to get it back. And nice little 1-2. Good smother there by the Bombers. Their defensive pressure has been really, really good this game. You could think the Doggies could have kicked a couple more here, but they've been very good down that end of the ground as the umpire gets ready to throw it up. He's got quite the leap on him, doesn't he, old Scott? Yeah. I mean, Steve Obeid for the Dogs.
Kick on both feet as well. I've already seen him going on the left and the right. Here's Courtney Lewis, who's going to have another go for the Doggies. And she has no problems there, and so the Bulldogs have the answering goal. And Courtney Lewis has her first for the Dogs. Just when you thought the Bulldogs were just starting to, the Bombers I should say, just starting to turn the tide, the Doggies have a steadier. Middle stages of the second quarter. Dogs 4-17-41. Bombers 2-3-15. Obeid in the middle. Straight out of the middle and throws it on that left. I'm having a hard time trying to work out what kicks his preferred, or what foot is his preferred foot, I should say. Steve Obeid, he's gone on the left, he's gone on the right. Flying shot there from the Dogs has hit the roof. And so we'll get what will we have here? A ball up at the top of the goal square. Doggies knocking on the door again. And Obeid in the ruck again against Matt Cameron. Obeid knocked it out towards Penny Bunn, who had it bounce away from her. Gouchy's back out there. Handball just missed Moxley, I should say, I'm sorry. Here's Penny Bunn. Onto it at half forward. Had it knocked out of her hands. Good defensive pressure there from Gouchy. Kingsley Williams in the pocket. Breaks clear. Good handball. Great handball, in fact. And a chance here for Courtney Lewis.
She's been good this quarter, Courtney Lewis. This will be her third shot on goal.
And this for back-to-back goals for the Doggies and Courtney. Just tugged that one away to the left. A missed opportunity there for Courtney.
Yeah, I feel like the Doggies have had a few missed opportunities here this quarter. Just keeping Essendon in the game, which is exactly what they want. Try to pip a couple goals back, and that's Penelope taking a mark and then straight back into Kingsley Williams, who's going to line up in front of goal. Pretty straight in front. Be looking for his first of the day.
Disappointing coming out of the back line there, the Bombers.
So this is for his second for today. Apologise to Kingsley. And that looks like a good kick. And that's another goal here for the Dogs, as Kingsley kicks his second.
He loves the torpedoes, Kingsley.
He does.
The second or third time he's gone with the barrel.
Well, it seems that the torpedoes having a bit of a renaissance this year amongst the AFL community, so it's good to see, I think. We're going to have Moxley going up against Obeid here in the ruck. Nice little tap out the back to our man Brad, who kicks it back in. Obeid's looking to grab that one, and he's just left that one hanging. But he's picked up his own footy, and fantastic ball in there. And that might even... Well, I guess it wouldn't have counted because it's outside of the arc, but a great play by Obeid nonetheless. And that's just going to be a minor score here for the Dogs. 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. And we've got Gouchy screaming for the ball out, but did that one hit the roof, did it, Brent?
Yes, yep. Once again, we've got some boys and girls out there who can kick the footy too well, kicking it straight up into the roof.
Well, I've counted about 14 balls so far stuck up in the actual infrastructure of the stadium.
Obeid knocked that head out straight back towards the goal mouth and through for a behind. Courtney Lewis was after it but couldn't keep it in. So another minor score for the Doggies, 5-25-55 they are. Bombers 2-3-15, 40 points the margin. So we're not too far away from the mercy rule coming into effect. Cameron's kick on the outside of the boot is a turnover. Just having some issues. The Bombers at the moment getting out of their back half. Kingsley Williams.
He's gone the barrel again on Kingsley. He loves it.
Out into the pocket. A bit of a scrap for it. They might come out here, the Bombers, although Obeid is in the way.
Gouchy finding hard for it.
Yeah, well done. Obeid extracts it. Handball to Penelope Bunn, who collects it on the run. Kicks towards the captain in the attacking zone, Obeid. Just taking him away from goal. And we're going to get a ball up with the Bulldog sign deep in their attacking half. Inside the final 35 seconds here. Kicks just missed to the left-hand side, and so another behind. Maybe the final score of the half, although the Bombers are trying to come from one end to the other. Moxley marks. Jolly needed a good bounce and didn't get it well read there by Penelope Bunn. And those two have linked up a lot in this opening half of the Bulldogs, Bunn and Obeid. They can't do so again here. Oh, we've had a clash, just about a clash of heads, I think, just off the ball there. Matt Cameron and Courtney Lewis. Courtney picks herself up, rubbing a sore noggin. She's okay, she's laughed it off. It's half time here in game number 2 with the Bulldogs well on top of the Bombers. The Doggies are 5-28-58. Bombers 2-3-15. And there was a moment, Austin, early on in that quarter, where it looked like they were starting to get back into it, but credit to the Bulldogs, I should say, they managed to steady the ship.
Yeah, those first few minutes, Essendon looked like they might have been on there, but I think the Doggies showing us why. They're equal with St Kilda on the top of the ladder there. Just proving a bit too good here this afternoon. But still a good competition nonetheless. There's been some great goals. And you still feel like the Bombers aren't quite out of it just yet.
They make their way from the court for their half-time discussions. The Bulldogs up on the Bombers by 43 points. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. Half-time of our second game. We've got 5 to come for you today. We've got a couple more in the Victorian Blind Footy League home and away season to come after this one. And then, of course, the big one we're looking forward to, the All-Stars against Victoria in our showcase round, our Pride round as well. You're watching on the Victorian Blind Football League Facebook page as well as the AFL inclusion page. Half-time here of game number 2. Bulldogs in a good position. We're going to take a quick breather, and when we come back, we'll be back for the second half between the Bulldogs and the Bombers. Welcome back, everybody. Action Indoor Sports Stadium in Tullamarine. Round 8 and 9 of the Victorian Blind Footy League, and we're underway here for the third quarter in our second game today. The Bulldogs end the Bombers. Doggies by 43 points as they come out of the middle immediately. And Brad Bridie getting a handball there to Courtney Lewis, who had a couple of opportunities in the first half. She'll have an early one here. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you.
Yes, thank you, Brent. I just wanted to mention that lovely handball that Steve did. It was behind the back. It might end up in a certain goal here for the Dogs. So great play. As couldn't quite get the kick on where she wanted, Courtney Lewis. And Essendon's going to try bring it out as Brad puts a bit of pressure on, and in comes Penelope trying to collect the footy here for the Dogs. As the two Doggies players nearly have a bit of a collision there, and old Kingsley, he's gone for the torp again, but he's hit the roof on that one, so we're going to have to bring that back. He's got a bit too much of a big boot on him, I think.
Yeah, and Penelope just apologising there for the lack of communication. If you're going to go with the barrel, inevitably you're going to kick it into the roof, aren't you?
Yeah, well, obviously communication's a big part of blind football.
Yeah.
You know, you've really got to trust your teammates and what they're telling you and go off their directions. As Steve brings it in, Braddles has picked the ball up and he's going to kick a goal there, Braddles, for the doggies. He puts his hand in his face to say, oh no, I nearly messed that up. But that's all right, mate. You still got the goal.
That's his second for our man Brad.
He's playing well, isn't he, this afternoon?
Bulldogs with the first goal of the second half. You mentioned communication. Great to see Steve O'Bead, the captain for the Bulldogs, in the number 10, giving some instructions to Courtney Lewis a moment ago as she was lining up. A real leader for the doggies and for this team. Have we got another football issue? We do.
I think so. Well, as Brad mentioned, they're still in the early stages of finding the perfect Sharon to work for the game, because it doesn't work like other blind sports where you sort of put a bell or something in the middle to hear the sound, but due to AFL, the ball's in the air a lot, so they had to think of a different sort of design for the ball, so they've gone through many different prototypes. Hopefully we can land on one soon that's not going to have too many issues. As the mercy rule, I believe, is now in play, which means if a team reaches a margin of 50 points, the mercy rule is activated, so the team that is behind gets to take the ball out of the centre square without a ball up.
Penny's gone into the back line here for the doggies, and that's her kicks hit the roof, and she throws her head back. She's upset with that one. And so that means that the goals that they kick now, the Bombers, will be worth double, depending on who kicks it and what class they're in. And of course, if the Bulldogs kick a goal, the Bombers will get it automatically from the middle. Kingsley Williams, Obeid, Brad Bridie's paid that mark. I think he was disappointed that he dropped it because he looked like he wanted to get it and go.
Yeah, look, he goes hard on himself, old Brad, by the seams of it. And nice kick out there to the captain, Steve Obeid.
Oh.
And he shared the cake around, but couldn't quite. Here comes Kingsley. He's going to come steaming in here. And he's going to get a goal here. That's going to be Kingsley's third for the day here. And that's going to be a 9-pointer here for the Dogs. Kingsley's been very good today with his big right boot.
It might be a good time as well to just remind people that there's no kicking off the ground in this format, so people might be wondering. Kingsley had a chance there where he potentially could have socketed it through. Of course, if he had, that would have been a no goal and a free kick. No harm done. He kicked the goal anyway, Kingsley, and like you said, Austin, he's got a bag of 3.
Gouchy's hit the roof once again here for the Bombers, trying to come out of there, coming out of the middle, and no, he didn't wedge it in there. It's come back down as we get ready for another ball up here. And in comes Brad, up having a nice contest here with Gouchy and Penelope, and she comes out with it. Fantastic handball here. Great linking play here by the Dogs. Back to Penelope. She just runs past it a little bit, but the play's still on here. And he taps it out to Obeid. Here comes Kingsley. And they're going to pay that one for a mark. I think they're going to bring that one back.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's heard the call,
yep.
Kingsley, but it is coming back for a doggies mark at half forward.
Yeah, just outside of the arc. So I think he's going to have to pass this one off. I think Steve's letting him know right now. So there's that communication we're seeing. You can see why Steve's the captain. He's directing traffic quite well out there.
We're hoping that we might be able to get Steve potentially up here. And special comments for the final game. Of course, he's a busy man over the next hour or so with this game, and then the Dogs backing up against the Saints. That game's set to kick off shortly after 1 o'clock as we've got another ball that's gone into the roof, and the balls going into the roof probably aren't helping the mechanism inside it.
Very true. Yeah, there's been a few roof hits in this game as the umpire balls it up, and Steve Obeid gets his hand off, but only goes as far as Gouchy is. Unlucky. He's just nicked the roof there for his second kick in a row, unfortunately for Gouchy. Just put a bit too much mayo on that one. So it's going to come back to a ball up around centre wing here. 4.5 minutes to go here in our third quarter.
Good clearance there, won by Obeid. Bridie shovels a little kick to half forward. Obeid's onto it. Mark paid as well. There's going to be an opportunity right in front of goal for the Dogs forward. And this is in the hands of number 26, Austin.
Don't have a 26 on my sheet.
Might have had a jumper change, potentially, I think. It is a big opportunity for the Doggies right in front. Add some more scoreboard pain to the Bombers. You can hear the tambourine ringing to let the players know where they need to aim with the kick, as that one was smothered by the player on the mark. That was Matty Cameron.
I've just noticed the goal umpires are using our pride flags today. Good chance to remind us it is the LGBTQI inclusion round. It's nice to see the flags getting used by the goal umpires. We can't actually see them, but we can see the little flags poking out.
Yeah, we can't see the goal umpires themselves, but we can see the flags. Another point for the Bombers. Sorry, Austin.
I was just saying Penelope's going to take the ball out here for the Dogs. Fantastic kick. And that's going to land in Obeid's hands here as he looks to pass it off. Here comes Courtney Lewis. That's going to be a mark here. And Brad's going to look for the handball running pass, but just misses out on that one. A little bit too far out to score. As we've mentioned, you have to be inside the arc to have an actual shot on goal. And great mark. Plays on by Brad. And what a goal. That's Brad's third for the day, is it? Wow.
That's his best by a long way. You can see he's the sort of player that wants to get things happening, get things moving quickly. He's well within his rights to go back and have a set shot there, but just threw it on the boot. And the Bombers, by way of the mercy rule now, will have an unabated clearance. Oh, bang! Moxley's handballed that straight into OB to the Bulldogs. And paddling it to his own advantage, and now he's off, the captain. Bounce, didn't quite come back to him, and now he's on hands and knees. Had no choice but to knock it back to Penelope Bunn, who drops one to half forward. Here's Lewis. Oh, crunch.
Yeah, big collision.
Yeah, in comes Scotty Puckett. Moxley. Clever handball, interesting handball, back between the legs. Get rid of it any way you can, Austin.
Yeah, exactly right. Doesn't matter how, just get it forward, get it into the goals. And that's a nice handball by Kingsley, setting up Courtney Lewis here, Courtney Lewis, she's been very good. She's had plenty of shots on goal, just a little bit wayward in front of goals. Hoping to get one back here. Might be just a little bit too far out, I think. But Brad's looking dangerous here in the goal square. He's got a bit of space. So he'll be looking for another mark and goal. Maybe a little play on again. As Lewis lines up, and it's a nice looking kick.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Beautiful. That's a goal. And that's going to be another 9-pointer here for the Doggies. So 9-pointer in the B class. Wearing the yellow wristbands this afternoon. So 9 points for a goal and 3 points for a behind. As the Doggies move to 9:41.95 to the Bombers 2 goals, 3:15 with a minute to go here in the third.
It's an 80-point lead. This is a bit of a surprise. They haven't beaten the Bombers by much in their 2 previous encounters. As the marks paid here. Deep in defence for the Dogs, it's Penelope Bunn. And like we mentioned, 34-point winners over the Dogs, over the Bombers, I should say, in their first matchup. And 28 points in the second matchup. So this one's going to be a thumping compared to those earlier two. The Bulldogs, who still have their sights on that top spot on the ladder. And it looks like our man Brad might have copped one there. And I think... and they caught a bit of time off as our man Brad Bridie's come off a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, he has. I think he copped one in the nose or somewhere in the face region, but he's heading back out there and waving off the runners, saying, "I'll be right, let me finish it off." But I tell you what, you might want to put him in the sheds if... Oh, and fantastic goal there by the Bombers as they managed to pip one back here.
Yeah, number 13, who we don't have on our list still, I'm afraid.
I was searching everywhere for a name there, but unfortunately we don't have a name for number 13, but a fantastic goal. Good pick up off the ground. Good instinct there by the Bombers. And that's worth a bit more now with the mercy rule in place. Can they try and get another one here just before the end of the third quarter? And here he comes again. Just ran out of time. We move to the end of the third quarter. The Bulldogs 9:41.95 to the Bombers 5:3.33.
A good late little flurry there for the Bombers. They're starting to impact the scoreboard, but Plenty of work to do at the final turn. Doggies 9:41.95 and the Bombers 5:3.33. It looks like the Dogs are going to tick off another win here, and they'll set themselves up for that big clash which is coming up next between the Saints and the Bulldogs. Sostam.
Oh yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that one. I think Abid and Penelope up against the likes of Jones and Kosic, it's going to be quite the matchup we're all very excited for. And let's not forget about our Allies versus Victoria coming up at the end of the Bombers Hawthorn game this afternoon. All very excited for that. It's going to be a great day down here in Tullamarine, isn't it, Brent?
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to the Big V. Always great seeing them and the Allies as well. The Allies team that is made up of our competitors that we're mentioning earlier on this morning. Our players that come from all parts of the country. We mentioned already our man Brad Bridie, who will be lining up for the Allies team. He comes from WA. They come from here, there and everywhere. So a chance to pull on the Allies jumper and try and stick it right up them, as Teddy Whitten might say.
Absolutely. Yep. And a good opportunity to remind anyone watching who's knows someone who might be interested in joining the Blind Football League or is interested themselves, is to come down, have a look if it's for you. It's a very inclusive group. You know, everyone's good friends with each other, and if you're interested about coming down and participating, they welcome everyone from all aspects of life. So yeah, if you're interested, come on down, have a look, see if it's for you, and we'll really try expand this great league that we've got here down in Victoria to other states and other teams across the state. So just a fantastic initiative. So yeah, if you know anyone, friends or family or yourself, that wants to get down and have a kick of the footy, it's great fun, and we'd love to see you down here.
And we can see from the teams that we've seen out there today, there's obviously all genders and all sorts of ages as well. So if you think, oh, I'd love to do it, but I might be a bit old, that's absolutely not the case. There's plenty of clubs and plenty of opportunities that would be happy to have you. And we had Brad up here talking about what a great close-knit community they are off the field as well. So it's a wonderful thing, the Victorian Blind Football League. And Brad was saying that they'll be hoping to have something set up similar soon in WA. He said the Eagles and the Dockers are going to be joining the fray as well. So for all of our visually impaired friends over in WA that have loved the Eagles and Dockers for a long time, that might be an opportunity to pull on the jumper in the WA Blind League in the future.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, there's no better man to learn off than old Brad, coming all the way over from WA. Let's make the effort down here today as the umpire gets ready to ball it up here at the start of the fourth quarter. And a nice little tap out the back here as David Gauci picks up the ball and nearly gets a nice tackle, and great handball. Good movement out of the middle there. Those centre clearances are so important in football, as we've just seen. As could be a good little start here for the Bombers. And so I think just centres that ball a bit, and Obeid.
Great grab.
Yeah, fantastic grab, going back with the flight of the ball.
I was just going to say, I just noticed when Zimmer was lining up for a goal there, I was watching Penny Bunn, and she was moving side to side, and I was thinking that'd be 50 in the big league.
Yeah.
Saw a few of those last night as the Bombers are going to have a mark here in the middle of the ground through Raymond Moxley. Handball off to Bridget Jolly, captain. Bombers just trying to sort their way through this. Down by the best part of 10 goals, but they've got an opportunity here through Trav Zimmer, who takes a nice mark right at the top of the goal square.
Good set of mittens. That was a fantastic mark.
In the Kermit helmet, the bright green. Kick one already, Trav. Make it
That's
two.
Good.
Bombers strike with an early goal in the final quarter.
That's the start they needed.
And that'll be another 9-pointer. Etch into the lead a little bit more.
Yeah, 43-point difference here. Who knows? A couple of 12-pointers for the Bombers.
Well, that's the interesting thing with the big lead. They'll be looking to try and get it into the hands of their players from the A category in the pink bands.
Yeah, they've been a great start to this quarter by Essendon. They've really come out to play here in the last quarter as Bridget Jolly goes up against big man Kingsley, gets the handball away, and that's going to be a nice mark here for Essendon to just And he's got someone out here on the wing. Can he get a nice pickup? Yes, he can.
Oh, bang.
What a handball. And that's a mark for Brad from the Dogs as he moves on with it quick. And tell you what, they might just run into an open goal here if they can pick the footy up. And they've got it here. Courtney Lewis gives off a handball. And in comes Penelope looking to grab it. Takes a bounce and couldn't quite get enough on that handball. So it's going to be a nice mark here for the Bombers to reset here and bring it back into their forward half of the ground. But the handball only goes so far as the captain of the Doggies, Steve Obeid, and he passes off to Courtney Lewis. Great teamwork here, and Brad plays on again. He doesn't waste any time, does he, our man Brad? That's his 4th of the day. Putting on an absolute clinic is our man Bradley Brighter.
You reckon he'd have more of an inkling to not want to waste time? He's over here in Victoria. We're a couple of hours ahead, Bradley. You can calm down.
Yeah. I like it. Get a move on. Too much time to think about it. That's when mistakes happen in front of goals, is my theory.
You have a look at Brad and him wanting to get things going all the time. You think his flight's about to leave. He wants to get things going. Got a free kick, I think, do they, the Doggies, at half forward or a ball
I think they've called it a mark.
Right. The Bombers. I think I said Doggies. The Bombers, sorry.
Yeah, it was a nice mark at the back, actually. So I think it was a good call by the umpire. And he's nearly just bounces through, but that's going to be a behind. As we've got about 6 minutes to go here in the last quarter.
It's another interesting thing, the way that the footy bounces on this AstroTurf, I think it's called, the fake grass. Doesn't bounce like a footy does on the open grass.
Yeah, it seems to get held up a little bit. Gouchy brings it in.
Sorry, Austin, mate.
That's all right. Steve Obeid, he's everywhere today. He just takes a minute, passes off to Penelope, and nearly got the smother there. And nice little 1-2-3 action here between Penelope and Steve Obeid, the captain, and it's moved into that pocket. We can't quite see much, but good attack on the ball, but just happened to run past it a little bit. I think that's a kick off the ground. Good honesty, he called it before the umpire did.
Well, if he swooped and collected that, Steve, he was gone.
As in comes Kingsley Williams. Couldn't quite get the torp on that one. Only goes as far as Raymond Moxley. So he's looking to get a move on quick as he bombs it in. Another great mark here by Essendon. Good set of hands. Just looks to pass it off. Couldn't quite hit up a target there, and Steve just dribbles one forward here. It's going to be a good contest between the two big lads. Yep, and they're going to bring that one back for Kingsley by the looks of it.
Back on our point a moment ago about the ball bouncing differently. It's just another tricky thing, isn't it, for our men and women out there that are visually impaired. I mean, not able to read the bounce of the ball, which can go any which way under normal circumstances, as Brad wouldn't have counted anyway, but dribbled through for a behind.
Yeah, but the football's hard enough to judge.
Yeah, let alone on the harder turf, the AstroTurf.
It's one of those beautiful things that makes our game unique, though, is that oval-shaped ball that has a mind of its own.
Coming back here to the Bombers. I think, they want the kick taken from the goal square rather than half back. Gouchy trying to drop one right in front of the number 13 there, who's under pressure from Steve Obeid, who can get the handball over the top to Williams, who's unselfishly trying to give it back to teammate, Wilson I should say, to Williams. Hurried kick forward by the Bombers. Here's Penny. Penny's been great today. Obeid, couldn't take the marker. His attack on the footy was fantastic. Williams, goes down heavy. Just tripped over the player that was strewn on the turf. Great sportsmanship shown there, though. No harm done.
Yeah, a lot of respect shown by all the teams today. Good sportsmanship all around. Lots of respect in this community of players that we've got here. There's Essendon's had a good quarter, I think. They've managed to peg a couple goals back, and it seems they've had a bit of play.
Good work here by Trav Zimmer.
Yeah,
but loses out eventually.
Brad's hit the roof again today. Feels like we haven't had one of those in a while, which is good. First half was full of them.
Called it earlier on, Austin. He's very hard on himself, isn't he, Brad? he's played very well. He's made a couple of mistakes.
He's kicked 4, but I think even old Brad's not going to be happy with that. He'll reckon he should have kicked 6.
He almost kicked the head off the photographer there. Bombers to come away with it again in the middle. Matty Cameron pulling the kick short. He's missing his intended target, but Gouchy's got it and he's off and running. Trying to find Zimmer. Good enough defending there by number 26. And a free kick pulled out here. The mark has been paid.
Yeah, great defensive play. Stopped a certain goal there by the looks of it.
Clearing kick to come. Couldn't get it past the man on the mark, who was Trav Zimmer, who does mark just outside the zone. And so he's trying to get it over the top to Puka. That'll be a mark. They're going to get some points back here, the Bombers.
Trav Zimmer's taken some very good marks today. A couple just off the grass, a few in the hair, and a nice handball in for a shot on goal right in front for the Bombers here. This one would mean a lot.
Scotty Puka from right in front. Now wearing the blindfold. Wasn't wearing that earlier on today. Goes back and kicks truly. Bombers have a late one. But the Doggies are going to win, so they're going to take care of business. They sat back and watched the Saints win the earlier game. They come out and beat the Bombers, and that sets us up for a good game to come next up between the Saints and the Bulldogs, 1 and 2 on the ladder for the minor premiership, Austin.
Oh, we're very excited for that one. It's going to be a great matchup. And then also followed by the Bombers versus Hawks straight afterward. That's going to be both teams fighting for their first win of the day. So the next 2 games are going to be absolutely licking our lips up here. And then we get the All-Stars versus the Allies. The Allies versus the Vics. So we're in for some great footy. Oh, he just nearly skims the roof there, and I think that's going to be a mark to Zimmer. Penelope had the front positioning.
Yeah, I don't.
But I think Trav had more of a hand on the footy there.
She's a bit surprised, Penny, that didn't go her way.
How's the sportsmanship? He's tried giving it back. Normally the forward gets those calls, in my experience. I think he deserved that one. And that's a fantastic
kick. He's
kick.
A lovely kick of the footy, Trav.
Absolutely. Great skills. So that's, is that Trav's third for the day?
Third goal, yeah.
He's kicking goals.
Tried hard, hasn't he, in a losing effort for the Bombers today, Trav Zimmer.
Tell you what, they've pegged it back a bit, though. 78 to 104.
Looks a lot better now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to be quite the blowout. But
sorry, Austin, the final few seconds tick away. And so the final margin in the end will be 26 points. The Doggies, I think, were up by, beyond 50, because we had the mercy rule, didn't we? The best part of 9 goals they led by, so that's not a bad second half from the Bombers to save a little bit of percentage. In the end, the Bulldogs 10-44-104 crack the ton again, and they defeat the Bombers 12-5-78. And the Bulldogs now will have to, what will they do? They probably won't warm down. They'll just keep the legs going, and then they'll try and keep the body in motion and in sync to play the Saints. So probably the pick of the 4 games to come. So that is the end of round 8, our 2 games in round 8, and so our next game between the Saints and the Bulldogs, the first game of round 9 to come in a moment. We've seen a couple of good games, Austin. One-sided games on the scoreboard, albeit that one we just saw a lot closer, but I think we've got the next 2 games we're going to look forward to and will be much better contests.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely going to be, I think, a bit closer. But there's still been some great footy today, seen some great goals, some good plays. There's a lot of respect shown between both the teams. It's just been an awesome day for our LGBTQI round as we get ready for the St Kilda versus the Hawthorn. That's going to be just an enticing matchup with the winner potentially, the winner should take out the minor premiership, although St Kilda's got a nice bit of percentage still on the Hawks. So I guess we'll see at the end of this game who's going to finish on top of the ladder as we move into the finals after this.
Both teams playing in the next game are out there warming up. Bombers just having their chat in the middle of the deck, and the Bulldogs players on the far side winners in the game number 2, having their picture taken. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. We might step out and take a quick little breather. And when we come back, we'll have our 3rd game coming up for you today. The big one between 1st and 2nd on the ladder, the Saints and the Bulldogs. And we'll have that for you when we return. Welcome back, everybody, to Action Indoor Sports Centre here in Tullamarine. Round 9 of the Victorian Blind Football League, the final round of the home and away season, and we've got 1v2 on the ladder, the Bulldogs and the Saints, and we're away for our third game of the afternoon. Brent Sternberg, Austin Kruger up here in commentary with you. We've got a special guest. We might get to him in just a moment, but Austin, this is the game we wanted to see, 1v2.
Absolutely, this is going to be a very enticing matchup between the top two sides looking to take out the minor premiership in the last round of the year. I think it's going to be it's probably going to be the game of the day here as Stefan Nero brings the ball up for the Saints. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the matchup of Obeid and Penelope up against Shannon Jones and Lachlan Kosiak. And speaking of, here he comes into the forward line for St Kilda. He's got a few options, turns around and he's hit the post there. Nearly a wonderful goal there from the pocket, as that's the first score here this afternoon for the Saints.
Got a special guest up here in the commentary box, the captain of the Hawks, and you're going to see him in the big V jumper as well a little bit later on this afternoon. It's Ned Brewer-Mager. Welcome, Ned.
Yeah, thanks for having me, lads.
We were just talking before we come on air about Ned being in the wars in the first game for the Hawks. He's black and blue up here. He's going to need an ice bath. How'd you go out there, Ned?
Yeah, it was a brutal one for me personally, but it is every week, I feel. Probably a bit dramatic, but no, it was a good hit out. Obviously didn't get the chockies, but always good fun down here.
We're going forward here, the Saints. Penny Bunn is over it, and she's tangling up with Lockie Kosic, and will get a stoppage deep in attack. The Saints, one behind they are, leading the Doggies early on. Couple of minutes elapsed in the opening quarter. Wonderful hit out there from Kosic, and then throwing it on the boot.
That's Nero.
Get it online, Nero.
Yep, Stefan Nero. I think he had a few misses in that first game, so it's nice. He has sprayed that one a bit to the left. I thought he kicked that, but as the Doggies move it up towards the captain here, Steve Obeid. He's a wonderful player who's very slick off the ground as he passes it off to Penelope Bunn. He's a fantastic player as the Doggies move it forward, and that's a fantastic mark here by Kingsley Williams, big man number 37 who loves a torpedo. Be lining up for the first goal.
He sure does.
Yeah, he's hit the roof a couple times this afternoon as he lines up just a bit outside of the arc. Looking for the first goal here. And he's just missed that one to the left a little bit. So that's just going to be a minor score here for the Bulldogs.
Do you want to tell us, Ned, about how you got into this particular competition and how long you've been a part of it all?
Yeah, started in 2018 in the pilot season. We ran I think it was about a 6-week sort of season over summer to see if it all could work, and then was lucky enough to get drafted to the Hawks in 2019 in the inaugural year of the VBFL, and yeah, been playing ever since then.
We've got another Sharon hitting the roof here, so our umpire Shiv is going to have to ball it up. Kosic and the Bulldogs captain contesting this one, Obeid. Obeid had won it out initially. They're very busy in that first game for the Doggies, was the Dogs captain. Saints are holding up well at half back. Just losing it in between his legs there was Kosic. Pulling the kick going forward. Well done to Nero. He's got Kate Aarons deep in the attacking zone.
Good defence there by Brad for the Doggies.
Come off a couple of sets of hands of Doggies players, didn't it? They're just trading behinds early on in this one. The Dogs are 3 behinds, the Saints are 2. Potentially an opportunity here, though, for the Saints player. Have you got a handle on who that one is, Austin?
Can't quite see yet. Looks like it's coming back towards the Doggies, though. Here comes Kingsley, fighting for the position as Sean Brown for the Saints ends up with the footy, but kicks it as far as Steve Obeid, brings it back into their forward line, and this one's just going to dribble past into the hands of Ingrid McKenna. Big tackle down there in the wing, and here comes Ingrid again, passes it off to Sean Brown, and nice off to Stefan Nero, sells a little bit of candy, sells 2 bits of candy, and kicks it straight to Kosiak. And that's a fantastic
excellent.
play by the
Play.
Saints as Kate Aarons kicks the first of the afternoon. What a play there by the Saints. Sold a bit of candy straight into Kosiak, and Kate Aarons kicks the goal.
Nero with the one hand. It reminded me, there was an AFL player that used to do that. He used to just get around with the footy in the one hand. He never used two. I just can't remember who it was, but that was a great play.
Jared Brennan?
Yes, that was him. Yeah, Brennan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a bit about that.
How good was that? Oh, the Saints striking early. There's maybe a chance for Kosic with the one hand. He says, I can do it too. And he's done well to bring Aarons into the game, and they're about to have 2 quick goals here, the Saints.
You're looking for 2 and 30 seconds here, Kate Aarons.
And she kicked a couple in their first game. And she's got 2 inside 5.5 minutes here in the Saints second, and this is a good start for the boys and girls in the red, white and black.
Now, Ned, if someone wants to come down and join in on the league, what's the best way to go about that?
Yeah, well, we're always here at Action Indoor Sports in Tullamarine on a Saturday morning. So if you're in the area, definitely come down and have a look. Otherwise, you can contact Nick Holloway at AFL Vic, and yeah, he'll get you in touch with the right people. We'll love as many people as we can get, and volunteers and anyone who's keen on footy as well to come down and help out as well.
You said you've been involved for a few years, Ned, since 2018, I think you said, when you
Yep.
first joined.
Yep.
How much have you seen the whole community grow and change in terms of numbers and the league and the overall community?
I think it's been amazing. We started off with a few more numbers than we have at the moment, but obviously COVID affected so much of local footy around all of Australia and Victoria. So I think it's amazing that we've got such a diverse league this year, and we've got a lot of players from interstate, which really shows the appetite for footy across the country, which is something that hopefully we can grow in the future.
Saints back into attack. It looks like they've kicked a goal as well. Another brilliant goal from that dead pocket. It was a behind. Oh, gee, I'm glad we didn't miss another goal. We've missed a couple in that pocket, haven't we, earlier
Yeah,
today?
it was a bit hard to see for us down there, but yeah, St Kilda's dominating the early play, but can't quite get too many goals here. So the Dogs will be looking to try just stop the momentum here as Shannon Jones gets it for the Saints, and Lachlan Kosiak, he passes it off, very unselfish. That 1-2 connection between him and Shannon Jones, the captain, has been fantastic all day.
They're hard to stop.
Yeah, they're quite the duo. As Shannon Jones, he's going to be lining up for his first today, and St Kilda's third with about 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. And he's got a big run up.
6 in the early game for Jonesy.
Yep, that's a beautiful kick. He's got a very nice kick on him, does Shannon Jones, the captain. And that's going to be just a 6-pointer, I believe, for the Saints as they move to 3-9-27 to the Doggies 0-3 points.
We've been talking about it a little bit, Ned, as the morning and afternoon has worn on, but can you tell us about the actual makeup of the game, and in terms of, obviously there's 6 players out there and you need to have 2 from the different classes. Can you speak to us a bit more about how you differentiate between the different classes out there?
Yeah, definitely. So in pretty much every single blind sport that you'll see, we play sort of in a 3-tier site classification, and that is sort of taken into account here. So across the field, you'll have players with various different visual conditions and visual impairments, and there'll be players that can see a lot more than others. We've got totally blind players, and yeah, we play in categories, so C, B and A. C's with I guess the most vision. You got to be legally blind to play.
Yep.
B's with I guess low partial vision, and A's are totally blind. So we spread them around I guess evenly between the teams. I think these guys are playing a 3-2-1 system by the looks of it, or maybe a 2-3-1. I can't work it out too much here from up here, but yeah, it's even between both teams to make sure that it's even across the park.
What a goal that was by Lockie Kosic. Sorry to cut you off there, Ned.
No,
An
it's
absolute
okay.
beauty. He's probably got just about the 2 front runners today for goals of the day, Kosic. I think he kicked a beauty down this end in the first game. He's a fair dinkum player, that boy.
Oh, he's excellent. He loves a good goal as well. So he'll try from anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, I think we missed one of his from the hidden pocket as well. So I think he's had 3 rippers today. That he's been absolutely everywhere as the doggies try to get something going here. And, the siren just blows before it could dribble in. So at the end of the first quarter, St Kilda 4 goals, 9:33 to the Dogs 0-6-6.
Well, they were disappointed with that first quarter. Do you think the doggies are 6 behinds, I should say?
Yeah, a few missed opportunities. They definitely could have troubled the scorers a bit more than that. So they'll be looking to bounce back here in the second quarter in this huge matchup that's going to decide who finishes on top of the ladder.
The Saints 4-9-33 leading the Bulldogs. Just the 6 behinds at quarter time here. Our third game for you. The next game to come will be the Bombers up against Ned's Hawks, and then Ned will be out there in the big blue, or the big V I should say, the navy blue jumper.
Yep, very excited for that.
Will this be the first time you've played in that game, Ned, or you've been involved a few times, have you?
Yeah, it's the first time for blind footy, for us to have an interstate game. And as I said before, it's really a testament for all the guys and gals coming down from different states that play blind AFL, and I'm so excited for it, and hopefully can really showcase our game and spread it around and get more people involved across the country.
We've spoken about that earlier, Austin, haven't we? About the that shows genuine commitment, for our men and women and non-binary people to travel from interstate to play in this league. We were talking with Brad Bridie about how this is the preeminent league in Australia, so so many of our players have to come and play here and show great commitment in doing so.
Oh yeah, and it's like that across all of our sports. Because I guess the pool of people with a visual impairment is not as large as any other community.
Yeah, of course,
it's a lot of that travelling around, and it does take a lot of commitment, and we definitely should be celebrating that today in our game, and getting around the allies.
Well, I think we might be secretly going for the Vicks, but...
Or maybe not so secretly. No, of course not. We're looking forward to that one. The final game coming up today, the big one. Allies and Victoria. They're coming forward early on here, the Saints. Through the hands there of Kosic. And paid the mark, and so looks like he might have moved behind the ball early on here in quarter number 2, with the Saints up by 27 points. Kosic with a goal already. Coming down the line and finds Nero. The Saints have it in the middle of the pitch.
Yep, there's that lovely kick as Nero passes back to Kosic. He's got a few options here, and it looks like he's hit up Sean Brown here for the Saints. I think he might have marked that just outside of the arc, so I think he's allowed to have a shot on this one. So Sean Brown's going to line up here for the Saints.
Look out for the celebration if he gets this one through. He's a renowned celebrator.
Oh, he's gone the top. Oh, he's hit the post. Him and Brad share a hug out there at the arc. Good to see. Good sportsmanship all round being shown all day as Sean Brown just misses that one and hits the woodwork, unfortunately. So I was looking forward to seeing a celebration there, but we might have to just wait a little bit longer as Stephen Nero ends up with the ball, passes it off to Kosic as he's got that lovely kick, but it only goes as far as Steve Obeid. The doggies, he's putting in a bit of a captain's performance this quarter, trying to put the team on his back and get him back into the game.
Yeah, nicknamed Silk. He's very silky smooth out there, Steve Obeid.
His ground ball gets have definitely been one of the highlights from my perspective.
This might be a good opportunity to ask Ned, do you know which foot is Steve's preferred foot? Because we've seen him kick on left and right, and he looks adept on both.
No, he's an exceptional soccer player.
Okay.
He plays for Australia for blind futsal, and we can't tell either if he's right-footed or left-footed, so he loves them both.
I've got a bit of an answer there as to why he might be so good kicking on both feet. He uses the right peg that time to send it out to our man Brad Bridie, who marks right on the halfway line. Doggies still in search of their first goal here. Just bounces by Kingsley Williams. There goes Lockie Kosic. He's had his one and only bounce that he's allowed, so he kicks up towards the half-forward line. Here's Penelope. Wonderful player and has a wonderful link-up with Obeid. His kick inside 50 couldn't find Courtney Williams. I mentioned how fast-paced this particular format of the game is, and we're seeing it in this second quarter, which has just about gone 3 minutes. Ball ping-ponging up either end. McKenna back to Kosic. The Saints can start again.
Yep, this moves into the Saints forward line, but Steve Obeid, once again, a great get off the ground as he tries to move the ball forward, but gets spoiled. But there he goes again with those ground balls. Just slaps it onto the boot. And man, Bradley Briders looking to have a nice pick-up, puts it on the side of the boot, and that's going to be rushed through for a behind. So still can't hit a major here yet, the Bulldogs here in our third matchup for the day.
I want to ask you, Ned, you mentioned earlier on that you were drafted by the Hawks. Can you explain to us how that came about?
Yeah, so after the first season, because it was a pilot season, we had no AFL clubs involved, and Hawthorn and St Kilda got involved in 2019, and there was a pool of players, and we all got put into a draft, and I managed to get picked up by the Hawks, which is dream come true as a lifelong Hawks fan for myself.
Oy,
so
there he is.
very, very special.
What number were you drafted?
I actually don't know. They didn't actually reveal the draft order.
Yep.
For the sake of it, we can say in the top 10.
Of course. We'll say one.
Yeah, we can do that. I could have been right down the bottom for all we know, but yeah, it was a great feeling to be drafted to the club that you love.
Yeah, it's got to be a great feeling as Lachlan Koshy kicks another goal here for the Saints. They're really putting it onto the doggies here, showing them why they're on top of the ladder.
Yes, yep. Obviously, you've seen these teams a lot, Ned. These are they clearly the two best teams in this particular division? Yeah,
definitely. They're a fair bit above us at the moment. The Saints put in an absolute show today. Lockie and Shannon have a really good connection, and Stefan coming in from New South Wales.
Yep.
Really helps them as well today. But yeah, they're streaks above at the moment.
So they're going to have a couple of players playing alongside you in the big Victorian team. Lockie, of course, no surprise to learn that Lockie Kosic is going to play for the Big V, and Ingrid McKenna and a couple as well for the Allies side today as well.
Yeah, looking forward to playing with them and not against them.
Exactly.
It'll be quite nice.
Here is, speak of Ingrid McKenna. Oh, just about a turnover. Well done there by Penelope Bunda. Hold on to the mark. So the Saints 5-12-42 leading the doggies, 7 behinds.
Still not out of it, the doggies. They just need something going here their way, but couldn't quite get that with the kick from Penelope. Straight back into the hands of St Kilda as they try to work it up the ground towards Stefan Nero. And looks like it's just dribbled out. And he's come at him hard there as Stefan Nero onto the captain, gives him a pat on the back and says, sorry, mate. And nice pick up here by the Saints. Lachlan Kosik, he looks up. He's had Kate Aarons there, but couldn't quite get the mark. As Steve, the captain, once again putting his team on his back this quarter and really digging in hard as it moves into that pocket.
That last contest a moment ago, Penelope Bunn went from 0 to Nero.
Yeah,
she almost got steamrolled by Stefan.
Very good. As it finally moves out of that area of the ground where we can't see much, and Lachlan Kosik once again that beautiful kick to Jones, and he's going to play on here, and I think that's going to be holding the ball. No.
Oh, looked like he got the double hand on him.
Yeah, I thought, is the umpire going to bring it back?
I think they have.
Yeah, so Kingsley Williams is going to take the ball out of defence for the Dogs.
Do you want to tell us the support that the Hawks side gets from the AFL system and all the support that you get from them?
Yeah, definitely. It's been amazing since 2019. I think I certainly see it that Hawthorn's a real leader in this space, and from employment pathways, I work at the club now through my involvement with the club, and the commitment to us has been second to none. So can't speak highly enough of the club and everyone involved from all of our teams, our women's teams and our men's teams, through to the admin staff as well. It's been exceptional.
We have another shot for goal here coming by way of Shannon Jones from outside the arc. Lays back on the kick and just pulls it to the left. What's the hope and the aim? Is it to have a league? Obviously, we know that it's only a small percentage of the community, so sometimes struggle with numbers. But is the aim to have every team represented in a league like that, in an 18-team league?
I think if the numbers are there, they'll be fantastic. I think from here on, I think we've established a really a solid foundation here in Victoria. I'd love to see, that, first of all, the full league be supported by AFL clubs, so 4 teams at least here, and then in clubs in different states get around it as well, and hopefully have a national competition in the near future, which is definitely possible in my opinion.
So Bradley takes a nice mark here for the Bulldogs as they're still trying to get that first goal on the board here in the dying stages here of the second quarter. 43-7 St Kilda's way as the Bulls just popped into that pocket, and that looks like Penelope's going to have a mark and shot in front of goal here for the Doggies, which is exactly what they need just before the half-time siren rings.
I don't think they've not really played that poorly, have they, the Doggies? I mean, the Saints have been pretty lethal going forward. To go the first half without kicking a goal, they deserve one. And Benny come up with one here.
Yeah, they've just been a little inaccurate, which has not been great for the Dogs, but Penelope's quite the player, got a good kick, and yeah,
that's better.
Beautiful, right through the middle there, and that's the first goal on the board here for the Dogs with a minute to go in the second quarter. Really needed that one. Good to see the Dogs get on the board here and try just get things going. As that's 5 goals 13, 43 to the Saints, to 1 goal 10, 16 for the Bulldogs.
As good as she was in the first game, Penny, she didn't hit the scoreboard, so she's got a sausage roll here. Got 40 seconds or just under to try and get another one back, the Doggies, although Kosic will see to that. Kicks towards the arc. Jones goes for a run, and that's really well done there by the captain to bring that 4-0 forward to an end. It would have been disappointing if they conceded a late one there, the Doggies, but good work by Steve Abid, the skipper, who can clear the decks, looking for Bunn. She might have just lost it in the lights there, I think. Brown around the corner, wobbles one back towards Jones, who's just floating around the half-forward line. Kingsley comes at him. Jones got it back inside the attacking zone, but turned it over. Abid was looking there for Bridie. Bounce just eluded him right on the half-time buzzer. So the Saints take a commanding lead into the half-time break. The Saints are 5-13, 43. And the Bulldogs are 1-10-16. Not out of the game, Austin, but they've got a bit of work to do in the second half.
Yeah, certainly a lot of work to do, but you can never count out a good side like the Doggies. I think it's going to be a great second half. Have a little bit of a rest. Just compose yourself. Take a few deep breaths. Come out into that second half. Come out strong and show the Saints what's up.
27 points is the margin at the break. Saints up on the Bulldogs. Our third game of today. We've got one more coming up after this in terms of the home and away season for the Victorian Blind Footy League. That'll be the Bombers and the Hawks, 2 old traditional rivals. Ned will be back out there, no doubt, starting fights. No, I'm just joking. White line fever, Ned, I tell you.
No, I think I'm the opposite with that, but you never know. It will be a very nice game out there. The Bombers are a great team, and we played in a great spirit each time we play.
No hostilities here, of course. We'll see Ned in the brown and gold, and then we'll see him in the famous navy blue with the big V jumpers as well. We might step out and take a quick breather, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of this game. The Saints lead the Bulldogs at half-time by 27 points. Welcome back to the Action Indoor Sports Stadium in Tullamarine, everybody. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you for the Victorian Blind Football League Round 9 action. Bulldogs and the Saints. Doggies trying to come from behind. They're into attack early. And the captain, Steve Obeid, is just questioning a decision there from the umpire. Because Brent Sternberg is my name, Austin Kruger, and we've got a special guest up here, the captain of the Hawks, Ned Brewer-Mager. Be out there playing for Victoria in a little while as well. What did you make of that opening half, Ned? It was a good contest, but the Saints looking a bit more potent going forward.
Yeah, no, they do, but the Bulldogs have a really good opportunity here. Obviously, 9-pointers for Kingsley Williams and a 12-pointer for Caleb if they get to him.
Sorry, Ned. Boy, what a collision on the wing. Penelope Bunn, the Saints player, I think, was it Shannon Jones?
Yeah, Shannon Jones.
Oh, that's one of the biggest collisions we've seen today. I hope Jonesy's okay. Penelope's up, she's fine, she's tough. And Jonesy's just come off worse for wear. That was a big hit. Ouch. Looks like he's all right.
Yeah, he's calling for a sub.
He's going to make his way from the ground. He'll be placed by Stefan Nero. That'll be a big loss for the Saints. One of their better players, Shannon Jones, but potentially with a little stoppage in this game, maybe a chance for a momentum swing. Looks like he's got an issue with that right arm. Shannon, that was a big collision.
Yeah, he came down hard. And looks like Stefan Nero's going to start with the ball here for the Saints, I think.
Yeah, they got a free kick there, the Saints out of that one.
Fair enough.
Not bad for Stefan. Comes straight on and gets a kick of the footy.
Oh, he's gone the top.
Bang! Oh.
Nearly worked out there, but Lachlan Kosic couldn't quite get the mark. So the Doggies going to take it out. Looks like Courtney Lewis has got the ball here. And she's looking for some options around the ground. Penelope's providing a bit of a lead. And Sean Brown and Penelope, the two number 7s going at it. There's Nero once again putting his head under the ball. Nice little handball, snap around the corner, and Lachlan Kosic, he kicks his third for the day as St Kilda gets the first goal here in the third quarter. It's not the ideal start for the Doggies, but St Kilda showing that maybe they will be all right without Jonesy.
They really needed that opening goal of the second half, didn't they, the Doggies? But it goes the Saints' way, 6-13-49. The Bulldogs 1-11-47. 2 and a bit minutes elapsed in the premiership quarter. Habib and Bunn linking up again. Not long quarters, 10 minutes with no time on. Nero's taken a nice mark there, the umpire pays it. As I was saying, not long quarters, so they'd want to get their skates on here, the Doggies. Forward they go again, the Sainers. Kosic and McKenna are both there. Good play there from Kosic to bring his teammate into it. Ingrid McKenna and those two players we're going to see in the big V jumper a little bit later on. But it's a chance for McKenna to pop through the Saints what would be their 7th goal. Oh, Bunn getting overzealous on the mark there. McKenna in the end squared it up, and Kosic has taken a nice overhead mark from the top of the goal square. You reckon he would kick his 4th, so he kicked 3 in the first game. He's got 3 here right now. Lockie go back and kick number 4. You would not bet against him from here.
Certainly not.
No.
Been kicking him from the impossible angles. Lockie from right in front for the Saints' 7th. It's good. Lockie Kosic kicks his 4th. And the Saints look like they're going to have the inside running for the finals.
I think maybe that extra break for St Kilda is coming into play here as the Doggies have had to go back-to-back games. I think they're just looking a little tired. I think that extra break really has helped the Saints here.
Sorry to cut you off, Austin. What's it like out there, Ned? We spoke about how fast-paced it is, and you don't get any breaks. You don't really get any time to recover unless you come off the ground. Does it feel as frantic out there as it looks?
It definitely feels frantic, you're definitely gasping for air a lot more than not. So it's great for fitness, but yeah, I guess it makes for a really fast-paced game, which is great for blind sports because a lot of them are slowed down a lot, so it's super fast. But yeah, you are running a lot. As we see a really great goal there from I think it was Lockie Kosic again. But yeah, it's tough work, but great fun at the same time.
He loves that pocket, Lockie, doesn't he?
He does. He likes keeping them hidden from us. But yeah, it certainly does look like a fun game out there. It's balls pinging around, there's great goals, it's good energy between both the teams. It's just a fantastic initiative that everyone should get involved with. Like we 100%. Said, if you're interested in coming down on a Saturday morning down at the Indoor Sports Action Centre, you'd be more than welcome down in Tullamarine. So please come down if you've got anyone that might be interested, or any family, friends, or yourself.
Play alongside Ned for the Hawks.
Absolutely.
He'll be your skipper.
Yeah, excited. Hopefully get a good win on the board.
What's what are your roles as the captain out there, Ned? Obviously, it's a very unique part of our sport, and people of all different capabilities, like we've said. What a goal that is from Obeid. Only the Dogs' second goal, but an absolute pearler from right on the paint in the pocket. He just goes back nonchalantly. Yeah, I'm capable of that, whatever.
Living up to his nickname of Silk.
Silk, yeah, brilliant.
But as for my roles, I think for a lot of us who've been around in the community for a while, it's a lot about advocation and trying to get more people involved and making it a safe and inclusive space for everyone in our team, but also as the league as well. So I think as captain you do the normal roles,
yep.
And then there's a lot of extra stuff that you got to do as well, of course.
The ball's in dispute here down at the St Kilda end of town, but Pip's out here to Penelope. McKenna's, she's done the handball through the legs, and Kingsley just couldn't quite get his hands on the ball. He's not happy.
She had a little a chuckle as she did that, Penny.
Yeah, there's been some good behind the back handballs through the legs. There's been some clever football shown here today as St Kilda's going to kick it out. Our man Stefan Nero just bombs it into the forward line, and that might just dribble all the way. No, Stephen Obeid wraps it up. Ooh. And it's going to be a good contest here between Courtney Williams and Lachlan as the ball comes out towards Sean Brown here for the Saints, and Penelope, the two number 7s, going at it once again. Nice handball there from Courtney off to the captain, Stephen. As he sells a beautiful
Silk.
candy. Yeah, that's why they call him Silk. Takes a bounce. Nearly lets Lachlan come back into it as Kingsley looks to kick a goal here for the Dogs. And that's going to be a mark inside the forward arc here for the Bulldogs. That's Penelope Bunn, one of the best players in the league, as told by Bradley.
Well, no, she's got this journey. She kicked one from almost the exact spot up the other end. The second quarter.
Maybe commentator's curse there.
I'll take that as a commentator's curse, Ned. That wasn't your fault, mate. I'll take that. Sorry, Penny. Kosic on the wing. Little paddle to his own advantage. And the blind turn, if you don't mind. Has a little look inboard. Kick around the body. Obeid should have this one covered and can go for a run off half back. The Doggies just starting to lift, but they need to affect the scoreboard. Our man Brad Bridie has it. It's a bit too far out from home to score here. Kick looking for Penelope Bunn. Got a rotten bounce. Oh, bang, down she goes. McKenna put her to the ground. Good recovery, though, from Penny. And a good handball to Kingsley Williams. As McKenna just picks herself up a little bit slowly. I can't imagine it'd be very comfy to go to ground on that stuff down there, Ned. It looks hard.
No, it scrapes at your knees and elbows. But, you've got to love getting a tough footy.
I think she's okay. The Saints player. Kingsley goes bang. They've got another goal, the Doggies. Scoreboard is ticking over. They're just starting to eat into the lead a little bit as we head towards three-quarter time. Austin Kruger.
Yeah, you can notice the difference with Shannon Jones having to come off the ground for the Saints. The Doggies have managed to get a bit of momentum. As you mentioned, that stoppage of play, able to bring the Doggies back into this game, and it's certainly not over yet between the top two sides. There's a nice big punch out there by Nero. Collects his own ball. Beautiful stuff as he hand passes it off to Lachlan over the top, and it couldn't quite get the mark there as the ball's in dispute in the goal square for the Saints. Can they get something here? And Stefan Nero basically off the ground kicks a wonderful goal here for St Kilda. And that's Stefan's first goal of this afternoon as the St Kilda move to 9 goals 13-67 to the Bulldogs 3 goals 14-32.
The answers the same as, don't they? Going to have a handy lead at the final break. Nero still in the ruck, knocks it away from Bunn. Well, Silk had a bit of a fumble there, but collected it. Down the line, down the netting it goes. Good collect by Kingsley, who runs into an open goal and has his second. Great work there by the big man, number 37.
Looking extremely nimble out there, big Kingsley Williams.
He's been very good today, old Kingsley.
Yeah, in this second game, he's probably had... he could have had, I reckon, 4 or 5 goals. He's had a lot of opportunities, hasn't he? But only able to kick the 2 goals. But again, the doggies with an answer. The margin, 26 points. I doubt we're going to see another score in this third quarter. 10 seconds to play with the ball back in the middle. Our man Brad Bridie's after it. Oh, Kosic off half forward. Comes and collects. Had it knocked out of his hands. He's just going to run out of time, Lockie, and he knew it. Wasn't a bad finish either way, but wrong side of the siren, I'm afraid, Lockie. I reckon we've got a good finish coming up here. The Saints are 9-13-67, leading the Doggies 4-17-41. The 2 matchups between these two this season, well, the second one in round 6 was close. The Dogs only won by 2 goals, so I reckon they've still got something up their sleeve, the Bulldogs, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they really dominated that third quarter. St Kilda managed to get a couple back there at the end, but I think this last quarter is going to be an absolute belter between the 2 top sides in the competition to take out the minor premiership. I can't wait to see what happens.
So we do have, this is one of our rare opportunities where the players can have a breather. What sorts of things would be spoken about at a 3/4 time break like this, Ned, from a leadership point of view, being the captain of the Hawks?
I think just keep doing what they're doing. I think from a Bulldogs perspective, they're getting the shots on goal. If Kingsley has converted a couple of the goals that he missed, they're well and truly in the game with his 9-point goals.
Yep.
Getting some into Caleb and obviously trying to stop Lockie, but I'll be getting into Brad Bryder. He's got the nickname of Plugger because he notoriously kicked 6 goals on debut for the Doggies last year. So get him down forward, get everyone out of the goal square, and I reckon he can do some damage. That's what I'll be saying.
Yeah, have a look at sorry, Ned. I was just going to say, you have a look at the scoreboard. 23 scoring shots for the Doggies, 22 for the Saints. So they're not that far out of the game, the Doggies. They've gotten better and better as it's worn on, but just wasted a few opportunities, I think, Austin, going forward. So if they can tidy that up, they've got 10 minutes to try and come from behind and win this one and go to the top.
Yeah, I think this one's going to go right down to the wire. Sorry, Ned.
No, definitely don't rule him out. Steve-O will have him fired up, and he will definitely try put a captain's performance in this quarter to get a good W for the team.
I reckon you're not too wrong about Bradley needing to go down the forward line. He kicked 4 last game, so he's in good touch today. So I reckon, stick him in the forward line, get some goals here for the Dogs, and see what happens here in this last quarter. As the players get ready to go back out into positions here at Action Indoor Sports Stadium in Tullamarine. Victorian Blind Football League showcase round between the St Kilda and the Bulldogs, number 1 and 2 on the ladder. So it's a huge game considering this is the last round before finals, isn't it, Brad?
Yes, this is the first game of round 9. The next one, the Bombers against Ned's Hawks. So that will be the final game of the home and away season. Then we'll be into the finals I think a couple of weeks' time. But, of course, one very big game to come between now and then, the All-Star game between the Allies and Ned's Big V side. That one, well, we said 2:10 is the kickoff for the next game. Not sure I actually have a kick-off time for the following game, but all eyes will be on that one, the Allies and Victoria. The first ever, were you saying, Ned? First ever All-Star game?
Yeah, first ever. It's an absolute privilege to be a part of it and represent the state and wear the famous Big V. So, yeah, really excited for it.
There's going to be a big ceremony before that one with the pictures taken of all the men, women and non-binary players out there, and they will be mementos for everybody to keep forever as we're underway for the final term here. Oh, Jones, I was going to say he's okay. He's taken a great mark, but you can see he's still dealing a little bit with that bung shoulder that he picked up in that big collision with Penelope Bunn in the third quarter. He can go back and land a dagger right in the Bulldog hearts if he can kick truly. In the opening 30 seconds of the final quarter, he's going to pull the kick unselfishly. Nero has it right at the top of the 50. We might have another footy issue, I think. Umpire Shiv has come over to have a look at it. He's happy with what he sees and hears. Or is he? This will be about our 4th or 5th footy, I think.
Yeah, so what are some of the problems that happened with the ball, Ned?
It's first of all, it's probably fair to point out how amazing the actual invention of this footy is.
Yep.
Putting an electronic speaker into the ball is no easy feat. I think sometimes what happens is that you kick a buzzer or kick a speaker, and that sort of dies off a little bit. And sometimes you can just kick the button that actually turns it off. Yeah.
As Nero sprays that one to the right.
He's disappointed with that effort, isn't he?
He's not happy.
I guess it's a normal thing in this league to go through a bunch of footballs then in an event like this.
Yeah, definitely. Especially on a day as big as this. But there's definitely room for improvement, and we'll work really hard to make sure we get one that hopefully lasts the whole day, which will be nice. But yeah, it's still an amazing invention that helps a lot of people access footy.
From the half-back line they go, the doggies. Obeid. Oh, and now Courtney Williams might be a chance here if she can run onto it. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. It was clever to try and keep it alive rather than concede a score and hand the football back to the Saints. But it looks like there's been an illegal disposal, said the umpire, and so Ingrid McKenna's going to take the kick on the last line. Looks like she's changed her role in this game. She kicked 3 goals in the earlier game for the Saints and now playing in defence. Saints still leading by 27. Brad Brady knocked it away from Nero. A good contest between those two. Ooh. Oh, he got a little bit handsy there, didn't he, Brad? A little bit frustrated. This game hasn't quite gone his way. A free kick for the Saints.
As he's kicked that one straight in the roof, so it's going to come back to Braddles, and they're having a couple laughs here, Steph and Nero. And,
they're very, very good mates to go back from where they're very young kids, there's two, Stefan and Brad, so I'm sure there'll be a lot of banter out there between them.
Yeah, good to see them competing against each other as Penelope brings the ball forward for the Dogs. Couldn't quite get an option here, but here comes Brad and Stefan once again. The two boys going at it quite hard, a bit of push and shove happening between the both of them. And here he is. Fantastic little sell of the candy. Couldn't quite pull it off with the kick. Steve Obeid once again. Oh, he looks a little sore there.
Yeah,
he's
he pulled up a bit there.
I think it looks like he's holding onto his left calf. So hopefully just some cramping. Looks like it might just be a bit of a cramp as the Doggies move forward. And Courtney Williams takes a snap. Oh, I thought that was good there for a sec, but missed that just to the left side as it's moved into that pocket. And it's going to come straight back for the Dogs, and Steve's definitely looking. Shannon's. He's nearly taken him out there. I think he didn't quite mean that. As Penelope takes the mark, hands it off to Kingsley, and can Kingsley kick another one here? Yes, he can. Oh, the umpire's called holding the ball, has he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just didn't quite get the kick away in time. Otherwise, Kingsley would have had, what would that have been, his third.
That would have made things interesting too.
Yeah, well, they've had 4 minutes elapsed in the final term here. The Doggies without really making any inroads. In fact, the score has actually grown from 26 points at three-quarter time to 27. There goes Silk off the half-back line. Looks like he's recovered. That might have maybe been a bit of a cramp potentially for Steve. He's behind the play here and a little bit proppy. Kingsley. Oh, he's been caught again. A couple of opportunities gone begging for big Kingsley Williams. Now it looks like Kingsley might have a little problem. I was just going to say, Ned, earlier on about how one of the things that has really struck me is what a great way that this game has been played in, and great sportsmanship and sportswomanship. We asked Brad Brady when he was up here about the great camaraderie amongst all of the players, regardless of what team they play for or whether they know the people coming into it or whatnot. Is that something that you've really found amongst the blind AFL community?
Yeah, definitely. It's probably the key thing about our community as a whole. We all know Shannon gets clobbered there.
Been in the wars today, hasn't he?
Yeah, has been. But yeah, the community is really, really strong. We look after each other, we love each other, and we always want to see the success for everyone. So doesn't matter who you're playing for, we always get around each other, which is something that we we hope to keep going in the future.
Yeah, I think Shannon's going to come off again here.
Yeah,
he's had a couple hits.
The second,
yeah, he's just said it. He's off.
I'm off. That'll do me.
He's done enough today, Shannon Jones. He kicked 6 in the first game and just the 1, so 7 for the afternoon. That's not a bad day out in the office.
Having a look at the at Ned's Hawks teammates getting around down there. It looks like in the next game they're going to be wearing their Indigenous jumpers, which we didn't see them in the first game.
No, yeah, the club's very proud of our Indigenous our involvement in Indigenous communities, and wearing the jumpers is something we're very passionate about. So yeah, very excited for us to be wearing a pretty spectacular Indigenous jersey.
Yeah, great initiative that the AFL's started with the Indigenous round, and some of those jerseys are just absolutely magnificent.
They are, aren't they?
They're
just
gorgeous. Great.
I
think they should wear them more often than not.
I'm the biggest fan of wearing them, so that was definitely I was the first cab at the rank to say let's wear them for one of our games today. So yeah, they're great.
A lot of ex-players actually design some of the jerseys of family members of the ex-players, so it's just great to see.
Yeah, I think the Tigers, I think Marlon Pickett's wife designed theirs earlier this year. We've got a ball up here at half forward for the Doggies, who still trail by 27 and just over 3 minutes to play in this one. We'll have one more game in the home and away season to come after this. The Bombers and Ned's Hawks, and we're into the finals in a couple of weeks' time, but today we'll be into the showcase game, the Allies and the Big V, as Penelope Bunn has her kick smothered. It's come to Nero. Can he kick a goal, Stefan? I think he might have missed again.
He's had a few bites of the cherry, Stefan, today. Brad letting them know about it.
That's great. Wonder what he's saying, Bradley. He's saying it with a grin on his face.
Yeah, a lot of love between those two boys.
Hopefully the umpire knows that they are good friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, they've got their arms around each other.
That's all friendly. They turned it over from the kick in the Doggies, and so Rocky Kosic
lining up for his 6th.
Yeah. Can he get half a dozen? Shouldn't have any issues based on how this man kicks the footy, and that's beautiful. Textbook set shot kicking. He kicked 3 in the first game. He's doubled his money here in the second. And I have to say, he's going to look good in the Big V jumper next, I reckon.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited to see that straight kicking in my team, which would be very nice.
Yeah, as the umpire gets ready to ball it up here with 2 minutes to go in the last quarter. This is Nero, and Bradley's gone in hard there. He doesn't care that he's his mate. He wants to get that footy. But Nero's come out with it. Gets the kick away. A little push off the ball, but Steve Obeid gets the jump on Lachlan. That's a good matchup between those two. As looks like Courtney Lewis is trying to get the ball going here, and just spills out to St Kilda with a nice little handball, but couldn't quite get it over the way. As Bradley looks to pick that one up just outside of the arc. And great spoil there by Sean Brown. His defensive acts have been fantastic all day. As he just holds up the play, does a nice little snap back to Sean Brown, and he's shared that off beautifully off to Stefan Nero. And he can't mess this one up, surely. No, he can't. That's his 2nd for the day. And he's kicked a goal, so he'll be pretty happy with that one, I think. A bit of bragging rights between him and his good mate Brad.
That's great play by the Saints. Fantastic play one end to the other. They're going to run away with this one in the end. 40 points is the margin. We'll get a ball up back in the middle with 30 seconds left. The Saints 11-15, 81 on their way to top spot. The Doggies 4-17, 41. Coming forward again here, the Saints, although Obeid tidies up at half back. And balls to Penelope Bunn. Those two have tried hard all day today in the back-to-back games in which the Doggies have played in. Obeid might have to get it back to Penny. Clever underground handball. Bunn runs onto it in the middle of the court. A bit unlucky there to be penalised for holding the ball, but Nero will not have time to take the final kick as the final quarter of the time elapses. Ned, thank you very much, mate. Good luck in the next game, and good luck playing in the Big V jumper as well.
Mate,
We can't wait
thanks
to see you,
so much
mate.
for having me. Yeah, really appreciate the work that you guys are doing and helping spread the word of AFL Blind. But yeah, thanks very much.
There we go.
Good luck for the next game, Ned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ned Brewer-Mega, the captain of the Hawks, and he'll be out there in the famous Big V jumper shortly. So the final score in this one, the Saints 11-15-81, defeating the Bulldogs 4-17-41. And so the final score in this game, Austin, between the top two teams, 40 points in the end. The Saints just able to outgun them in that final term.
Yeah, I think they just had a bit too, like we said, I think that extra bit of break for St Kilda really helped them run out and close that game off. With the Bulldogs having to go back-to-back is pretty tough, considering how sort of high-paced, high-intense this game is.
They won't make any excuses, but they got a bit of a dud deal with the fixture, didn't they?
They definitely
Not
did.
only having to play the Saints, but after playing in the game beforehand as well. So.
Yeah. But, you know, finals is only a few weeks away, so they might be able to get some vengeance back.
The Saints over the Doggies by 40 points. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. We'll take a little break. We'll throw it down to Nick Holloway down on courtside. And when we come back, we'll have the final game for you in the home and away season, the Bombers and the Hawks. And then after that, the All-Stars game, which is not far away now. But we'll throw it down to Nicholas Holloway on courtside, and Austin and myself will be back in a moment.
Penny Nunn. And from Hawthorn, a category A player who also won the best dress today, congratulations to Semi Johnson. From the Bulldogs, Caleb Manhouse. From the Bombers, Bridget Dolly. From St Kilda, Ingrid McKenna. From the Bombers, Travis Zimmer. From Hawthorn, Ollie Oglethorpe. From
Welcome back, everybody, to the Action Indoor Sports Stadium in Tullamarine. Round 8 and 9 action in the Victorian Blind Footy League. This is round 9. It's the final game of the home and away season between the age-old rivals Hawthorn and Essendon. Both these teams we've already seen today. And the last chance for these two teams who currently sit in 3rd and 4th position respectively on the ladder. Essendon in 3rd and the Hawks in 4th. Looking for a win in the final game of the season. Of course, all 4 teams play finals, so they're just looking for positioning now. Hawthorn are wearing their lovely Indigenous jumpers. If you were with us earlier, we spoke with the Hawks captain, Ned Brewer-Mager, about how proud they are to be involved with not just the Hawthorn Footy Club, but to be wearing the Indigenous jumper as well. So they're going to play against the Bombers in the final game of the home and away season. The Dons in the red. Brent Sternberg here with you, and Austin Kruger as well. We've seen 3 good games, Austin. We've got 1 more to go before the main event coming up in a little while with the All-Star match.
This is going to be a good one. Hawthorn, I think they're going to be really playing hard for that first win of the year here. I think they're going to come out nice and strong, and this is going to be a great matchup between both teams, looking to finish off the season with a win and head into the finals with a bit of momentum. I think Hawthorn looked pretty good in that initial game. I think players like McCarthy and Stephen Palmer, obviously the captain Ned Brewer, some very good players on the team, although Ned doesn't have the kit on as we speak, so I think he's going to start on the bench as we get ready for our first bounce here, or first throw up.
I wonder if they may be just saving him for the All-Star game. He did receive his jumper for the Victoria team. Interesting decision there. He did started on the bench for most of the quarters in the Hawks game earlier. The captain looks like he might be put on cotton wool for the next game as we're underway. Busting out of the middle, number 23, Palmer, sending the Hawks inside 50 early, but the Bombers will be able to repel here through Matt Cameron, who was another one that received his jumper in the ceremony that we had in between the last game we just had and this one. Like I said, Brent Sternberg, my name, joined by Austin Kruger, and we've also got a special guest up here, Beck Herft. Lovely to have you, Beck. Do you want to tell us why you're here?
Hello, thank you very much for having me. Appreciate that. So I'm here today as the LGBTQI plus lead for AFL Victoria, and I'm here to support the very first inaugural Pride round we have for the Blind Football League.
Hawthorn are going to have a shot here through Ollie Oglethorpe. We have mentioned all throughout the broadcast today that it is the Pride round. We know that the AFL have done such a great job in celebrating that particular cause. We might just have a look at Ollie's kick here for goal. Right in front, and it's off the woodwork, and it's a minor score for the Hawks, who are on the board early. 1-1, and the Bombers are yet to score. We can see the players out there in the rainbow socks and the colours all around as well, Beck, that obviously symbolise an incredibly important cause for the AFL and a lot of sports that do this very well, and for a part of our community that need to be stood up for.
Yeah, definitely. I think the most important thing about the rainbow is really focusing on that visibility as well. And this week as well, all these players engaged within an education session with Pride Cup on Wednesday night, which is fantastic. Yep. So outside of the rainbow that everybody sees today, they've all been educated in the space as well, which is fantastic.
It's very important to also educate, not just rock up with your socks, but also learn about the cause and learn what we can do to help those communities. And it's just a great initiative all around. There's Hawthorn. He's missed that one just to the right again, old Ollie Oglethorpe. So 2 behinds to start off the game here for the Hawks.
Had a couple of opportunities, hasn't he, Ollie? And he's just gone astray. Can you tell us what happens in those teaching moments and those things that the players go to and learn all about the cause? What are the sorts of things that are brought up?
Yeah, definitely. So the LGBTQI plus 101 training is what is run by Pride Cup, and the education within that is very much speaking about what does the acronym mean, how can we be more inclusive as a sport, but then outside of that, how can the players change their language when they're playing their game as well. So it's a massive thing, and little things as well, acknowledging people with their pronouns, and it's a massive type of engagement that they get to learn as well, and they get to bring within this space, and hopefully more queer people that do have a disability feel that they can be a part of this sport as well.
Got the ball in the, we're calling it the dead pocket today. We can't see it when it goes in there, but we can see it when it comes out, and it has come out onto the chest of Trav Zimmer, who after Hawthorn have done all the early attacking, Austin, and had a couple of early looks. They might be able to jag the first goal here through the man in the Kermit helmet. He kicks truly the left footer as well. That hurts a little bit.
Well, it certainly does. Trav Zimmer following up his great performance in the last game with 3 goals to a nice early goal here. Very good performance. Has a good set of hands, does Trav Zimmer, and a very accurate kick in front of goals. So that's the first major here. But the score is 6-all. Oh no, that was a 9-pointer actually. So that's a B class. That was a 9-pointer. So the scores moved to 1 goal 3, 9 to 0 goal 6, 6. The Bombers in the lead.
Trav in the fluoro yellow wristband that signals the folks out there in the B class. He might be a chance again here, Trav. Picked it up cleanly. Kicked one on the left boot. His right foot kick's gone up into the roof. We've seen that a few times today. Austin will get a ball up.
Well, luckily we haven't seen any balls get wedged up there so far, so that's at least that's a positive. Most of the balls have come down back onto the ground. There's a nice tap out there by, looks like that was...
I think the really important thing about today as well is intersectionality. So we're celebrating not just pride, not just the rainbow community, but we're celebrating people from all abilities that can come together and play sport. So I think that's a massive thing for everyone to learn about today, as well as us acknowledging country, acknowledging our First Nations people. Intersectionality is number one thing, and it's so important. You see that now in the Indigenous Guernseys as well. We're acknowledging that sport can be a place for everyone, no matter their race, culture, gender, sexuality, background, whatever it might be.
Absolutely, and brings people together from all walks of life, which we've seen here today. You know, it's just a beautiful thing with Pride Round. We've got our Indigenous jerseys and obviously supporting the blind community. It's just wonderful to see. It's been a fantastic day. So thanks for having me out here.
Behind another one for the Hawks. Bombers to bring it in. We remind you that the Hawks are looking for what would be their first win of the season, trailing by 3 points early on here. Bridget Jolly, handball to Gauchi, who on the second attempt gave it to Zimmer. Been in everything early on. Trav Zimmer, he can go back and kick his second goal here. We might just watch over this shot for goal before we get back to Beck. Throws it on the left again. And it's hit the post, right on top of it. You can see the post about to wobble out of its foundations. Another behind for the Bombers. Can you tell us about things that you've got coming up, Beck, as well? And obviously the cause moving forward. It's not just a one-off thing today. We see it a lot, and the more we see it, the more important. But some things that are coming up ahead as we head out of this horrible winter in Melbourne and into the springtime as well.
Yeah, definitely. So our next event will be Wear It Purple Day, which happens in August.
Yep.
So that'll be August 26th. So that's a Saturday this year. So Wear It Purple Day focuses on transphobic, homophobic behaviour within schools and making sure we're ridding that behaviour as well. And that's something that goes out to every different school pretty much across the state. So we'll work on delivering some LGBTQI plus 101 training out to all our casual workforce leading into that day as well, to ensure when they go out to school programs they feel safe to speak and feeling to bring LGBTQI plus young people in inclusive environments and make them feel safe.
Got another goal here, the Bombers. Matt Cameron, ball will go back to the middle. A lot of great things being done at AFL Victoria. You mentioned, I think we picked it up on the effects mic when you were on the microphone earlier, Beck, that you're a member of the LGBT community. If you take your official hat off, how do you think we're going with the inclusiveness of everybody, not just at the AFL, but even just as a community of people and as a whole?
Yeah, definitely. So yes, I am a part of this community. I'm a proud person, a part of this community as well. I think on a personal level, outside of the professionalism, as you mentioned before, I think that the community is becoming a lot more visible and people are becoming a lot more accepting of this beautiful community as well and what it can bring, which is a fantastic thing. And I think sport has definitely supported that very heavily. Being able to have pride rounds at AFLW level, even the AFL men's with the Sydney and the Saints game as well. And outside of that, other sports are doing a fantastic job as well, like Tennis Australia, Hockey Victoria. I mean, it's fantastic to see because people within this community feel that sport is becoming a safe place for everyone within the LGBTQI plus space.
Ultimately, that's the most important thing, isn't it? All sports, not just Aussie rules football, being something that everybody can be accepted into and flourish in. As Big Ned's back out there and kicking a goal for the Hawks. Didn't even realise that he'd snuck out there.
Yeah,
He's onto the scoreboard.
They haven't quite put him on ice yet, and you can see the sudden impact he's had on the team. Trying to get his team back into it for their first win. I've just got a funny feeling about the Hawks this game. I reckon they're going to get their first win. Well, I'm hoping they get their first win of the year in the dying stages of the season. As McCarthy, lovely pick up from the middle, and he's put that in the boot. Unlucky to hit the roof there. I reckon that would have sailed through for a goal. Oh. Yeah, very unfortunate there for the Hawks. I think we can have a ball up here in the forward arc. As the captain, Ned's up in the ruck. Back out to McCarthy as he looks to try and get the ball back in. Lovely little tap.
Clever.
And it's going to go back to Matt Cameron for the Bombers as he's hit the roof as well. Everyone's hitting the roof in the dying stages of this first quarter as the Hawks down by 11 points here.
Closing in on quarter time. Got Beck Hurft here with us, talking about all the great things that we're doing around AFL Victoria. I want to just go back on something that Austin said earlier in the quarterback about how it's really important to continue to teach people about this cause and you know, everything that comes with it. There can be a risk sometimes with things like this that people might just think, oh, they see the rainbow flag and they think, oh, the rainbow flag again. It sort of loses all meaning, and so that's why, you know, it's really important that it's not just the rainbow flag, but all of that education that comes with it so that it doesn't lose that meaning.
Exactly right, definitely. And I think at the end of the day, eventually you'd love a world that doesn't necessarily have to have rainbow or pride rounds or Indigenous rounds, whatever it might be. Everyone should just come together, and sport should just be that safe space for all. But I think for the moment, that education pace needs to come with that visibility as well, because every single player that puts on a rainbow jersey needs to understand the why behind that, and the why is such an important piece with that as well. It's what I'm most passionate about with supporting at AFL Vic.
The Bombers 2-9-21, lead Hawthorn 1-6-12 at quarter time. Do you want to stick with us, Beck, or do you want to scale that fraught system that they've got? It's a bit of a horrible thing getting up to the commentary box today. We have to put our life in the hands of somebody else trying to get up here. Would you like to stick around?
I'm happy to stick around if that's what you guys need today. Very much happy to stay here and support the Pride round today.
It's great to have Beck in special comments. Very special comments, actually. The most special comments we've had all day. No offence to the boys we've had up here, but what Beck is doing is she's the most important person in the building, let's be honest.
I think so.
Other than the players.
You're all too kind. All too kind.
Well, they're in this game, aren't they? The Hawks, Austin, they're only down by 9 points. We'll remind you, 0-8 actually, coming into this game after losing earlier today. 1-6 in that opening term, 1-6-12. And the Bombers 2-9-21. I think they'll back themselves to get into this game. The Hawks, they had some things go their way in that opening quarter. And as you can see, 7 scoring shots for the Hawks to 11 for the Bombers.
Yeah, Ned Brewer's going to put the team on his back this quarter, I think. He's got to get a win before the end of the year, and today's the day.
You can see him getting around and just getting to his teammates, giving them some advice at quarter time. Short breaks here in this one, just 2.5 minutes, so we'll be back out there in no time. We've mentioned that the intersection of all of these great causes obviously is supporting the LGBT community and our blind and visually impaired community as well. And then, as we can see, the Hawks wearing their Indigenous jumpers, which look fantastic. So a lot of our minority groups that are being supported. As we keep saying, very important that we keep supporting them. And what we want is for everybody to feel that they can come into this game and be accepted, because it is a game that doesn't discriminate. Unfortunately, we have parts of the community and pockets of the community that does, but sport doesn't, and our game of Australian rules football doesn't. And so, above all else, that's why I was saying Beck's very, very important. That's her role to
I think the fantastic thing here as well, you've got such a mix of genders out in that field. So it just shows you within the blind and visually impaired game that, like, you know, you can have men and women that verse each other. You can have people that non-binary or trans that could come and play this sport as well. And I think that's a fantastic thing. I think this league is really leading the way in so many ways, and it will do so, I think, across the country, which is a fantastic thing for the AFL, but more importantly for the Victorian blind community.
And it's led to a great feeling inside the stadium today. It's been played in a great spirit, all of the games. You know, they all know each other, obviously, as footy players, and then obviously people that, you know, have some disabilities in life that they all share. And so there's obviously that mutual respect for all of them as they go out to battle, and maybe just forget that for a moment and go toe-to-toe against one another and get a bit of white line fever if the Hawks come forward early on. And the captain, Brewer Hager, is amongst everything. It's just trickled through for a behind, the first score of the second quarter. And the Bombers to bring it out from the last line of defence.
Yeah, just the 1 point there for the Hawks. As Brewers made an immediate impact here in this second quarter as he picks the ball up in the dead spot for us in the booth. But I think that's going to be a mark there. Yes, it is there for Ollie Olgathorpe. He's kicked one already today. Been looking. Oh no, just kicked the one behind so far. So he'll be looking for his first major of the afternoon. And that looks good off the boot. And that's a goal there for Hawthorn. Fantastic stuff. That is the ideal start that they were after here in the second quarter, as the score goes to Hawthorn 22 goals 10-22 to the Bombers 2 goals 9-21. So here we go. Nice close game here in the second quarter. It's great to see.
I think Hawthorn's spirit is a beautiful thing out here today as well. Hawthorn have done some amazing things with their Pride group, Hawks Pride, who put them through a lot of different education this year as well. So I think their spirit will hopefully bring them to their first win today as well.
They have been fantastic, Hawthorn, with a lot of those things, haven't they? They were really one of the first teams to get involved with women's football and in the VFLW through the Box Hill Hawks, and now Hawthorn and the wheelchair team as well. So no surprise to see that they're obviously keen to be involved with the Victorian Blind Footy League as well. They deserve a win, don't they? But they're just got their noses in front here.
Well, if Trev Zimmer's got anything to say about it, they won't be getting that win, and he's certainly providing quite the impact here for the Bombers.
I'm sure he loves what Hawthorn's done off the field, but he doesn't care right now as he stands over this kick.
Yeah, and that's split right down the middle. So
He's
that's his
hitting them
second.
well, Trav.
That's his fifth for the day, and he's second in this game. He's having quite the afternoon. He's got one of the best kicks I've seen, that's for sure. Very straight. Got the green helmet out there. We'd love to see the helmets on. More players should be getting around that.
Fluoro yellow band as well. So 9 points there for the Bombers. Stretch there. Lead again. Brewer Hager should be able to run onto this one. Oh, Moxley. We've seen him do that a couple of times today. Moxley just knock it between his legs and clear the area. Gauchi. Jolly paid the mark at the top of the 50. As we mentioned, plenty of females out there today playing amongst the two sides. Bridget won for the Dons. We're going to see a couple in the next game as well. One that we were very impressed with for the Doggies, Austin, earlier today, Penelope Bunn.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful player, Penelope. She same with Courtney Lewis there for the Dogs. And here's Trav Zimmer again. He's just everywhere, isn't he?
Ridiculous.
Lining up for his third now. As the Bombers will look for a nice buffer if they kick this one. As he lines up and it's going to be waiting for the goal umpire. What's he called? Looks like they've called that a behind. He's just missed that one to the right. So unfortunate there for Zimmer. Couldn't get his third, but still a nice buffer here for the Bombers.
I reckon he thought that was a goal, Trav.
He did.
To the umpire, come on, all clear. Hawks with the kick in. I was just going to say on Penelope Bunn, we're going to see her playing in the next game in the Big V jumper. First ever All-Star game. Here he is again, Trav. Everything's running through Trav in the green helmet. Kicked all three of their goals. And he kick number 4 here. Just inside the paint of the arc. Missed the last one. Doesn't miss this one. He's hitting him truly. The Bombers get a little break on the Hawks in the midway stages of quarter number 2.
Yeah, that's a 20-point lead now for the Bombers. So Hawthorn had a good start to this quarter, but Bombers have managed to sort of own the last 3.5 minutes here. So they need to get something going to get back in the game. And Stephen Palmer's that man, but lucky not to get call holding the ball there. Bridget Jolly had a nice tackle on him, but the ball is still live as a hand pass back out into the Essendon 50, and there's Stephen Palmer. Couldn't quite pick up the footy, runs past it as Jolly picks it up, gives the handball out, and he's looking to go inside. Back to Jolly. It's a good mark there. Size up her options. Plays on, and there we go. Trav Zimmer once again just been instrumental this quarter. He's saying, I'm not letting you guys win today, says Trav. He's lining up for his fourth.
He's taking the game away from them, isn't he, Trav, on his own?
Yeah, in his own boot. He'll be lining up for his fourth here. Looking for his 7th today.
We're going to let Beck Hurft go. Thank you very much, Beck, for everything that you're doing, champion. Final say for Beck?
Amazing. No, thank you very much for having me today, guys. Thank you very much for being a part of this journey with AFL Victoria and the Blind Football League. Happy Pride, everyone.
Beck Hurft, there she goes, AFL Victoria. And we've got a familiar voice coming in as well. Brad Brodie coming in. He's got his Allies jumper on. He's set to go in the next game. How'd you go out there in the doggies jumper, Brad? Kicked a few snags?
It was good good fun getting a bit rough and tumble out there. The St Kilda guys were really on. And we played a good game. First back-to-back with no subs was a bit difficult, but we got the main game after this one. But it's hopefully the Hawks can have a bit of a fight back before that happens.
The first ever All-Star game, we've been told. Brad, how does it feel to be wearing that jumper for the first time and you're about to go out there and play for the Allies?
Yeah, it's pretty huge. To be named captain as well was pretty big honour. Hopefully, we tweak the rules a bit later this game, and hopefully that works as well. But yeah, it's going to be really exciting, and I think the energy is going to be up right from the first ball up.
What are some of those rules that are going to be tweaked?
So just for that game, so usually the Bs, if it gets handballed to them, it's a mark, but they're not having that for the All-Star game.
Yep.
We're just having, it's got to be a kick to be a mark. And then B1, so the A, when they shoot, they have the whole goal to aim at, and they can't kick it behind, but if they hit any part of the goal, it's 9 points.
Right. A few rule changes there to keep in mind as we look ahead to the All-Star game, but we've got an interesting contest here between the Bombers and the Hawks. Bombers up by 26 points currently, and coming forward again, Matt Cameron to Gauchi. Number 13 carving his way through and kicking a goal. Can you help us out with number 13, Brad? We don't have the number 13 for the Bombers. We don't have the name on
Nick, but I don't know his last name, unfortunately.
That's okay. We'll go with Nick. That's better than saying number 13.
He's a nice little shimmy on the inside there, as Ned comes to the bench, resting himself for the next game.
Yes, he'll have a spell. He's replaced by Stephen Palmer. So they stretch the lead a little further, the Bombers. Forward they come, heading towards the last couple of minutes of the first half here of this one. Umpire pulls out a mark or a free kick.
Yeah, I think it's a mark to number 13, Nick, and him and Trav just bumped heads a little bit there. So a little bit of friendly fire between the two of those.
One of the problems with RP, and it's already happened a few times today.
Yep.
They turn and you don't know what you're turning into.
Yep.
I just want to ask you quickly, we'll watch over this shot for goal first, Brad. We'll get Austin to call this one.
Yep. I think that might have been touched off the line as well, so couldn't get the major score as McCarthy passes it out to Nicholas as Hawthorn tries working it up the ground, and McCarthy's followed up his own footy, something great there. Couldn't quite get the kick on it. I think that's going to come back to the Bombers. I'll tell you what though, great effort there by Matthew McCarthy. He's really trying hard.
Really unhappy with that. The two Queensland boys coming together there. You would be really unhappy. Ray caught him.
Yeah, that could have been a nice little goal there for the Hawks to get a bit of momentum back before half-time, but it's going to come back in here, and that's going to be a mark to Ollie Oglethorpe. I think that was...
Great hand pass inside by Stephen Palmer.
I think that was just outside the arc, but he's going to have a shot by the looks of it, old Ollie. Or is he going to try and pass it off? Now he's taken a few steps back. He says, don't worry, guys, I got this. This looks like a nice kick.
He does have it.
There we go. Oh, and so outside of the arc was that, Brad? So is that no goal?
Yeah, no goal, and I don't think it's a score. It's just a kick out.
Yep. Unfortunate there for the Hawks. They could have really used that one.
Unless it got touched, which it might have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds to go in the half, that would have been ideal for the Hawks, but they just got to not concede. It's great play there by Stephen Palmer.
Ooh.
Keeps the ball live. Can they sneak one in here? He turns around, snaps it, and...
I think we heard the result of that over here.
Yep. That's going to be a point for the Hawks as we edge closer here to our halftime zone. And that is the end of the half. Bombers 5 goals 27-57 to the Hawks 2 goals 13-25. So a bit of a Hawks had a good start to that quarter, but the Bombers just managed to kick a few goals there towards the end, and they've got a nice lead now at half time.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of work to do, Hawthorn, if they want to secure their first win of the season. Trailing by 32 points at the half-time break. I might step out and have a breather, and when we come back we'll have the second half for this one, and we're still looking ahead, of course, to the All-Star game as well between the Allies and the Big V. Brent Sternberg, Austin Kruger and Bradley Bright are up here with you. We'll step out and take a breather, and when we come back we'll be back for the second half between the Bombers and the Hawks. Welcome back, everybody, to the Action Indoor Sports Centre in Tullamarine. This is the final game of the home and away season in the Victorian Blind Football League. The Bombers and the Hawks, age-old rivals, of course, are set to go here in the third quarter. The Bombers are 5-27-57 and the Hawks are 2-13-25. Hawthorn are looking for their first win of the season. They've got 20 minutes of football to try and overrun the Bombers here. Brent Sternberg, Austin Kruger and Brad Bright are here as well, as we're underway for the third term. Onto it here in the middle is McCarthy. Pumps a handball forward. Olga Thorpe just watching that one run away, and then good enough defending in the end by Ray Moxley through for a behind. And the Hawks score early in the third quarter, but just in the minors column.
As Essendon brings the ball out of their defensive 50, you've got David Gauci slaps it on the boot towards Trav Zimmer here. And Trav Zimmer could be on for a little run. Goes the check side.
Outside of the
How's
boot.
that?
Oh, what a goal.
Trav Zimmer kicks
Unbelievable.
him, kicking him from everywhere. That's fourth for the day. Well, the fourth for this afternoon Fantastic goal.
Is that our goal of the day?
I think that's got to be.
Either that or Lockie from the pocket
Yeah.
against us. That was on the straight. I
Considering,
don't know if he was attempting the goals there. I think he was looking for the inside ball and it just got a nice bounce for him.
yeah,
Lovely result.
He'll claim it.
absolutely. As we go back to the middle,
Net goes through the
Yeah.
middle. He strolled through the arc.
fantastic goal there by
kicked
Ned. Straight out of the middle, crumbs his own ball, picks it up, runs into the forward arc, and slots himself a nice goal. Pips one back on the Bombers.
That's his second. That's a good response.
No, they've called that a point, have they? I thought that was a goal
Yeah,
for
me too.
certain.
Judging by his reaction as well, I think Ned
Yeah.
thought it had gone through as well. He might have another opportunity
Oh,
here.
hand pass to Ollie Shawley.
Yeah, over the
Yeah,
top.
he gets
Yep.
it. Great connection.
Good stuff there by Ollie Oglethorpe.
Well, now I've mucked up my footy sheet. I've got 2 goals next to Ned. I've got to cross one off. Hopefully he kicks another one. Here will Ollie go here. No angle to speak of. Right in front. Hawks could do with one here. And Ollie goes back and slots it.
They needed that one.
Yeah, they did. They thought they had that one a moment ago. Ned Brewer-Maker.
We thought so too.
Yeah, I think everybody in the place did.
I think the only person that didn't was the goal umpire, actually.
Funny how that can happen.
Yeah. Another good tap there by Ned. McCarthy tries to get a clear grab on the ball, but can't quite as Matt Cameron picks it up for the Bombers. Passes it off to Gauchi, but couldn't quite get it. 2 boys are going at it pretty hard there. He gives a nice handball out the back to Cameron. That's going to be a mark. Looks to move it pretty quickly. Here's the captain. Oh, good stuff there by number 13, Nick for the Bombers. And that's going to be a mark there for Gauchi. So the Bombers are going to have a nice shot on goal here. About 15 metres out, not too much of an angle, so a good opportunity here to
Quite
push
courageous, that mark. He put himself under a high ball that you never know who's charging at it.
He did, and good teamwork there. Shared the cake, passed the ball around, making sure everyone's getting involved. Been a lot of good sportsmanship and respect shown by all the teams here today, and that was just another example.
For Scotty, obviously got the sight and being forced to put on the goggles, but he's doing it well.
He did that in the first game as well, I think,
Yeah.
Scotty, earlier on, yeah. Couldn't quite convert there for the Bombers. Or could he? He put a goal up on the board. He did.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. He hung that one to the right. But that would be worth 6 points.
As good as a goal, let's call it.
Yeah, good as a goal.
A traditional goal.
Sebi Johnson. Nice mark there.
Great
Good connection
mark
between
through the middle
Sebi
by
and Ned. He's already won the Best Dressed award. Looking for another victory as well today. And that's a fantastic kick again from Ned to Ollie. The connection between those two has been fantastic
He's having
today.
a good game, Ollie.
Yeah.
Getting involved.
Setting himself for, I hope these are the last few kicks for the day. No more in the All-Stars game, thanks.
How does Ollie go here? He's been hitting him pretty sweetly. He's wobbled that one home as well. Ollie's got another. That's his third in this game. He's the man who's keeping Hawthorn in it on the scoreboard. Margin back to 27 points. Hawthorn in search of their first win of the season. Midway stages of the third quarter. Palmer for the Hawks. Handball back to
Steps
McCarthy.
past Gauzy.
Great lateral movement. Back to Palmer.
they're
Great
on.
play from the Hawks. And here they come. Having a good moment in the premiership quarter. Hitting into the scoreboard. They're not out of it. Back to 21 points.
Showing a lot of fight here, Hawthorn.
Great play there by Macca and Palmer. They really worked it out well.
Got another guest up here in the commentary box, the Doggies captain, who was on an absolute tear earlier today, and we're about to see him again in the All-Stars game. We'll just hold on to this one as Zimmer on the outside of the boot. Well, he's already kicked one miracle goal. Not quite on that occasion. We've got the Doggies captain with us, Steve O'Bead. Steve, well done, mate. Absolutely brilliant. A pleasure calling you. You played well.
Thank you very much, Brent. Austin, nice to see you this afternoon on a very jam-packed day of AFL Blind.
It's been pretty hectic, hasn't it? The game's coming thick and fast.
It's been insane. It's been pretty crazy. All fast-paced, a lot of action going on.
We've asked a few of the boys, Steve, their journey to the AFL Blind in this league. Do you want to tell us how you got involved as well?
Yeah, I after this little piece of play.
We've got Nick giving it off to Gauchi, and Gauchi kicking a goal for the Bombers. Sorry, Steve.
No worries. I just wanted to let the action happen
Yeah,
before
that's
I
okay.
started talking. No problems. So I got involved in 2018 with the inaugural, actually the pilot season of the AFL Blind. Got drafted to the Bulldogs and managed to go on and win that pilot season's final late December. And then I came.
Player of the game as well, weren't you?
Yeah, I managed to get player of the game in that final as well. But and then I got into a few more finals with the Bulldogs. I don't think we've missed a final since the pilot season.
Oh.
So a pretty good effort by the team. In 2021, I was granted captain of the Bulldogs. So it was more of a team vote, and I was glad that they trusted me with the lead, and been doing our best to push forward and get ourselves into a good position in the ladder to make ourselves into finals again.
What did you make of the earlier two games today? Obviously, the Saints just overran you in the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of legs and a lot of very good players in that team.
Yep.
So it's hard to fault how good the Saints are. And then earlier in the day, the Bombers, very good fight back in the end.
Yep.
With Trav Zimmer claiming a few marks late in that fourth quarter and almost coming back. But yeah, pretty proud of how my team did with no subs available and a lot of players who are very crucial in our team not being able to attend this round. So we just do our best and fight back on the 20th of August in the finals.
You must be pretty happy to play in this next game with alongside some of the boys that have torn up the Bulldogs a little bit today, but you'll be teammates with them now.
I'm very proud to call these guys like good friends of mine in the league as well as opponents in the league.
Yeah.
But being able to play alongside them, it's something that we wanted to work towards for a few years now, with a lot more players from interstate joining the league, and we wanted to try and reward the dedication and the commitment that those who fly in and fly out during the days. So giving them a chance to represent in an all-stars team, I felt like was right, and I'm glad that we're able to have people like Brad Brighter, Stefan Nero, Sean Brown and Stephen Palmer fly in, and the rest of the guys from Queensland and South Australia. So it's good to have them come along and participate and play, and just very happy with how we've been able to come up with the concept of the Vic First Allies team, and I'm very, very, very happy and looking forward to the game later today.
Your teammates with Brad, normally you'll be playing against one another in this next game. You're not going to take it easy on him, are you?
I don't plan on taking it easy on him, but I might pull out of a bump or two if there's the opportunity. I'll pull out so I don't hurt my teammate. So I need him.
Of course.
Later on.
Yeah, with finals coming up. Yeah.
I don't know if I'll offer the same courtesy, but
Now, me and Brent were saying we couldn't quite tell if you're a left foot or a right foot. You seem to be pretty good on both. Can you tell us?
It came from my soccer background.
Yeah.
I have played when I was younger. I played soccer, football when I was younger, and just the ability to work on both feet is pretty crucial in that game, and being able to adapt it here, I think it's useful as well, because it doesn't show that you're just a one-sided player.
Yep.
You can kind of trick and maneuver away and around players, so it comes in handy. It does come in handy.
Very important in a game that's played on quite a claustrophobic little ground compared to the normal big oval of Aussie rules footy. A three-quarter time in this one. The Bombers still with a comfortable lead, 8:33-81. Hawthorn 5:25-55. If you guys need to go and get ready for this next game, you can go if you like.
I've got a bit more time. I can stay up here.
Oh, lovely.
Good stuff.
Lovely.
You mentioned about the facility. It's something that we struggle with in other states. It's really hard to find this perfect enclosed sort of facility.
Yep.
So at the moment, we in WA play on like 3 basketball courts all together. which you know, it's you have to take care of yourself a little bit without sliding around.
Yeah.
But you know, it's still get a good product. But obviously, the ball just bounces away and keeps bouncing. Whereas the net keeps it a really fast, a little bit more enjoyable game. But that's not underselling what we. You know, you have to do your best wherever you are. But yeah, it's a really awesome facility here.
I suppose we don't have too many purpose-built stadiums like this, do we? Because we have a lot of basketball stadiums and netball stadiums, but not really stadiums like this where we have leagues consistently, you know, being used.
Yeah, well, you can get the closest you can get is to those 7-a-side soccer fields,
yeah.
or maybe even hockey. But hockey again, it's a little bit dangerous because it's really thin grass. But yeah, there's a lot of options available. You know, sometimes you just got to be adaptive, and I think that's what being Winnipeg, we're all pretty adaptive. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly a beautiful facility here. As soon as I walked in, I just went, you know, take it back. It looks fantastic. The turf looks great. I'm just so glad we've got a space like this, you know, so we can provide. So everyone can play football.
Yes.
You know, that's what's most important.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone has an opportunity to play the game that we all love. And yeah, it's just been a fantastic day out here in Tullamarine, watching everyone compete, and looking forward to seeing this last quarter, seeing if the Hawks can maybe pip a few back and get that win.
It's always a good contest between the Hawks and the Bombers, so we'll see what they can do in the last quarter.
You said you've come from soccer, Steve. Which one of the two sports, Aussie rules or soccer, do you find a bit easier to play?
Personally, I much prefer a soccer because majority of the time the ball is white, it's along the green grass, and you can see your clear boundaries with the white lines. Very similar out here. But for my issue with my vision, I've got my central vision, so if the ball goes up in the air, I've kind of lost it in my blind spot, in my dead zone. So with the ball being along the ground in soccer, it's a little bit more easier for me. That's why I somewhat prefer it. But being able to adapt and get used to the conditions here, I don't mind the enclosed space as well of the AFL blind field.
Underway in the final quarter with the Bombers.
Don't let him sell himself short on the soccer though. He is the future Aussie captain, and he is silky out there. He is very good.
Well, we've heard that your nickname is Silk, Stephen.
Yeah, gotta love Ned Broomega and Johnny Boland giving me that nickname. So, they call me Silk. A little bit smooth, a little bit, silky, like they say. So,
well, I think it's an apt nickname, having seen you play earlier today, mate, as the Bombers are going to have a look here through, well, who else would it be? Austin?
Trav Zimmer, of course, lining up. This would be Trav's fifth for the game.
Gotta love the Wepo.
As he lines up, doesn't take much of a run up, and that's a beautiful kick, and that ball's not coming down, actually. That's up there in the net for a while.
New balls, please.
Yep, new balls. Sorry, Trav.
Ned's going to try his hardest to try and get that one down, but that's not coming down, Neddy.
He's a strong man, but not quite that strong.
No. Well, that's okay. That's only our first footy that we've lost. We've had a few that have had the living daylights kicked out of them.
The sound's still off.
I think we're saying, don't worry about it, guys. We'll get
to it later.
Steve, I was going to ask you about when you were talking about your vision impairment. Can you tell us about the coloured wristband that you wear and what that actually means on the field in terms of the different classements that we have?
Yeah, correct. So I'm a Category C player, so I wear my red wristband to indicate that I'm that category.
Yep.
You'll find the Category Bs wear a yellow wristband, and your Category As are the white wristband. So the red wristbands indicate higher partially sighted players with a little bit more ability, and then the yellows a little bit less, if the white wristbands being totally blind or very limited ability on the field, as we try to cater for all skill sets and all skill levels and all vision impairments while on the field. And then we've tried to incorporate this season with sight classifications.
See, that one's bounced all the way through for a goal, but because it came from outside the arc, not counted, I'm afraid. So the Hawks will take over deep in defence.
Yes,
sorry, Steve.
That's okay. We've tried to incorporate some slight classifications this season, which will be more we've been more worked on next season as well, as we try to even up the league with ability as well as eyesight as well. So we'll see what we can next season with our wristbands and indicating who goes in what category.
as the captain here, Ned Brewer's going to run into a goal by the looks of it. And no, the umpire's going to bring that one back. He just got touch with both hands there, so it's going to be holding the ball against the Hawthorn captain.
Great chase by Matty.
Yeah, great chase by Matt Cameron, that is. He's kicked the one goal here this afternoon as they kick it out to Bridget Jolly. The captain manages to pick the ball up, passes it off. A nice bit of 1-2 action there. That's going to be a mark for Jolly. She looks to pass it off to Gauchi, and he looks inside, and that's going to be another mark for Zimmer. Here we go, the man in green. You can spot him a mile away, lined it up for his 6th of the day. He has just put this team on his back and has really been the difference between the two sides today. Yeah. If it wasn't for Trav, I'd say Hawthorn would be right in this game, but has the hands on Trav. He knows how to duke him, doesn't he? As he lines up, and that's going to be his 6th.
He has not looked like missing from the set shots today, Trav.
No,
what did you guys call him? The weapon. The Wepo.
Self-proclaimed the Wepo. Hoping to have him kick like that, be our sharpshooter for the Vic All-Star game.
Oh, look out, the rivalry's already started up in the commentary box.
Well, we've seen how Brad treats his friends out there on the field. There's always a bit of rough and tough.
Yeah, look out, Steve, I'm telling you. Friends no more in a little while in the Allies game.
Nice handball out there from Stephen Palmer, and he gets it back from the captain, runs over it just a little bit as he gives the handball out the back, and that's going to be nearly a mark there for Ollie, but couldn't quite get onto it as they look to pick it up off the ground. But David Gauchi slams the ball into the roof, so that's going to come back for a ball up here with 6 minutes to go in the last quarter as we all get ready for the Allies versus the Vics coming up after this. So
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to get nervous. You guys nervous?
Not really, no. I'm actually more excited than anything else. I'm very excited for the game coming up. With some slight rule changes ahead of the All-Stars game. They've decided to trial as we see Sebi get a beautiful mark with a good chance to get on shot on target at goal. As I was about to say about the rule change, for example, Sebi in the next game, he has the opportunity to score a goal from point post to point post, not your traditional between the big sticks for the next game. And he'll score a 9-pointer with a touch behind, counting as one. As well as beautiful Sebi.
He doesn't even need all 4 posts.
Yeah, he didn't on that occasion. Straight through the high diddle. Sorry, Steve.
That's okay. And then also a little change to the B category players claiming a mark from a handball. We're on a trial the system where that doesn't count as a mark. So we're trying to fasten up the pace in this All-Star game. So a couple of rule changes ahead of this Vics versus Allies matchup.
Will you be playing in this next game, Steve, with some folks that you haven't played with before, or have you played with most of them?
No, so it'd be very interesting with the makeups of the teams, seeing people's strengths and weaknesses, and trying to kind of like incorporate their strengths into the game. So it'd be pretty good going into it, and try and also take out a few weaknesses from the other team and use it towards our advantage. So it'll be good though to play with players from around the league, and I'm quite looking forward to it.
Obviously, it's very important to play. We were speaking with Brad earlier on, to play with the same players week in, week out, and get to know how they play and their little quirks within their game. And we saw that with you playing with Penelope Bunn. Obviously, you two linking up incredibly well off half-back. It must help when you play a lot of footy with those players.
This is Penelope's first season, so being able to gel so quickly with her, it's been incredible. To me personally, the rising star in our league for this season. And just being able to find what she what she prefers and how she wants to play, and helping her in the games, and always being open to changes if anyone needs to as well. So it's good to be linking up with her. And
she's very tough as well. She was really good.
Yeah, well, who did she knock out of the game?
Shannon Jones, absolutely poleaxed Jonesy.
You don't have to tell him that Bunny's tough. I'll tell you, he knows. Bombers have it in the middle of the pitch here. Maddie Cameron's Might get it back here, Matty. He does. Essendon just knocking it forward. Looks like they're on their way to a win. Bouncing ball inside their attacking zone. Melody Edge. Searching for it. Zimmer again. A goal.
How was that?
That was incredible. Just picked it up, threw it on the boot. How many is that now?
That's 7.
Oh, wow.
It was right in front of the commentary booth.
The Wepo.
Yep, the Wepo.
It's good. It's good.
Doesn't want him kicking anymore in the next.
Oh, was the umpire... Did they not call that?
Wow.
That was a sure goal. We had a great view on that.
They might have called it behind.
That was...
Well, the only thing I can think is that must have been touched off the boot maybe, because it definitely went through the big sticks. We were in a perfect position to see it. So I'm sorry. Wipe off goal number 7 for Trav.
Sorry to the Wepo.
Sorry. Half a dozen is still all right.
Oh, look, you'd take 6 any day of the week, I think. It's still not a bad day in the office as we say goodbye to our man Bradley Brido. He's going to get ready for the All-Star, well, the Allies versus the Vicks game as he heads back down. So we thanks Brad for joining us today.
You might be going down there to sort out the Wepo, I think.
I think so.
Head of the next game.
I think we can call Bradley the enforcer, maybe. The way he goes out about his business on the field.
Got some nicknames today, haven't we? The Wepo, Silk, they're all coming out.
Fair few nicknames.
Tell you what though, Silk's the one you want to have when it comes to playing footy.
Yeah.
There's at least one Silk at most clubs, and it's a prestigious nickname to have.
I am very honoured to be granted the nickname of Silk, so join a very high class.
There's Matthew
great
McCarthy,
piece of footy there.
fantastic goal there. He's been good all day, and he definitely deserved that goal. Fantastic stuff here. A little bit too little too late, I think, for the Hawks, as they still trail by 27 points with only 55 seconds to go here in the last quarter. But they've shown a lot of fight. If it wasn't for Big Trav, maybe they'd be up there.
They're going to go into the finals, the Hawks, as the number 4 seed. McCarthy just kicked the goal. Handball looking for Ned. Does he go himself on the check side? Neddy just got it a little bit narrow. He wanders back to his position. We'll see Ned in a moment's time in the white jumper of the Big V. Lead from the front. He'll play alongside Steve and a couple of our friends we've had up here in the commentary box today as we tick out time. The final game of the home and away season. Bombers 10-40-100, leading Hawthorn 9-26-74. Maybe one last chance here for the Hawks to peg back another goal. Ollie's been pretty good, and he's kicked a lovely goal there as well. That is Ollie Olgathorpe, who will finish today with 4 sausage rolls. He kicks one right on the siren there. So they do peg one back, the Hawks, to make the scoreboard look a little bit better. The final margin in the end, 17 points. The Bombers 10-40-100. Hawthorn 9-29-83. Steve, we'll let you go because you've got to get ready for the next game, mate, but good luck.
Just before I leave, thank you very much. Yourself, Brandon and Austin, thank you so much for commentating the games. It's lovely to have you both here. I'm hoping you're enjoying your experience of AFL Blind. And then for those who are watching, if you're wanting to join the league, if you're wanting to be a part of the league and get involved, feel free to message the Victorian Blind Football page, or I'm pretty sure there's a few links on a few posts on the Blind Football page. So feel free to register, get involved, send your expression of interest, and we look forward to seeing you in the seasons to come.
Great stuff, Steve. Thanks for having you on the mic, mate.
Thank you very
Terrific.
much.
Thank you very much.
Off he goes, the skipper of the Doggies. And the captain of Victoria as well. They're about to go up against the Allies. It'll be the Vicks in the white jumpers with the famous blue V, and the Allies in the bright orange jumpers as we see our man Brad Brighty head out onto the pitch. He means business, I tell you. That's the home and away season done. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. You're watching on the Victoria Blind Football League Facebook page as well as the AFL Inclusion Facebook page. The home and away season is done. We might step out and take a quick breather, Austin, and then when we come back, we'll have the main event for you. It will be Victoria against the Allies in the first ever AFL Victoria Blind Showcase game. Austin and I will be back in a moment.
AFL Victoria was quite a good move to our first ever All-Star match. We congratulate all the players and coaches selected in both the Victorian and All-Star squads. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet on today and pay our respects to elders, past and present and emerging. Can you please join me in standing for the national anthem?
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Action Indoor Footy Arena out here in Tullamarine for the first ever AFL Blind All-Star Game. We've got the Big V, the Victorian men and women and non-binary players in the white jumpers, just going through their last-minute instructions, and the All-Stars in the bright orange as well. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. We might go through the two teams quickly, Austin, and where they've come from earlier today.
Absolutely. So with the Allies, we've got Jason Stubbs as the coach, followed by Nicholas Gleeson coming from the Bombers, Sean Brown and Stefan Nero, both from the Saints, along with Kadak Aratanya. Then from the Doggies, we've got Bradley Berta, Courtney Lewis, Oscar Stubbs and Matt McCarthy. And from the Hawks, we've got Harry Nichols, Stephen Palmer, Michael Lee. And that wraps up our Allies team as we move over to the Victorians. Anthony McDonald is the coach, and then the players representing them from the Hawks, we've got Sebi Johnson, Ollie Oglethorpe and Ned Brewer. Then from the Dogs, we've got Penelope, Caleb Noonhouse, Steve Obeid and Jasper Steeds. And from the Saints, we've got Lachlan Kosick and Ingrid McKenna. And that fills out the Victorian squad as we get ready for the inaugural Vics versus Allies match. What an exciting game. We're all very excited to see how this ends up, aren't we, Brent?
Yeah, the two captains were out there for the coin toss. Brad Brighter, who we've had up here in our commentary box today, he's the captain for the Allies side, and he mentioned what a great thrill that was for him. And the captain for Victoria from the Hawks, Ned Brewer. Mega. You can see the Allies just breaking from their photo shoot. A wonderful jumper that looks like, doesn't it, too, in the bright orange with the blue A adorned across the chest. the Victorian team. We cast our mind back to the 4 games we saw earlier today. And, well, we said we weren't going to be too biased, Austin, but that Victorian team, just looking at it, has some wonderful players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to just... As soon as you see that blue V, I mean, it's hard not to get a bit engrossed by it. It's representing your state. It's obviously a very important thing, and what an honour for these players to get to represent their state here today. And along for the Allies, get to represent the players who, you know, make such a big effort to make this competition work. You know, we've got players coming in from Western Australia and New South Wales and Queensland, all over the country. So it's good that we get to show them we appreciate their efforts of coming down this whole way to make this league happen. It wouldn't be possible without these guys. So
we should just reiterate that, Austin. These guys playing in the All-Stars team, they come to Victoria routinely from interstate to play for, you know, the Bulldogs and the Hawks and the Saints and the Bombers. It's a massive commitment, so it's a big thrill for them today to be able to play for the, well, I'm sure when they're training and they're playing with their Victorian friends for the 4 teams in the Victorian Blind Footy League, I'm sure they hear all the time about how good Victoria is and we're the ones that created the game, we're the best at it. I'll tell you what, they'd like to roll them out there today. There's this bit of animosity between everybody else and Victoria, so they'll be looking to do their own states proud and their families proud as well, and knock off the Vics at the Action Indoor Footy Arena here today.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking for the bragging rights over the Victorians, and you can tell, you know, it's such a big community and everyone's very good friends with each other. It'll be played in good spirit, but you can tell both sides really want to win this matchup, and they really want to have a little bit of something to say to the other side. So you can tell this game means a lot. And speaking to some of the players throughout, they've all been very excited, looking forward to this matchup, and as have we. You know, this is going to be an absolute ripper. The first ever Allies versus Victorian game in the Blind League, and just what a great day this has been all round.
It really has, as we've seen the home and away season come to a conclusion. Now we're about to have the first ever All-Star game on our hands. Had a little bit of a hiccup with the national anthem, but that's okay. The boys and girls were singing it right through to the end, and also Pride Round as well. We can still see the players out there wearing their rainbow socks. We had Beck Hurft up here earlier on from AFL Victoria spreading the great message, and the really important message as well in Pride Round and everything that they stand for and all the education that they're trying to get out there as well. So we remind everybody that it is Pride Round in the Victorian Blind Football League. That's why the players are out there in the rainbow socks bringing awareness to that great cause, Austin.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see just what an inclusive league this is. You know, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. You know, you can come down, you'll be welcomed, and for all sporting places in Australia. But if you're interested, like we've mentioned before, it's a very inclusive place to come play football, and we're more than welcome to take on some more players. And we've got a few rule changes here for the All-Star game that I'm just going to go through. So the B mark, which is the mark, is when you're awarded a mark from a handball. That's not going to be enforced for the All-Star match and will be called play on. Then B scoring will be changed to 6 points for a goal and 3 points for a behind. And then A scoring will be changed, so instead of 12 points for a goal, it's going to move to 9 points for a goal. And the goal will change for A players. The whole goal face will be changed, so which means they can kick it into either side of the goal or point post and still be awarded a goal, depending on their classification.
So effectively the behind posts become the goal posts, essentially.
Yep. And the classification makeup will be 1A, 3B and 2C. So yeah, depending on the different classification you are, the rules will be slightly altered to try and create a bit more of a... I mean, I thought it was already a pretty high intense quick game, but they want to even turn that up even more, which I didn't think was quite possible. But
so what we're actually going to see in this game is it will be a little bit more frantic, because you're not going to have those moments that we've seen in the earlier 4 games today where you've had, you know, a handball go as a mark and then the player gets a few seconds to decide. That's going to be play on. So I think you're going to notice quite a jump in the intensity and the frenetic nature of this game, which is fair enough because we've got the best players that have come together, so that'll add another element to it.
Yeah, the best of the best, as we see a couple of the Allies players trying to get some of the footies that are stuck in the netting on the roof.
Now, I hope that's not a good omen. I think that might have been our man Brad Bridie who kicked that up there, so I hope that's not a good omen for the Allies side. Starting to collect some footies up that end. Of course, we had a stoppage in our last game between the Bombers and the Hawks due to a football that found its way up there. Of course, we've marvelled really at the feat of engineering that the footballs that we use for this particular game. We need to have them so that they can be not only seen but probably more importantly heard by a lot of our players out there that have the different levels of disability and visual capabilities. So it's quite a unique football. It looks like a normal Sharon, but it is anything but. And so great thanks to our friends at Sharon and all of those who go into designing a football so that our people in our communities can play AFL blind footy.
That's it. Well, everyone deserves to be able to have the chance to play a wonderful game of football or any sport for that matter. So it's fantastic to see Sharon getting behind it and designing this football that, can be quite tough to comprehend. As you kick it a bit too hard and you can accidentally turn the switch off, or it can be a bit confusing. But we've got plenty of footies left for this All-Stars Allies versus Victoria game, as both teams continue to warm up here, as the Vics come in for a huddle.
Well, inside 40 seconds to go before the opening tip-off. Look at that Victorian team. I'm just looking at some of the players. Penelope Bunn, Trav Zimmer, who we just saw kick 6 goals for the Bombers in their most recent game. Of course, the skipper, Steve Abede, who we had up here a moment ago. Ollie Olgathorpe, who looked good for the Hawks in their most recent game as well. Lachlan Kosic, who's probably impressed us more than anybody else. So I reckon that Vic team's going to be hard to beat, but the Allies team has some good players as well, Austin.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard to beat, but players like Stefan Nero and Matt McCarthy. Sean Brown's been fantastic all day. Players like Courtney Lewis, she's been really good up forward, had plenty of shots on goal. Stephen Palmer from the Hawks, representing the Allies. I think he was probably one of Hawthorn's best on. Some of his play out of the middle was just superb. So, yeah, the Vics have got a pretty good team, but I'd never count the Allies out, that's for sure.
Well, just looking at the two teams as they break the huddles, they look like a little bit bigger team, don't they? The Allies side.
Similar to the Shield, we do the best on, so we'll just compare notes at halftime.
It's just players just making their way to their position. The boys who will start on the bench for the Allies side just coming from the ground. Looks like we're going to have going into the ruck for the first contest, Ned Brewer-Mager. That's for the Victorian side. Just about set to go for the first ever AFL blind showcase match. It's going to be the Vics in the white jumpers going to the left of your screen and the Allies in the orange going from left to right. The umpire Shiv throws the ball up into the air. The umpire actually copped a Sharon to the chest there from the opening hit out. Immediately it's Brown over it for the Allies. Great kick forward from Kosic. Trying to read the bounce. Brown picked up eventually by Brewer-Mager. His kick partially smothered. Now maybe they can come forward through the middle of the court, the Allies, although they've turned it over. Kosic to Brewer-Mager, kicking just over the head of Ingrid. Out into the dead pocket that we've had some issues with today. Flying shot, it's gone off the post and in. In a lot of other codes, that would be a goal, but just a behind early on for the Vics. One behind they are, the Allies yet to score. Nearly 60 seconds into the opening quarter. We've got our first ball hitting the roof as well. Austin will have a ball up.
Yeah, we've had a few hit the roof today, and once again, Stephen Palmer's he's hit the roof a few times. He's got a big boot on him, so we'll be regretting that one. But he'll learn from that mistake as the Allies move it on to our man Brad, who's going to run in here. And that's a mark for the Allies. So they're going to get a nice, good shot on goal here. First big opportunity. No.
Oh, they have paid the mark, but I think they've paid it going the Vic's way.
They've paid it for the Vic's.
Yep.
As Bridget Jolly's got the ball in the defensive 50 as Brad.
Oh, look out.
Oh, nearly got pinned there. As Lachlan Koshik, nice little handball to himself as he keeps the ball live. What a fantastic play. Drops to his knees, and that's just a fantastic kick there to Ned. He's all class, the young Lachlan, isn't he? As Ned Brewer is going to line up here. I think he's within striking distance here for the Vicks. Looks like a nice kick, and he's happy with that. That's the first major here for the Victorians, and that's Ned Brewer from Hawthorn collecting the first goal here.
Well, we saw that he was put on ice a little bit for the Hawks last game, wasn't he? They played him sparingly, and it's for the Vicks gain that he's fresh in the final one. Kosic, short to Brewer-Mager, who had to go down low to mark that one. Been terrific in the early moments of the opening quarter, and he's looking for Ingrid. Yeah, might be able to find it on the bounce, although McCarthy doing the defending for the Allies. Handball out wide. Wilson swing and a miss with the handball. Ollie's in there, Ollie Olgave. And now running it out of the back zone for the Allies. Kicking towards the middle of the ground, but it's picked up by Bridget Jolly, the captain of the Bombers earlier today. Good kick, floated it onto the chest of Lockie Kosic. Handball to Brewer-Mager. His handball then came unstuck. Here's Nero. Hopeful handball forward. Our man might be a chance again here. There goes Brad Bridie. Oh, and he hit the post. And how he would have loved the first goal in this one. He puts his head in his hands. The first goal for the Allies, that is. Nothing doing. It's a minor score.
Yeah, you know he's not going to be happy with that. He goes hard on himself, our man Brad. He had both hands at his head. There's a nice kick out to the Essendon captain, Bridget Jolly, as the Vicks look to move it up the ground here. Been a good start by both teams. Allies would be frustrated that they weren't able to get a major, but they have looked good early on. I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup as Bradley Birtle kicks the ball into their forward line, and that might just dribble through for a point, but it stays in play as both teams want this pretty badly, and that's going to be rushed through. It's going to say, yep, that's going to be a ball up in the Victorian, in the Allies forward arc, sorry. So we're going to have Ned, Lachlan Kosic and Stefan Nero up in the rock contest as Ned just slaps it on his boot, and that's a big kick into that spot where we can't see too much. So as we wait to see what happens here, it looks like Stefan Nero's got the ball, puts it on his boot, and that's a nice kick out. Bridget Jolly's going to chase this one up, but Bradley's coming from behind with lots of steam. Can he get a clean pickup? Yes, he can.
Good work.
Great stuff by Bradley. Great pickup off the ground. Nice pass in there for the Allies.
Nicholas Gleeson can line up for their first goal. Remember, he only has to get it in between the behind posts. And right in front. Deliberate approach. Didn't kick a goal earlier today, Nick, playing for the Bombers. Just trying to locate the ring of the tambourine, and he kicks truly. The Allies are in front. Gleeson has their first. The Allies 2-3-15 leading Victoria 1-1-7. The Allies, Austin, probably haven't had much of the territory battle and footy in their hands. The Vicks have been dominating that as Obeid comes out of the middle, but they've done well there to peg some scoreboard pressure back on them.
Yeah, they've made most of their opportunities when they have got it down there as Bradley Obeid comes back onto the field. That's going to certainly help out the Vicks. As it's coming back towards the Allies end again.
Here comes Penny.
And Penny and Bradley just puts his head down once again. Couldn't quite find a teammate there as the Vicks look to move it out by Steve Obeid. And it looks like we've got Sean out here on the end, and the Vicks trying to move it forward. Trav Zimmer couldn't quite get the hands on it as the ball's still in dispute. Great stuff here by Lachlan Kochik. How good was that? The handball, the spin, and that's a goal.
Brilliant.
Beautiful stuff. Ingrid McKenna, the connection between the two St Kilda players. The Vicks needed that one. The Allies were just starting to get on top there.
And they're back in the game. Victoria still trailing by 2 points. Nicholas Holloway from AFL Vic is up here with us in the commentary box. He's been the busiest man in the building today, but he's going to lend his hand here in special comments. Nick, it's great to have for the first time ever the AFL Blind Showcase game here today.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and you can see the quality of the game out there. This is the best of the best in the league, and it's quite a unique thing that we have so many interstate players travel down for our league. So I love the initiative that everyone's put together.
It's something that we've spoken about a lot this morning and into the afternoon, about the commitment of these players that travel, not just to play today, but all season, to play in this league in Victoria. It's something to behold. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible, and hats off to them that they are so committed to the sport and so committed to their clubs and teammates as well. So it's a really unique thing about our competition, and hopefully it means that we can do this. This will be the first of many All-Star matches, and this can become quite a rivalry.
Well, Penny Buns just had her kick smothered there by Nero. Good work. Handball forward, though, should be tidied up by Steve Abid. It's gone close to hitting the roof. It would have been a ball up if not.
It's a great mark by Palmer.
Yeah, terrific intercept mark right at half back. What's the umpire said here? Was it touched, potentially? And then we're going to have maybe a ball up. Or we've got another issue with the footy, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, we've gone through a few Sharons. We've mentioned as well, Nick, today what's a feat of engineering those footies are to be able to, cater for everybody's needs in a game like this.
Absolutely. Our friends at Sharon do an incredible job to manufacture that ball, and, it enables everyone to play our game. So, I can't speak high enough of the team out there to have designed this ball. It's been a long journey, and the ball's improved every single year. So, I'm sure when you saw it for the first time, you were quite impressed this morning, Brent.
Yeah, and we've spoken to a couple of the players as well who have said, guys that have been involved with this league for a while, and how, like you say, the footballs are getting better and better every year. And as a result, making it easier for the players, for all of them to be able to be involved and play to the best of their ability. There's a chance here for the Allies going forward, stuck in the corner at their attacking end. Great defending there by the Doggies skipper, Obede. This kick smothered by Nero, who can slam it on the boot. Kick their third goal, the Allies. They're playing okay after Austin. A bit of a shaky start, but they're starting to tick the scoreboard over now.
Yeah, the shaky start, but since then they've looked to be the better side here this afternoon. As Stefan Nero puts one through the middle, he'll be happy with that. He was just a bit inaccurate for the Saints this afternoon.
Wasn't he? Yeah,
he had a few opportunities slip by, so I think he'll be trying to redeem himself and making sure the Allies get on top of the Vics here.
We should also mention, Nick, as we head towards quarter time here in the showcase game, we'll hold that thought maybe as Kosic goes running out of the middle. How about that for a response? Bang!
It's a fantastic young player in our league, Lockie, 15 years old, and produces highlights like that. So I think there'll be a lot of highlight packages from Kosic over the next years of the league.
We're going to have another change of the football here. We're just going to mention as well, Nick, that it is Pride Round as well, which is obviously a very important cause all across the AFL industry, and the AFL Blind League is no exception to that. We can see everybody wearing their rainbow socks and some wonderful costumes as well that some people rocked up in today.
Absolutely. Wasn't it great to see how much the Blind Football League community got involved and really put some effort into their costumes. It wasn't easy to pick the best dressed voucher that Coles sponsored for us for $200, but Sebi Johnson from Hawthorn, who's playing this game, ended up winning.
We were playing for Hawthorn earlier today, and now in the Vic side. He's had the number 33 on the back. We were calling him Cyril Johnson, I think. Great Cyril Rioli, number 33. Might have a kick here as well.
He's got a lovely kick as well, Sebi.
We kicked it the entire distance of the arena in Hawthorn's. I think that was their first game. Ended up bouncing through for a goal.
He's hit up Kosic nicely as well there.
Yeah, and I think Lockie's just stopped everything and said we've got an issue with this football as well. So I think we've gone through a few today. The umpire just checking it and says, no, that's okay, we'll play on. And so Lockie Kosic at half back drops one in the forward 50. Trav Zimmer, I think, was hiding behind the goalpost there. He's come out to collect the footy, but the bounce has just eluded him and it's gone through for a minor score. Allies still leading 3-4-22. In fact, no, it's not a minor score. It's a stoppage at the top of the goal square. A late chance here potentially for the Vics. So Bede won a hit out. Zimmer onto the left. Did he sneak it home?
Yep,
he did.
that's all clear.
That one's right on the quarter time buzzer, and that will give Victoria the lead at the first break. And Trav Zimmer plants himself into the game and kicks a crucial goal. Austin.
Go sort this ball issue, gents.
Yeah, as Nick Holloway heads down to try sort out the balls, he's a busy man, so we can't keep him up here.
He might have to make a run to Rebel Sport.
Well, I think so. As Trav Zimmer, I mean, if you're playing for the Allies, you're not going to be happy with that. Red time goals are never ideal, and Victoria's just going to be able to come in the next quarter with a bit more confidence, realised, hey, we probably didn't play our best quarter there, and we've actually still ended up 3 points up, so they're going to take a lot out of that. And if you're the Allies, I mean, I feel like they really, except maybe the first minute and the last minute, the Allies dominated most of the plays. So I mean, it's been a fantastic matchup so far with some great goals being kicked. Yeah,
through the middle stages of that quarter, it was really all the Allies, wasn't it? After, like you said, a bit of a shaky start, and then not the best finish to the quarter, and they'll be really disappointed with that last goal. That well, you talk about red time, it couldn't have been any redder, kicking the goal right as the siren sounded and Trav put it through the sticks.
Yeah, that was definitely a buzzer beater, as they call them. It was right on the siren, and fantastic goal. Picked it up straight onto the boot, snapped it in. Pure instinct. Fantastic goal for Trav. And I think Trav's kicked, for the day, I think he's kicked over 10 now. I think he kicked 6 or so in the first game, 6 in the second game, 3 in the first, and 1 today. So it's not a bad day at the office for old Travis Zimmer.
It's a good call, Austin. That will be his 10th. 6 in the first game, 3 in the first. He was just having a bit of a holiday in that first game, just kicking 3, wasn't he? And now he's got goal number 10 for the day. He's got a lovely left foot on him, Trav Zimmer. And so it's 7 scoring shots to 5 in favour of the Allies. 20 seconds away from having the second quarter get underway. Of course, just quick turnovers here between the first and second and third and fourth quarters. Half time a little bit longer. That's really made today feel like it's really flown by, this being the 5th game that we've had. The 5th and final game, the Victorian side and the Allies. Allies quick to break from their huddle. McCarthy and Moxley and Wilson as well coming from the ground. Just staying in their huddle right to the final moment, the Vic team. Getting some last minute words from the coach. What do you think those words might have been, Austin?
I think he's saying, just keep doing what we're doing. We're not playing our best footy yet, and once we start doing that, I think he'll be saying to them, we can run over these Allies. And I think that's why the Allies were keen to get out there. They're keen to fix their mistakes from that last minute, go out there and try kick a couple goals here and put the Victorians back on the back foot, which they had them for most of that last quarter, as we get ready for the throw up here in the second quarter.
Let's hope that we've got this footy issue sorted. They're making a very late change here, the Allies. Courtney Lewis is coming in. Matty Cameron thought he was going to start the second quarter. He will start the second quarter from watching on the other side of the net. What a palm down from Ned. Down to Obeid, who's cutting it back across the top of the 50. Mark paid here for Nero. Promising build-up there for the Vics, who's halted. Nero down towards the outer side. Palmer wrestling one-on-one. Obeid sends it back towards half forward. Bounce might favour Olgathorpe. Oh, well done, though. Nero read it off the deck. His kick forward, though, is intercepted by Penny Bunn, who has it at half-back for the Vics.
Sure does. Been very good today, has Penelope. It's a fantastic kick there to Ned Brewer. Thinks about playing on, but just holds up as Bradley gets him on the mark there as he weighs up his options. Sebi Johnson's looking dangerous there in the goal square. And that might just land right on Steve's lap. Sells him a bit of candy, sells him another piece, puts it on the boot, and it's going to get touched just on the line as the Allies are trying desperately hard to not concede a goal here in the early stages of this second quarter. And great stuff there by the Allies, making sure the ball doesn't end up in the goals. Good stuff by Stephen Palmer, as I think we've got a mark down here in the pocket that we can't quite see. One of the Allies players, he's had a shot, but it's ended up hitting the roof. So I think they're going to have to call that one back.
It was good defending
that was Bradley, our man Bradley Brider.
Sorry, Austin. It was good defending from Courtney Lewis a moment ago to save that little venture forward from the Vics. Right at the teeth of the goal. In the ruck was Nero for the Allies. He just knocked it away, tried to clear the area. Fight for it in the pocket. Oh, Penny wasn't sure where that went. Nero picked it up and kicked a goal. And the Allies have another one. They're back in front. Nero, I believe that's his second. He kicked one in the first quarter.
Yep,
He's got 2. Allies looking good.
Allies look very good, actually. Stephen Nero's arguably being one of the best on for them. He's been playing all the different positions. He's starting in the ruck. He's kicked a couple of good goals. Can the Allies keep it rolling here? But another great tap from Ned to our man Steve Obeid from the Doggies. There's a lovely little kick in there, and Ollie Oglethorpe tries getting it, but Courtney Lewis once again, fantastic defence. But Ollie Oglethorpe gets it, turns around, has a shot on goal and misses to the right.
Good effort by Ollie.
Yeah, great effort. Didn't give up on the play. And once again, good stuff there by Courtney Lewis. Just not letting anything come easy here for the Vics, as it's 4-2-26.
I'm sorry, Gleason's just saying he can't hear the thing in the football. He held it up and told the umpire. So this is one of our, I think, Class A players who was just quite alert there and said, I know I've got the footy in my hands, but I can't hear it rattling, so we need another one. And another one we will get. We've probably been through more footballs in this All-Stars game than we went through in the 4 games previous.
Yeah, at least the first game there was a few, but it seemed the second, third, fourth game it stopped happening a bit. Of course, in the All-Star game, all the footy's been kicked in too much, and that's going to be nearly a mark there for Steve Obeid, as the Vics try desperately hard to get another goal here. But Stephen Nero once again kicking the ball out of their defence, and
good tackle.
Great tackle.
Or pressure, I should say.
And good respect between both of them.
Yep.
And that's going to go the way of the Allies to Stephen Nero. He's having quite the quarter and quite the game as he kicks it forward into the direction of Stephen Palmer. But the Vics are able to lap it up here as Steve takes a bounce, passes it off, or just left it a little short. But great pick up off the ground, followed up by a good kick there to Penelope. She's got a little bit of time and space here. But Stephen Nero's coming in close as hand passes it to Bridget Jolly. And nice kick there to Steve O'B. Just controlling a bit of possession here, holding on to the footy and just trying to slowly work their way up. And I'll tell you what, I would have called that. But the umpire says play on. And Ned takes a snap on goal. How good was that? The Vics really needed that. Fantastic stuff there by Ned Brewer, men from Hawthorn. That's his second of the afternoon as the score goes to 5-2-32 for Victoria to 4 goals 4-28 for the Allies with about 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
That's about our 4th or 5th lead change already. It's a topsy-turvy finale here. Ned kicks his second, of course, played for Hawthorn earlier today. Plays for Hawthorn, I should say, and played for them earlier today. The captain, drafted to the Hawks in 2018, a big Hawthorn fan. Leading from the front is Bunn. Skews off the side of the boot to the middle of the ground. Brown jumps on it, knocked it away. Vic should be able to come away with it here through Kosic. Closed down though. Well done, good pressure by Nero. Towards half forward, reaching for it there. Brown bumped off it by Ollie Oglethorpe. Back to Penny. Penny from outside the arc. That's not going to count, unfortunately. It was a lovely kick.
Great kick. Physicality is really showing its way here in the second quarter. There's been a few big bumps, a couple of hits, players putting their head over the footy as Trav Zimmer works his way back down, trying to make an impact for the Vics. So it goes out in his direction, but Bradley Birdle's going to grab it for the Allies, puts it on the boot. It seems to be all Victorians except for Stephen Nero, so the Vics have just got to try to figure this one out. They've got the numbers, but great stuff there. Nice kick to Penelope as she drops the ball, but she keeps at it.
She's got nowhere to go, Penny.
Yeah, umpire lets him play, and here comes Stephen Nero once again. Oh, he's missed it.
Wow.
There's a bit of that fumbly that we saw from him earlier in the day. I thought he may have gotten rid of that, but that's 2 goals 1 now for Stephen Nero. That would have really meant a lot there for the Allies.
The Vics leading by 3 points. Victoria 5-2-32. The Allies 4-5-29. The good kick out from Kosic and the mark paid. And Ned Brewer-Mager has it just back at his centre. 4 minutes to play in the opening half. Drops one over the top. Can Penny mark this one? She can. Good hard running from Penny to get into a good position. Here comes Zimmer. Oh, well done there by Cameron to take a nice defensive mark. Read it a lot better than Trav Zimmer. It'll be a good contest between those two, isn't it?
It's pretty hard to read him. Not as good as Trav, but Matt Cameron's done very well as Lachlan Kochik moves his way up the ground, just gets the kick away. Smart little kick. And Stephen Nero, once again for the Allies, is able to defend really well there. Stephen Nero's just been fantastic this quarter as Penelope's got the ball here for the Vics, looking to move it back into the forward line, and Trav couldn't get two hands on it, but the ball's still going. Like you said, a great matchup between Matt Cameron and Trav Zimmer as he puts a snap on. Oh, just misses to the right. That would have been another classic Trav Zimmer goal, but just misses to the right there.
The wonderful Weppo.
The Weppo.
Couldn't quite bounce that one through. I love Silk, but Weppo's the best nickname today. Good pick up there by our man Brad Bridie, who's gone a little bit quiet in the second quarter. He must have been on the bench. I haven't really noticed him too much in this second quarter that has just under 3 minutes to play, as it's disappeared into the Bermuda Triangle of our arena here today. The Vics come away with it. Brumamega looking for Penny Bun. Well done there by Lockie Kosic to just pull out of that one. Penny's got it at half back. She's looking for her friend Ingrid, who couldn't find the footy and then almost got bundled over. Kosic left it for Brumamega. Oh, what a take there by Lockie with the one hand. He's outside the arc, so he can't go for home, but he can find Ned, who kept on running. And Ned Brumamega can go back for number 3 and give Victoria, I think, will be their biggest lead of the game. 10 points if he can kick truly. In fact, it'll be a little bit more than that if he can kick truly, and he cannot. He just missed to the right-hand side. So Ned just a bit offline there, and the margin is 5 points in favour of the Vics, Austin.
He's normally a very, very good kick, so just missed that one to the right. He'd be very disappointed with himself. A couple of opportunities being missed for both sides. So it's a 5-point lead here in the dying stages of the second quarter as the Allies look to move the ball back up the side as Stephen Palmer gives a nice little handball out there but couldn't quite pull it off. And here he is again, Ned Brumamega. He's been everywhere today. Same with Lachlan Kochik as he spins around. Fantastic kick. A great mark there by Penelope as she weighs up her options here. She's looking for Trav. Matt Cameron. Nice defensive mark. He's been very good so far in this game. There's a bit of that communication we've talked about today. The teammates coming up behind him, letting him know, and there you go. See, the teammate came up behind him, said, kick it over this way. He did that. Look where they ended up.
That must have been close to hitting the roof, that one.
Yeah, get the snicko out, I think. It might have just grazed a bit of rebar there, I think. As here he is, Bradley Birtle, looking to make a bit of an impact. Kicks the ball in there. Couldn't get a clean pickup, could Sean Brown for the Saints, representing the Allies, and there he is again, Ned Brumamega. He's taken a few marks like that, just off before it hits the grass, and Trav Zimmer working his way up the ground a bit, and he's going to get the free kick here.
Got it a long way from home, Trav.
He's not used to being down so far away from goals, that's for sure. As the Vics up by 5 points at the dying stages here. Can someone make something happen? As Bradley Birtle's got the ball here for the Allies, puts it on his boot.
Kick, Brad.
And unfortunately, the Allies are just going to run out of time there at the end of the first half. The Victorians, 5 goals, 4-34. The Allies, 4-5, 29. 5-point difference. What a game we're having so far.
They responded in that second quarter, didn't they, the Vics? 5-4-34, Allies 4-5, 29, and so they managed to get their noses back in front at the main break. Interesting to see where this second half goes in the first ever All-Star game, AFL Blind All-Star game, but it is the Vics with their noses in front at the main break. Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger here with you. We might take one final breather and we'll come back for the second half in the All-Stars game with the Vics just in front of the Allies, but it's still anybody's game. Back for the third quarter in just a moment. Welcome back to the Action Indoor Footy Arena here in Tullamarine. Half time of our final game on the menu this afternoon. First ever AFL Blind All-Stars game. Victoria in the white jumpers and the Allies in the orange, and it is the Vics who are up by 5 points at half-time. Victoria 5-4-34, leading the Allies 4-5-29. After the Allies did have a handy little lead at the first break. Big second half here to come at the Action Indoor Footy Arena. Brent Sternberg is my name. Austin Kruger here as well. Both teams have broken from the huddles and they're in their positions. And it looks like they've got Lockie Kosich for Victoria going into the middle up against Matt McCarthy. So there have been a couple of changes swung. Maybe some of the better players from the opening half will have one last little breather before they're set to go in the second half, in which we are now. And Obeid wins the first clearance. He's kicked the goal from the middle of the ground, but that score won't be counted because it came from outside the arc. And so the Allies take over now.
As Steve Obeid, he's looking to grab the ball here again here for the Vics. He likes turning them inside out, doesn't he? He's quite a crafty player, as we spoke to him before, getting most of those skills from his early years playing soccer. As in comes Stephen Palmer here. And great contest between Stephen Palmer and Steve Obeid as the Vics bring it into their end, but Sean Brown just had a bit of a nothing kick there as Bradley Birtles trying to make an impact on the game, and I think the umpire is going to give that to Bradley. Yep, he is. So the Allies look to move it forward here. Bradley's going to have a look around. Oh, that's ended up in a nice kick there, actually. Straight to Stephen Palmer, and that's going to be a mark. Great start here for the Allies. It's exactly what they needed here in the early stages of the second half. Down by 5 points, so the goal here is very important.
Nick Leeson, remember, he's already kicked one. How does he go here?
You can hear the sound coming from behind the goals to let the players know where to kick towards. Couldn't quite trouble the scorers with that one as Bridget Jolly, the captain of the Bombers, ends up marking that one. Just says to the umpire, bring him back a little bit, I think. As umpire calls play on, and Steve Obeid looking dangerous so far. He's had a few early touches as he brings the ball forward. Lachlan Kochik just needs to get it out the back here to Zimmer. Zimmer followed him too much. Yeah. Players are falling down everywhere, but Lachlan picks it up. Oh, he just misses it, puts it on his boot, and we've got a few players down here. Stephen Nero's down. Ollie Oglethorpe's down. The players really want to win this game. You can see how much it means to them.
A couple of Allies defenders in their desperate attempts to try and stop that goal, falling over one another. Maddie Cameron charged with the kick-in duty, straight up the middle looking for Palmer, who's paid the mark. Bridget Jolly standing the mark, I think just forgetting which way her team's kicking in this quarter. Palmer long into the attacking zone. Oh, well done, Obeid. A clever handball to just bide himself some time. And launches one back to the attacking zone. Now here's a go for Trav Zimmer to bend it across the face. 2 for a behind. 2 really good looks at goal for Trav Zimmer inside the opening almost 3 minutes of the third quarter, but 2 behinds for the Bomber.
He normally eats those up, doesn't he? He really likes it at that spot. Really suits his left foot, but just sprayed it a little bit as the Allies move it back up the field. And Bradley, geez, good taunt. It's getting a bit chippy out there between Bradley and Stephen. And Stephen's going to come out with the ball, the Bulldogs captain.
They said they weren't going to take any backward steps, those boys. They haven't.
Yeah, well, Bradley certainly let us know that as the Allies come in, and that is a wonderful goal there. Really needed that one as Stephen Palmer pips one back there for the Allies, as Victoria's had the first 2 shots on goal, but the Allies are the first people to make it count here in the third quarter. Great stuff there by Stephen Palmer from the Hawks.
Just hanging around, aren't they? 3 points in arrears. Victoria 5-9-38, Allies 5-5-35, 6.5 minutes to play. Beautiful palm down, but read by Obeid. Kick was looking for Ollie Oglethorpe. He's got the footy in hand in the middle of the court. Looking for Zimmer. Oh, Zimmer got his hands to it. And a mark paid. And so Zimmer, I thought he did get his hands to it, but the mark's actually been paid to Maddie Cameron, who's kicked it into the roof. And so a ball up here right on the top of the forward arc. It has been a good response in this third quarter by the Allies. They were probably the second best team in that second quarter. They've got all of their important players out there, don't they? McCarthy and Palmer and Bridie. But here's one of the other ones for the Vic side. It's Lockie who threw it on the left that time and put it through for a minor score. Struggling to just straighten up and get them through the big sticks, the Vics at the moment.
Yeah, I think he was trying to look to pass that one off and got caught in two minds and just sort of ended up in no man's land. As the Allies with a nice thumping kick, but looks like old Steve Obeid once again is going to grab it for the Vics. He's been everywhere this quarter, hasn't he? As there's a bit of a 3-on-2 situation here. Ollie Oglethorpe just needs a clean pickup. Can't quite get it. Lachlan Kosick from the Saints representing the Victorians, held onto the jumper a bit, but fantastic kick into Travis Zimmer, the man in the green helmet. He's going to be lining up for his second goal here this afternoon for the Vics. And it'll be a nice little buffer if he can kick this. He's normally a good kick.
Surely this time, Trav.
You'd think so, but I mean, stranger things have happened. As our man Trav Zimmer lines up. He's got a very nice run up, and that looks good. Waiting for the umpire's call. No, he's missed it to the right. Trav. He's started off this quarter with two behinds as the ball gets stuck up on the net, but the players are able to successfully let it back down, which is good to see. We don't need any more footies being lost.
Well, they haven't been able to do that up this end to the other end, but they were able to do it at the left-hand side of your screen, retrieve one of the footies. The Vics lead by 7 points. Allies bringing it out from defence, kick forward. Obeid has been able to tidy up across half-back in the third quarter, but he might lose out here to Brown. Obeid, good second effort, handball forward, but picked up by McCarthy, who went by Ingrid. Now can he steady and kick a goal, McCarthy? Just away to the left. A minor score, and that'll make the margin 6 points. Vic still leading. 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. Victoria 5-12-42. The Allies 5-6-36. Neither team, though, able to break away from the other in this third quarter.
No team's really been able to break away for the whole game. It's a very evenly poised game as the ball moves into that pocket that we can't see much from. And I think the umpire is going to call this one back by the looks of it, as it's in the Victorian end of town. Not quite sure what's... Ollie Oglethorpe's got his hands on the ball at the moment. I think they're going to do a ball up. It's a bit hard to see for us up in the... I can't say you call this a commentary box, but...
Don't really have a great vantage point anywhere up here,
right.
do we?
We'll pretend as if we know what's going on down there. I think, by the looks of it, Victorians might have a kick here. Yep, they're lining up for goal, and misses that one. I thought that was a point. A lovely kick there from the boundary, but it's not going to trouble the scorers, I don't think, today. It's 3 minutes to go here. As the Victorians have got a 6-point lead here as the umpire gets ready to throw the ball up pretty close to the Victorian goals here. Lockie Kosick is going to be looking for a nice tap out the back, straight to Penelope, which he does. Oh, great smother there by Nero. Haven't called his name too much this quarter, but he's been fantastic today. Another great handball off to McCarthy, and umpire's going to have to bring that one back. Great stuff there by Lachlan Kosick. Ended up getting two hands on him, which means that is holding the ball. That's how we play it in the Blind Football League. And just a nice little kick there, and I think he's going to play on here. Yes, he is. Goal. Steve Obeid, and that's a certain goal there for the Vics, as that's the biggest lead of the game so far. As with only 2 minutes to go here in the quarter, the Vics move out to 6-12-48 to the Allies 5-6-36.
Did we find out which foot was his preferred one? I know he said he got it from soccer, but did he give us an answer?
He didn't give us an answer in the end.
Oh, he keeps his powder dry.
He
Steve
does.
Obeid, doesn't he?
Fantastic goal there by Steve, wasn't it?
We took that brave mark going back with the flight and then played on. He's fleet of foot, Steve, isn't he? The Doggies skipper. He's going to win a clearance here.
He's had a big impact this quarter. I haven't called his name too much in the first half, but this quarter he's just been fantastic.
Oglethorpe here is captured by Nero. And so with 90 seconds to play, the Vics will have a ball up at half forward. They lead by 12 points. It looks like Ned Drew-Omega's back on the pitch. Great palm down. Can Oglethorpe gather it here? No, not quite. It was good pressure as well that came from Brown, Sean Brown, who will now be charged with the kick-in duties. Well, McCarthy had to go and took a nice mark Inside the final minute of the third quarter, 13 points is the margin in favour of the Vicks. Short kick from McCarthy. Nero's ran on. He's looking for Brad Bridie, who marks. Well, that must have been just inside the arc, because he's been allowed to have a deliberate line-up for goal here. Can Bridie snag one for the Allies? Oh, they would have loved that one in the closing stages of the third quarter, but it's just a behind. Looking to move it out from the back line quickly here, the Vicks.
I think they've actually called play on that as Ned Brewer-Margaret kicks it. I'm not sure why, but they didn't have a stop in play as Vicks look to keep pushing here as Penelope gives the hands out.
Look out.
That's a big collision there. Hope both players are okay, as it looks like Ingrid McKenna took a big fall there from Stefan Nero, as both players just composed themselves. I hope the best for old Ingrid.
Remember, she copped a big bump playing for the Saints earlier today as well. So
yeah, she's been around it, but she looks to be okay. She's walking off to the sidelines. I think they're going to bring someone else on.
Yeah, she's going to come off and have a rest, Ingrid.
Fair enough. There's only 10 seconds to go here in the third quarter, so get someone else on there, get a bit of ice on what's sore, and I think they've called that the end of the third quarter. So the Victorians, have they called that, Brent?
Yes, yep, we've got the countdown clock for the three-quarter time break. For the Vicks, 6:13:49, just starting to pull away from the Allies, who are 5:6:36, 13 points to margin, as the two teams come into their three-quarter time huddles. The Allies just taking the foot off the gas a little bit, but you'd expect most of their guns, Austin, to come on for this final quarter, and you would think play most of the final 10 minutes to try and get them over the line.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see a lot of players out there huffing and puffing. It's been a big day, physically and mentally. So everyone's going to be nice and tired going into this last quarter. You just got to find that extra gear and just push hard. I know the Victorians started to get on top there, pushing out to the biggest lead we've had so far.
Interesting here that we've got Bridget Jolly coming over and having a chat with the umpires. I wonder if this is in terms of rules or maybe just something that some of her players are struggling with maybe.
Well, I know it's been a very physical game, so it could be having something to do with that. Maybe, I think, players maybe just a bit too keen, wanting to win this one a bit too much, and could be possibly to be something to do with that. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure all players' well-being and safety is what's most important.
Well, it has been a taxing day, hasn't it, for these players? Of course, all of those players in this game, this will be their third game, so you probably reckon they're just going on adrenaline now for the final 10 minutes. They're not used to playing this many games in such a short succession. Of course, when they come together and play during the season, they only play one or two games. So for these players that have had the luxury of being picked and the honour of being picked for Victoria and the Allies, it's now their third game that they've played in the space of, 3 or 4 hours. And it's a tough game to play.
It's
a
lot of
back.
football.
Yep.
That is a lot of football. I'm not sure if I could... I don't think I've got the legs to do that, to be honest.
Well,
so
tell you, Austin,
good on...
My Achilles would not hold up playing that amount of football in such a short amount of time, I'll tell you.
No way. As the Allies break their huddle and get into position here with a down by 13 points here. So
can they come home, the Allies?
They're definitely not out of it. And it's been a very tightly contested game. I think the Vicks have looked a little bit better, but they haven't been able to convert in front of goals as successfully as they would like to. So who knows, maybe the Allies get a couple of quick goals, get the momentum going. Our man Bradley Birtle might just chip in, kick a few, and send the Vicks packing.
There's a couple of players that could probably get into the game a little bit more for the Allies. Brown has had an almost sort of game. Our man Bradley Brider, and Courtney Lewis as well, who's coming from the ground, and we'll start on the, we'll call it the interchange bench for this final quarter. But they're within the game. You feel like they need the first goal.
Absolutely.
They need the first goal.
They need it quick.
Yep. The quarters evaporate quickly, don't they? It's incredible. Only 10 minutes. We call a lot of school footy for AFL Victoria, and I call a lot of VFLW as well. They're 20-minute quarters, and they feel like they go in a flash. So you can imagine how quick the 10-minute quarters go. But here we go for the final quarter then. The All-Star game, Victoria and the Allies. The Vicks up by 13 points, and their captain, Ruamager's onto it early. Handball just couldn't quite link up with Lockie Kosic, but he's onto it in the end and kicked it into the roof, and that's a good result for the Allies, who will now have a stoppage deep in their attacking zone. 6-13-49 is Victoria. The Allies 5-6-36. Vic's got a little bit of defending to do early on here. A flying shot for goal for the Allies. Goes across the face of goal. Here's Cameron, who's taken down by Bridget Jolly, who we saw having a chat with the umpires at the break. Handball looking for Brewer Mega. Hard up against the net. Held up there by Maddie Cameron. And we'll get a stoppage on the outer side.
Yeah, good call there by the umpire. And they're going to blow that one up. Throw that one up. As we've got Lachlan Kochik coming up in the ruck. Up against Stephen Palmer as he gets a nice little tap out the back. Looking for a clean pickup was Sean Brown. Gets the handball off and has that little tap through the legs. Good stuff there as the Allies try moving it in, and that's going to be a mark for Matt Cameron, is it? Have they called that one? I think they have.
Which way has this gone? Yeah, they've called it. No,
they're going to throw it up. No clear definitive result, so throw the ball up as Ned Brewer-Miger looks to bring the ball back up. I think he started looking at Lachlan before he got the ball, but he's still got the handball out, and Lachlan moves into goals.
The goal, you'd think.
And that's it. Or he doesn't look too happy, actually. I think he might have...
Did it hit the post?
I think he might have sprayed the post. Let's see what the umpire says.
Yeah, to behind.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, you can tell off his reaction.
Yeah.
He was really disappointed with himself. He knew that could have been the final nail in the coffin there for the Allies as the Allies move it down the field.
And Penny Bunn is after it. Jolly at half back. Taken in a tackle there by Brad Bridie of Western Australia. Umpire pulling out a free kick going Jolly's way. Nice kick to the outer side. Brewer-Mega takes the mark right on halfway with his side leading by 14 points. 7.5 minutes to play in the final term. And a great day of AFL blind football. That one's going to carry and bounce through for a goal, but it won't count. Coming from not just outside the arc, but from the defensive half. So I'm saying wonderful exhibition of AFL blind football here today. The two sets of players playing for their teams, and then in the first ever All-Star game as well, and in Pride Round 2. What a kick that is from Palmer to hit up Matty Cameron, who's played in the back line a lot today and for the Bombers as well, but he can go back and try and kick a big goal here for the Allies. Just away to the left. Tricky little angle. And he hasn't quite got the carry, and an important defensive mark taken by Penelope Bunn.
Yeah, she's been great in defence so far for the Vics as Stephen Nero is trying to just will his team to a victory. Here comes Trav. Gets the boot off. Just gets the boot off, and Stephen Palmer collects the ball here at about centre wing, and there's our man Bradley Birtle. Here we go. He's on the ground, gets the handball off, and the Vics have got the numbers here, but in comes Stephen Palmer once again. Good handball there. It's going to come back for the Allies. Takes the snap. Oh, he's hit the roof. That's exactly what the Allies would have wanted. They would have wanted a goal there, but accidentally hit the roof as the Victorians have got a 14-point lead here with 6 minutes to play. Deep in the Allies forward line. Can they try, get something? Maybe a little tap out the back, straight to Sean Brown. Couldn't quite get the tap on, and Lachlan Kochik gets his foot on the ball as it moves our way down to Trav.
Zimmer's forced into the netting by Nero. A couple of people watching on in the terraces were not really happy with that one. He's got a free kick, Zimmer. And this is really interesting because he can't really go back on his line. He's got nowhere to go. He is a left footer, Trav, so in a good position here. Too much bend on it. And are behind, and still they can't quite put them away, the Vics. They have had 4.5 minutes, nearly 5 elapsed in the final quarter. And still the Allies, they hang by a thread. The Vics, 6-17-53. Oh, we've had a collision. Just off the ball here, Zimmer and Maddie Cameron colliding. Everybody's okay. Yeah, the Vics 6-17-53, leading the Allies 5-6-36. Oh. Long ball down towards Cameron. Oh, he just couldn't quite collect the footy. It's bounced all the way through for a goal, but no score. Brad Bridie goes down. He's helped to his feet. The Vic captain will take the free kick. From the full-back position, he goes short to his comrade in Lockie Kosic. The Vics with 4.5 minutes to play. They look the winners. Kosic looking for Zimmer. Knocked away. Good defending by Nero. It's in the defensive goal square. Penny Bunn comes to apply the tackle. Nero not out of the woods just yet. Now he kicks towards the middle of the ground. Here comes Kosic. Kick smothered well done by Brown. Kosic had another go. Zimmer diving for it and reaching for it but couldn't collect. Nero's got to go again. Now a chance for the Allies, although a couple have collided. But a mark paid, I think, to Matty Cameron. He'll have the free kick, or the kick, I should say, right in the middle of action indoor footy arena. You just feel like they really needed to take that a little bit quicker and try and get a goal as soon as they could.
Yeah, as Matt Cameron kicks the ball in, and that's a great spoil there by Ned Brewer-Miga as Lachlan Kosic with a belting right foot. Oh, how was that? Fantastic stuff there by the Vics as Travis Zimmer's going to line up. He could have kicked a bag today, but he's only had the one. But he's been in and around it. And Lachlan Kosic, I mean, what a kick, what a game he's having as Travis Zimmer goes through. And that's a goal. He's happy with that one. He's very happy with that one as the Vics move out to 59 now. 7 goals 17, 59 to the Vics to 5 goals 6, 36 to the Allies. With only 3 minutes to play here in the last quarter, that could be the final nail in the coffin for the Allies.
Well, he's been just about he has been one of the stars of the day. So to this man, Obeid. Now he might have a free kick there for a push, I think, Steve Obeid. And so he can have a crack from right in front. I was just saying about Travis Zimmer, he's been one of the stars of today, so it's only fair that he kicks the goal that puts this one away. But now it's the Bulldog captain, Steve Obeid, who can go back and put a bit of icing on the cake for the Vics from right in front. Didn't kick too many goals for the Doggies today, did he, earlier on in the couple of games that they played? Shouldn't have too many issues here from right in front. All he has, he missed it to the right-hand side. It's a behind for the Vics. That'll make the margin 24 points and unassailable now as we're under 2.5 minutes to play in the final quarter of the All-Stars clash.
Yeah, the Allies are just putting it on the boot and hoping for the best at this point, and they just can't quite get a clean possession in the forward 50. Keeps bouncing over the head and dribbles down for the rush behind as it looks like a couple players are starting to cramp up a bit, I think. Lachlan Kosic moves his way off the ground. He's been running around all day. I'd be cramping too, mate. There he is, Bradley Birtle, Stefan Nero. That was outside of the arc anyway, so that's going to be a no score as the Allies have got a 23-point lead here now in the last quarter. And Lachlan Kosic's going to start with the ball. And we've moved it into that darn pocket that we can't see too much out of. So we're still waiting to see it move out of there as here comes Steve O'Brien taking a very good mark there. He's been great today for the Vics. Put in a great second half as Penelope moves her way up the ground trying to get on the scorers table. But great stuff there by Sean Brown. Keeping the ball alive there for the Allies, just not giving up, refusing to give up. And same with Stefan Nero. He's just tried his heart out all day. Great spoil there from Lachlan Kosic, not allowing Matthew Cameron to get at the mark there. As we move into the last minute of the game here, is nice little handball out. Both players going hard, but Penelope, she's done that a few times today. Just went, nah, you're not having it. Ripped it out of your hands as the ball comes its way in. And we got McCarthy here, bringing the ball back up for the Allies. Players are screaming for the ball, kick it down here. And Matthew Cameron, he's just ripped the ball out of his hands, has Ned Brewer, and sent it back forward into the end of Trav Zimmer. Couldn't get two hands on it, and that's going to be a rush behind.
One more score for the Vics, 7-19-61, leading the Allies 5-8-38. Margin 23. Bridie kicks smothered by his Bulldog mate in Obeid. Hurries one back into the attacking zone. McCarthy has had plenty of defending to do in the final quarter. He's done it well, but ultimately to no avail. And the Vics are going to roll the Allies in the first ever All-Stars game. Well, they were in a bit of strife early, weren't they? They trailed at the first break, but the longer the game went on, the more the Vics flexed their muscle. And they prove once and for all they're the best footy state, as if it was ever down.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if they were slightly more accurate, it could have actually been a bit worse this afternoon. But the Allies really did. That first half, I thought I was actually starting to shake in my boots a bit. I went, oh no, the Allies are coming in pretty hard here. But the Vics managed to prevail in the end. So what a fantastic matchup, and what a great way to wrap up the day here down at the Indoor Action Sports Arena. And
who's best on? Austin? Ned? Brewer Mega?
It's got to be between Brewer Mega or Kosick, doesn't it?
We're making the decision here. Nick Holloway wants an answer. What do you reckon?
My vote is for Ned Brewer.
That's 2 votes for Ned Brewer.
Yeah.
I hope we didn't just give it away then. We want some sort of suspense, don't we?
I think... Oh, true, we did sort of yell that one out to the crowd, but...
Well, you did. No, I did as well. I don't think he'll be too surprised. He was fantastic, wasn't he? He didn't... he spent a bit of time off the court in that third quarter, but the damage had really been done in the opening half. Kicked a couple of goals. The Hawks captain and the captain of the Vics as well, so... That'll be greatly, I should say, deserved. I'll try and speak proper English. We've been speaking all day, surely.
Yeah, look, I think, cut us some slack at this point.
But the Vics, in the end, the history books will say Victoria 7-19-61 defeat the Allies 5-8-38. So a 23-point win in the end. We might just head down to Nicholas Holloway for the post-match ceremonies.
To all the players, congratulations. It was improved from what I was looking forward to go back and take the real high quality football. We put our hands together for the players expecting that from that. And secondly, can we continue that appreciation to the umpires? We've really got a really important. And we're going to award the best of ground middle, and it was a really hard game to pick a best of ground. I had to go and compare notes, my notes with commentators to decide who was going to get this award. But we came to the conclusion that this guy was influential through the years. He did a great snap goal, and he led the Victorians really, really well on that. So to the captain of Victoria and to Romeo. First of all, thanks to everyone who's stuck around today. It's a very long day, so really appreciate all the support. I think we have to give a massive thanks to the Allies team, not only for today, but for the entire season. They come down here out of their own pocket, and once it was down here last week, we really wouldn't have a week. So thanks so much for coming out. And thanks to the AFL for got the ball this idea. I think we played that in a really, really good spirit. And it was very entertaining around absolutely tired. It was a big fun. But I was very proud of all of you. All the leaders in this spot. You represented the state really well. So thanks to everyone. I've got a round today. Thank you all for making it to come down. And massive footy. We can't wait for the second edition of the All-Star game on the 20th. So well done all.
Well, that'll do us then, folks. Thank you very much for watching the proceedings today. We wrapped up the home and away season for the Victorian Blind Football League. It's going to be, I think, the Saints, the front runners, Austin in the finals this year, and our first ever All-Stars game in what was a fantastic contest, a pretty close game for the 4 quarters before the Vics, the hometown Vics, of course, ran away with it, and Ned Brewer Mega from the Hawks Footy Club taking out the medal for best on ground. All in all, Austin Kruger, a pretty good day.
Absolutely wonderful day. I'd like to thank the Victorian Blind Football League, AFL Victoria, and Action Indoor Stadium down here in Tullamarine for having us down. It's been a wonderful day, and yeah, it's just been great to see all these teams coming together and playing football. It's just been an absolutely awesome day, and thank you, Brent.
And thank you very much as well to Brad Bridie, Steve O'Bead, Ned Brewer-Mager, Beck Herf, Nicholas Holloway. Is that all we had up here?
I believe that's all we've had up here.
We had the whole band up here today, and they added some great insight, particularly the boys who, of course, play the game, and Beck and everything that's all the wonderful stuff she's doing at AFL Victoria and all the great stuff that they're doing for the Pride round. And we had a lot of fun up here. For me, Brent Sternberg and Austin Kruger. We're going to sign off now, but stay tuned to the AFL Blind Facebook page, and to everybody out there as well, if you're interested in joining all of the junior clubs around there. And I'm sure if you can go to the Facebook page, and they'll point you in the right direction as well. So thank you very much for watching, everybody, and until next time, stay safe, and it's bye for now.